Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another episode of Playing Video Games Incorrectly. This time, we have a game that's been part of my childhood for as long as I can remember. Megaman X Command Mission features our hero X from the Megaman X series in a top-secret mission where he and his friends aim to stop a rebellion robot uprising from happening. It's a turn-based RPG with 10 chapters of robo-destruction, interesting game mechanics, and quality of life features that seem really ahead of its time, such as being able to switch your frontline party members with backline members on the fly without losing your turn, and the ability to retry fights if you end up losing so that you don't have to retread through the same areas to reach the same fight again. Yeah, this is all a bit standard nowadays, but I still don't see enough RPGs actually utilizing these kinds of features. Persona 5, for instance, still has you protecting Joker at all costs, or risk losing tons of progress. And yes, you can technically switch out party members, but one, that's an unlockable feature, and two, it still wastes turn to do so. Unfortunately, most of these features go unused anyway, as we play through the game in a way it was not intended, like quite literally, as you'll see, as we find out whether or not you can beat Megaman X Command Mission using only X. As for the rules of this run, obviously I can only use X in every single encounter in the game. That's it. That's really the only rule of the run. Unlike other challenge runs we've done on this channel where there's always this sort of stipulation or questions like, are healing skills made by demons allowed? Or what if you have to use a demon to investigate in Raido, for instance? There's not really anything like that. Well, there are a couple of things that come up, but one of those things ends up having a low impact on the run in general, while the other thing ended up not adding as much to begin with. We'll get there. That being said, there are some miscellaneous restrictions that I'll be imposing on myself, mostly to keep the run fair, straightforward, and to the point as humanly possible. Unlike other RPGs, Megaman X Command Mission doesn't really have much incentive to grind for levels, powerful items, etc., since everything you really need is given to you as the story progresses, while more optional items like keys to secret areas and even artwork are delegated to a completely optional feature that you could just do on the go anyway, which we'll touch more on later. As such, for this solo run, we will be doing as little grinding as possible. There will be times where I might need to divert the run to obtain an item necessary for a boss fight, but that's inevitable with these kinds of runs, sadly. And yes, I do know that you can technically grind out permanent stat increase items for basic enemies fairly early on in the game, all with a 1% drop rate, mind you. And yes, I do know about the guaranteed belladonna spawns that you can infinitely farm build speeds on to make yourself faster than everything else in the game, meaning you just get infinite turns, yada yada yada. However, I'm not doing that for this run. Because one, the belladonnas are incredibly hard to solo as opposed to normal gameplay, allowing you to easily steal and cheese them reliably. And two, it defeats the spirit of the run to make yourself godly not even halfway through the run, and in my opinion limits the kind of creative decisions that you'll see me make in this video. So now that we've gotten those out of the way, it's time to start the run. The game starts us off with X-Zero and a newcomer named Shadow heading into the ruins in the middle of a place called Giga City in order to track the whereabouts of the leader of the rebellion army, Epsilon. Apparently, we aren't the only ones who were sent in, as our leader, Colonel Redeps, mentions that the team before us has likely perished. So why he didn't bother sending his top elites that have been known to quell even the likes of Sigma in the first place, I'm not entirely sure, but here we are. He also emphasizes that if we fail, he'll be forced to launch an indiscriminate assault on Giga City itself, which is just lovely. Once inside, we discover that the ruins are all ruins, just as X suspected. And what better way to survey an entire island of ruins than to put our trust in the hands of some guy named Shadow the Hedgehog, who is in no way problematic and just so happens to know the exact layout of this island. And now we're separated. To be fair, this wasn't Shadow the Frog Dog's doing. And it's exactly what X wanted all along, as having friends can be very cumbersome. Despite what he says otherwise in previous games, anyway. Suddenly we're...
Finders keepers for any goodies.
Zero, what the hell? You're not even concerned for your best friend? Whatever. He's right though, any goodies we find will be ours, but at least have the courtesy to reassure us, man. Oh well. Anyways, we start the game as God intended, all by ourselves with our pea shooter as we begin Chapter 1, Infiltrate Giga City. The chapter starts us off with, oh hey Zero, nice of you to call. That's right, we can still talk to each other remotely, but only at certain times in the mission. Anyways, now we're ready to truly begin. As you can see, these are our starting stats. 523 hit points sounds like a lot, but numbers in this game can actually be quite large, as you'll see soon enough. We start with the regular X-Buster we all know and love, which comes with the measly power of 10, granting us a total of 32 power. That's not all it does. See, unlike other RPGs where you have to weigh a bunch of options like weapons, armor, accessories, etc., the gear system in this game is quite simplified. Usually to the game's benefit, but sometimes to its detriment as well. Let's take a look at the X-Buster again. Along with 10 power, it also grants us 5 armor and 5 shields, as well as weighs 8 pounds? Kilos? The weight of our sin? Well, to be fair, the other stats aren't inherently explained either. You can go into some of the help options, which will explain everything you need to know pretty thoroughly, but allow me. Power equates to the relative amount of damage you'll be doing when attacking enemies. The higher the number, the higher amounts of damage you'll end up doing. Simple enough. Armor and shields sound very similar, but function in different ways. Armor reduces the amount of damage you take from combat-related attacks, which is what the game typically refers to melee damage as, while shields do the same, but for shot-related attacks, which is the game's term for range damage, like bullets. Some attacks don't count as either, and so those actually tend to ignore these stats, which I'll ding them when they become relevant. Speed, meanwhile, affects the turn order, which doesn't sound like much, but you'll see why speed matters in a moment. That being said, this is where weight plays a part. The more a piece of gear weighs, the more it reduces your speed, so you'll have to really weigh the pros and cons of every weapon you discover. Do you take the extra power and dumpster your speed in the process so you can get less overall turns, or do you take the extra speed to go faster but deal less damage? All unique stuff if you ask me. Along with your main weapon, you also have 2 sub-weapons you can equip at once. These act as smaller ways to influence the battle, usually by letting you deal a small extra pittance of damage to the enemy, like with your default micro missiles for example. But there are plenty of sub-weapons that make you shred encounters, which we will be making liberal use of as the run progresses. Here you'll notice that we have 3 types of elemental damage: fire, water, and thunder. By default, we take full damage from all elements, but there are ways to change that using our force metals, or FM slots, represented by the bottom right box. The short explanation of force metals is that they're essentially our stand-ins for accessories in this game. They provide small buffs, or big buffs in some cases, that affect various aspects of whoever you equip them with. Some give you more health to play with, some increase your stats a little bit, while some can grant you higher crit rates, or even the ability to steal all the XP for yourself, you stingy. There is a catch when using force metal. You see that little number here next to the immunity? Every force metal has a number associated called erosion that can bring that number up or even down in rare cases. Some force metals, like the analyzer, has an erosion value of 0, so it doesn't affect the number in any way. But this plus 100 LE, that's life energy, a stand-in for hit points in this game, costs 3 erosion points to install. While this number might seem meaningless, if you look to the left you'll see a little 10 right there. If the amount of erosion points you have ever exceed this number, bad things might start to happen. Alert status occurs when you go over your immunity by a little bit and makes it so that there's a chance every time you start the battle to have your maximum life energy and weapon energy generation, more on that later, cut down significantly. When you reach danger status, this is pretty much guaranteed to happen every combat, so it's extremely important to be mindful of what you can and can't equip. But don't you worry, that little 10 won't stay 10 forever, as X gains more immunity as he levels up, and has one of the kindest immunity growths in the game. A result of all those zinc supplements, I'm sure. Unlike you, Zero. What the shit, you're level 99 with only 35 immunity? No wonder you keep dying in every game. Build some tolerance. Now, before we officially begin the story part of the game, let's discuss one last important part of the run, the combat system. If we take a look here, these are our current battle options. Square and circle activate our sub-weapons, while X activates our main weapon. When using sub-weapons that directly affect an enemy, the targeting cursor locks you into that enemy, so be sure that's the target you actually want to hit with your main weapon. Meanwhile, your main weapon will perform a normal attack against the enemy you target, but immediately ends your turn. You can also use R2 to use your action trigger, which is a special attack unique to every character that does various things depending on who uses it. In this instance, X performs a strong charge shot that damages all enemies at once. Meanwhile, triangle is used to bring up a menu of various other actions that you can use on your turn, like using sub-tanks to heal yourself, items to restore status or damage enemies, defending to reduce incoming damage until your next turn, hyper mode, which we'll go over soon, run to flee combat, and analyze to examine enemies for basic information. At the bottom left, you have a life energy and weapon energy gauge. This weapon energy is used to fuel your sub-weapons. In this case, 10 weapon energy is required for micro missiles, and you'll need at least 50% of this meter to be full to use your action trigger. But don't worry, every character has their own weapon energy meters, so you can just use it whenever you feel like it. That being said, X starts each battle with 25% weapon energy right off the bat and gains an additional 25% weapon energy at the start of his turns, so it's pretty simple to keep track of. Basically, if you aren't making active use of your sub-weapons, you'll have your action trigger at 100% every 4 rounds. Lastly, on the bottom right you have the turn order for the next few rounds, which I personally really like because the turn order isn't always the same. Those familiar with Clair Obscura know exactly what this is and how it functions, I'm sure. Right now, it looks like your typical run-of-the-mill turn order from any other game, where everyone takes their turn once before cycling back. But as the game progresses, it becomes a bit more complicated based on everyone's speed stat. Sometimes when your speed is high enough, you can go again before the second enemy even has a chance to go, or go even twice in a row at times. Not only that, but using items, defending, using a sub-tank, using your action trigger, or even cancelling your turn after using a sub-weapon, but not your main weapon, all have an impact on your turn order in one way or another. So there's just this little bit of extra nuance to the game. Unfortunately, none of that gets showcased here, as this fight is basically a tutorial fight that just tells you to use your action trigger to take down multiple enemies, and boom! First combat finished. Victory music plays and XP is obtained. Nice. Continuing on, we make our first save, grab some money by dashing through this little blue item box, which is how we obtain loot in this game, and unlock some doors for Zero over on his side of the building. Well, it's a good thing we decided to split the party now, ain't it? Immediately after this, we loot a very important item for this run, Build Life Energy, or just Build LE for short. These build items are one-time use permanent stat boosts for whatever stat they represent. In this instance, plus 10 hit points to X, and you'll find them everywhere in this game, but not enough to make you feel like God unless you actively grind for them by killing or stealing some from certain enemies, including bosses. Outside of that, it's important to keep in mind where to obtain some of these items for this run specifically, since we'll be soloing this entire thing. After fighting more bat bones, we obtain more XP and we level up, which is only noteworthy here because I wanted to mention that leveling up essentially acts as a hard refresh for all your hit points and hyper mode activations, which comes in handy many times during this run, let me tell you. Next we find a room with resting pods that have been broken out of with the names Wild Django, Dr. Psyche, Silverhorn, and Machgentra. Those familiar with the game will know that these are 4 of the main story bosses you fight later on. Zero also mentions that there are 4 on his side as well, which technically adds up to 8, but we'll address that in a moment. Continuing to the upper floors, we find some more pods for a couple of high-performance Reploids, Scarface, but more importantly Epsilon himself, the man we're going after. Now, avid players who've played this game before know who the other 2 high-performance Reploids are, as well as at least one more Reploid found in the other 4 pods. However, there are always been 3 pods that are unaccounted for the entirety of the game. So what happened to them? Well, apparently due to time constraints, Capcom couldn't fully implement these 3 Reploids into the story. So instead, they delegated 2 of them to Super Boss status, and the last one was essentially repurposed as an extra story boss in Chapter 10. Why do I bring this up? Because it's something that's always bothered me, and I want y'all to share in my hyperfixations in the only way I know how, that's why. Also because 95% of Chapter 1 and 2 is just X doing his own thing for the main story, and I needed something interesting to talk about for those who have played before. There's just not a lot going on in these first couple of chapters until the boss fight, so you just play as you normally would, really. We discover a Melt Missile sub-weapon that costs 15 weapon energy to use, has a power of 30 and a chance to lower an enemy's shield stat by 10%, which would technically make our X-Buster hit a bit harder, but sadly it doesn't come up often. For now though, we do use this little guy until we find something a bit better. Disabling the next lock requires us to play a synchronization game with Zero. Then we're followed up with our first real fight of the game with a Prion Chaser. It's pretty sturdy and can hit us with the stun gun, which inflicts us with the bind status, dupstering our speed stat and making my turns come way less often until it cures on its own or until I use an item to cure it. While not that bad under normal circumstances, getting hit with bind in later areas of the game can be a death sentence, so it's good to avoid it whenever possible. Greedy is a low accuracy move with a 75% chance to critically hit when it lands. Fortunately, this battle isn't too hard, and I kill it with a couple of well-placed X-Buster shots and obtain a couple of fairly useful force medals, X-Heart and LE plus 100. LE plus 100 is simple, it just increases your maximum health by 100 and costs 3 erosion. Meanwhile, X-Heart acts as a one-time use, once per battle, auto-revive whenever your hit points drop to 0, but it only restores 10% of your health. This can be useful if you want to give yourself one last chance to turn the battle around before you inevitably eat the pavement, and has admittedly come in clutch on several occasions. See this yellow item box? It contains tank energy, which is used to refuel your sub-tanks. What are sub-tanks, you ask? Well, just like the soft drink of America, Dr. Pepper, sub-tanks are made from a blend of 23 different fruit and spice extracts that restore lost health when drank. But unlike Dr. Pepper, they don't make you fat. To drink one, you must press triangle while in battle to go into the battle menu. Select sub-tank and pick from one of 6 flavors like you're at your local Taco Bell. Just like Taco Bell, you're only there for one option, their Mountain Dew Baja Blast, or in this case, Life Gain Max. But in all seriousness, all of them are good in different situations. You have the normal life gains, which affect a single target, and then the AoE versions, which affect all active units. But since we're just a lonely blue bomber, we're just gonna focus on using the former. As for how they work, it's simple enough. There's a 25, 50, and max version. Life Gain 25 restores a unit's health by 25% of its maximum health. Life Gain 50 restores 50%, you get the picture. However, there's a catch. Each option comes at a cost, denoted by the cost column. When used, the cost is then deducted from your tank energy. You start with 200% tank energy, and once you run out, you're pretty much running on whatever health you have. So you want to avoid using too much unless you know you can gain some back, such as when there's one of these piss-colored boxes nearby. If you get this little symbol that's shaped like an X, it means that you've already capped on that item. So, if I re-enter the room, the item box will regenerate, ready to be collected again once I drink some of my vitamin-enriched Monster Energy drink. After taking out some adorable little robo-dogs and getting another message from Zero, I found a full tank energy refill in case you drank all of your Mountain Dew for some reason. There is also a backup, which is a full revive that we can't use, and a build shield item, which lets me survive ranged attacks just a little bit easier. I also found a locked door that requires a Lograno key right next to the save point. This is a very important door that we'll come to later. Instead, we take out a Prion Chaser, level up to 4, and run into a new enemy right after. The Prion Bitmaster. This one likes to summon minions and occasionally likes to run away like real life crypto bros. Yeah, just like that. Making our way to the next room, we meet up with our BFF Zero, but not Shadow, who is suspiciously absent. Zero then joins our party. Zero, what are you doing? You can't be here. This is my time to shine. Oh hey, a convenient boss fight with a hippo with a rocket on its back. Neat. Well, anyway, it seems like Zero's narcolepsy kicked in, leaving him very eepy for the next battle, giving us the perfect opportunity to take this beast down all on my... Oh. But seriously, to explain what's going on here, basically there's no inherent way to do this run solo by legitimate means. Once you get more than 3 party members, you can switch them out as much as you wish, but you must always have 3 active members at any given time. And at the time of recording this, there was only one real way to make this run work solo. Essentially, Robin did some digging and discovered some action replay codes that could be repurposed to make it so that every party member except X was infinitely at 0 hit points. The reason why we did this instead of letting party members die is because the game does that Persona 2 thing where KO'd party members are brought back up to 1 hit point after every fight. Since then, we found a better cheat that just deletes every other party member except X in real time, but that wasn't until way later, and even that has some consequences that might make for a more interesting run if anyone else wants to try the game solo, but we'll go ahead and table that discussion for later. For now though, let's talk about this guy. Normally this fight is pretty easy as the fight essentially serves as a tutorial for all the different enemy types you'll encounter, teaching you that some units are better for fighting certain enemies than others, and so on and so forth. As you've just seen, the fight starts out with a warning about a shark missile being prepared for launch. The idea of this boss fight is to demonstrate that there are 2 targets, the hippo and the missile. So naturally, you'll want to destroy the missile first. This is easy to do with X as he's able to shoot targets in the air. However, Zero wouldn't be able to reliably hit the missile due to his Z-Saber dealing combat damage, so he'll often miss. Meanwhile, the hippo's head has resistance to X-Buster's shots, so Zero is technically better suited for this position. It's an excellent way to introduce bullshit enemy types in a much more controlled environment by giving you 2 units with demonstrably different fighting styles and putting you up against an encounter where both characters can shine equally. However, with Zero napping on the job, both duties fall to us, and it's not actually that easy. The Hippopressor, yes, that's what it's called, has 5,000 life energy, basic defense against all elements, and can use Heavy Flyer, a move that reduces the current hit points of all party members by 25% with a very low chance to hit. It can also use Hippo Vulcan, which deals 8 hits of shot-type damage to a single target, but only while its head is intact. It also launches its shark missile every time the missile's turn comes around, as indicated by the turn order. The missile deals a flat 500 damage to the target that can't be mitigated by normal means. Somehow, I have to make sure I kill the missile as much as possible, while also being able to deal as much damage as I can to the Hippopressor's head, all without using up all my tank energy on healing myself. Luckily, there is a solution. Let's talk about the hyper modes. Every party member you get in the game has a hyper mode that they can temporarily switch into to modify themselves in various ways. For example, Zero's hyper mode turns him into the black variant armor that you see in the later X games, and grants him a huge attack boost, speed boost, weapon energy gain boost, slight fire resistance, and a chance to automatically counterattack enemies when hit. X's hyper mode, X-Fire, meanwhile, gives X a complete makeover as his entire loadout changes, including his action trigger. His sub-weapons turn into Power Charge and Shell Buster, while his X-Buster turns into a melee attack that deals fire damage. X's stats also gain a boost. Specifically, his maximum and current life energy increases by 50%, speed by 25%, weapon energy gain by 25%, and the damage he takes from all shot type and combat type attacks are reduced by half, with a few exceptions, Shark Missile being one of them, sadly. This is the crux of our build, and will be absolutely crucial to use in various parts of the run. Unfortunately, hyper modes aren't meant to last forever. Every character's hyper mode lasts a varying amount of turns before they are forced to cool down, which is referred to as activations. Fortunately, hyper mode turns don't need to be consecutive, and X gets 6 of them, so if you want to end your hyper mode early to conserve what you have left, then you are most welcome to do so. This is useful because you don't regain any uses of your hyper mode until you level up, rest, or use a specific item called Gain Hyper to restore all expended activations. What I like most about hyper mode though is going into or out of it doesn't use up an activation straight away. So if you manage to finish a battle the turn you go into hyper mode, you retain all your activations, as if you hadn't used it at all. Do keep in mind, however, that once you go into hyper mode, you can't back out of it until the next turn, and vice versa. Anyways, we go into hyper mode and use X's new action trigger to deliver a hefty shock to the hippo's head, instantly destroying it and revealing the tube hole underneath. Unfortunately, this doesn't make the fight that much easier, as the Hippopressor can now start using Hippo Particle Cannon to deal shot type thunder damage, which also binds. Fortunately for me, another neat quirk about Hyper Mode I should mention is the fact that they all give you a hidden benefit of ignoring any and all status conditions, including stat reductions. Sadly, X-Fire still can't do much against the Shark missile, so we do have to cool down and shoot the missile to destroy it every so often. This can cause the Hippo to waste its next turn summoning another missile instead of attacking, which can give us a little leeway while we deal with our own low health situation. However, there is a conundrum that comes out of this. Healing would be useful, but if we get hit by the particle cannon again, we might be put in a loop of healing rather than dealing damage. On the other hand, we could use our charged shot to hit both the head and the Shark missile, but this brings up a downside of using action triggers, which is that it temporarily dumpsters your speed stat, or at the very least, it has a high chance to skip your next turn in the turn order. I only say that it dumpsters your speed stat because it doesn't seem to happen nearly as often when you have a high enough speed. Regardless, this means that sometimes using charge shot has a good chance to make the turn order end up looking like this. Yeah, this fight is no joke. So how do I get through this fight? Well, there's a mechanic in this game called defending, and that essentially halves all damage you take until your next turn. Luckily, unlike the inherent damage resistant X-Fire gives us, this one seems to have far less restrictions attached to it, meaning Shark Missile only hits us for 250 damage. Defending, along with using items and sub-tanks, also has a great chance at moving us forward in the turn order, but not when used twice. This also seems to apply to all these options at once, so you can't use sub-tank for an extra turn and then an item for another, for example. There's like a hard cap for gaining that extra turn is the best way I can really put it, I guess. Also, defending does come with the downside of having the amount of weapon energy you gain on your next turn, just something to keep in mind. Defending also blocks conditions and stat reductions, so Particle Cannon completely screwing us over is now off the table. So, now this fight is all about timing when to heal, defend, and attack. I did run out of sub-tanks unfortunately, but I did discover something interesting about this fight that I'd never actually seen before. From what I can tell, Hippopressor can only summon his missile a finite number of times in the fight before he just starts throwing out attacks. This was honestly the only reason I was able to finish the fight almost unhindered, and after one final charge collider, X's action trigger in X-Fire mode, and 52 turns later, the Hippopressor becomes the Hippopressed. Normally, if you're fast enough, you can earn a little bit of extra XP, but I wasn't, obviously. Still, this being a solo run, I got to hog all of Zero's XP for myself, raising me to level 6 in the process. He also drops a fire missile sub-weapon and a guard buster, which is better than our current X-Buster in terms of power, armor, and shield, but it hampers our speed in the process. After the fight, Zero wakes up and realizes he left his wallet with Shadow the Hedgehog on the upper floors, so we head up there, but not before finding these useless little trinkets. I say useless because equipping a +1 stat booster doesn't really affect much unless you equip multiple copies of them, but there's usually better force medals that you could be using. We equip them anyway, since why the hell not, and head on our merry way, I guess. Once upstairs, we finally catch up to our buddy, Shadow the Ledge Leg, and discover Epsilon is just chilling up here, ready to introduce himself to us in the funniest way possible.
Indeed, it is I, Epsilon, the Rebellion Army Commander.
He does compliment us by saying,
I have heard many things about you. The great Maverick hunters, X and Zero.
But not Shadow the Eggnog, I guess. Afterwards, he tries to recruit us into his freaky robo-sex cult, but we tell him very nicely that we already have a subscription to Magnet Tugging Monthly, so instead Shit, they converted Shadow the Stag Peg! Luckily, we came prepared, and Zero and X team up to... Oh, looks like the Kinky Brigade is here. There's Ferrum, the embodiment of BDSM, Scarface, embodiment of shock play, and Botos, the ugly bastard. Unfortunately, Zero is too busy taking backshots from Shadow the Lemonade to really do anything and gets blasted off the map to the fabled Tilted Towers. Meanwhile, Epsilon, the embodiment of power play, gives us one more chance to join him. X's response is to then shoot the ground and escape in the smoke screen created by the rubble? I guess? Huh. Chapter 2 starts us off by
X, you've come too.
waking up in a place called New Hope, the hideout of the Resistance. But before I continue, I like to talk to all the NPCs because they sometimes have interesting things to say, like mentioning the Rebellion's favorite pastime, or sometimes acting as shops. Here I sell my revive items for some free money, since I can't use them anyway, and buy 9 Megafires, which is a consumable item that deals flat 500 fire damage to whoever hits, regardless of stats. The only thing that affects it are the target's resistances or weakness to fire element. And this is way more damage than we can do with our own X-Buster, so we hold on to these for the time being. Starting our journey, we make our way up, collecting a build power, a gain hyper, and the X8 trial key, which lets us play a demo of Megaman X8 from the main menu. And proceed into the main square or something where we contact Colonel Reddit about Shadow the Ping Pong's indoctrination to the kinky robo-sex cult and Zero's unfortunate incident with Ledges. The Colonel doesn't seem too surprised about Zero's apparent demise, as that's just a Tuesday for him, but Shadow the Hong Kong 97's betrayal was a bit more of a surprise. Once we lose contact with Redips, the entire town is basically told that X is now a wanted criminal and highly dangerous. You'd think this might be some sort of stealth mission or something where I have to avoid contact with people, right? Wrong. Everyone is cool with me, not afraid of me at all. Turns out, when you call someone dangerous, people are less likely to care. Kind of like when you brag about your top rank in League of Legends. Anyway, proceeding further, we are stopped by this guy who looks like he could use a facelift, but gets an explosion to the face instead. By whom, you ask? Only the best character in the game, Spider.
A bounty hunter!
He's a bounty hunter who likes to fight by throwing cards and playing poker.
I'm Spider. It's a pleasure.
This fight is pretty simple. The first mechanic you'll want to be aware of is counter card, which does as you expect. Counters your attacks when you hit it. Specifically, it reduces damage from shot type attacks and lets Spider counter with his own attacks. To solve this, you have to go into hyper mode and deal any kind of combat damage to him. Specifically, Spider is weak to fire, so your basic attack with X-Fire will basically carry you for this fight. Once the fight's over, Spider realizes he left his oven on and runs off into the sunset, never to be seen again. Just kidding, we'll see him in about 5 minutes. But for now, let's move on. Immediately, we discover a power charge sub-weapon from this green item box. If you don't have goldfish memory, you might remember that power charge can be used by default whenever you're in X-Fire mode, but now we have it as a normal sub-weapon to help me reach my daily quota of war crimes. Essentially, it increases the damage of your next attack by roughly 50%. And if you pass your turn and use it again, the damage increases by 100% instead, where it will cap. Honestly, this isn't really worth doing unless you have 2 power chargers equipped, in which case bye bye bad guys, as you blow them away with nuclear fire. There's just one small problem. Power charge costs 30% weapon energy, while we can only put out 25% every turn. This means we aren't going to always be able to meet the required needs for power charge to stay with us and not leave us for a better character. At least, not for the time being. Still, it's better than Melt Missile. Oh, we're not gonna equip it right now, I guess. Honestly, I don't know why I didn't. It's the one thing that carries this entire run and is necessary for random encounters if you want to keep up with the damage loss from having no party members. Anyways, we run into Ale, a prominent figure, supposedly, of the Resistance who tells us that some guy named Chief R has been captured and he's trying to rescue him. But instead of giving us a helping hand or joining our party or something natural, he rips his heart out and gives us his ID or something. Then he explodes himself on some 3-on chasers when I'm pretty sure I could have just handled them on my own. What makes this scene even funnier is that it's played up as one of the saddest scenes in gaming history when we've only met this guy for like 8 seconds.
Ale.
Honestly, I feel like we were supposed to spend more time with Ale to build up a relationship with him or something, because I see no reason for this scene to be as heartfelt as Capcom tried to make it out to be. I felt nothing towards Ale. I get Ale's death serves as a different purpose a little later, but for now it just rings hollow. Anyways, here's another gain hyper that we'll stash away. Seriously, we will be needing these at some point, and it's crucial that we don't waste any of them unnecessarily. This is not foreshadowing. We encounter a new enemy here, the Metar. Metar. It likes to hide under its helmet when taking damage. They're weak to combat damage when like this, so just use Hyperform to finish them off. We kind of build armor and build shield for more defenses, and continue forward until we get into a forced battle with a couple of Prion Chasers. Remember, this is one less Prion Chaser we saw in the cutscene with Ale. Just look how easy we took them out, Ale. You did not have to die, I could have protected you! Anyways, here's Wild Django, the boss of this chapter, monologuing to Spider and striking a deal with him to take X out or something. So, the reason you fight these Prion Chasers is because you're helping this dude rescue some friends of his or something. Turns out, it's the Spice Girls. Meet Saffron, Cumin, and Jasmine. Saffron sells consumables. Cumin sells weapons and sub-weapons, while Jasmine sells force metals. Keep these girls in mind, as they'll show up a couple of times. The only thing worth buying from them now, however, is the Firebuster and Fire Missiles from Cumin and the Thunder Guard Force Metals from Jasmine. In case it wasn't obvious, the boss of this area deals a lot of thunder damage and is weak to fire, so having all of these things would be especially useful. But let's go over Thunder Guard and how elemental affinities actually work. Since elemental attacks aren't affected by shield or armor, you simply can't reduce the damage of them very easily. The only way to do that is with specific force metals like Thunder Guard here. But here's the cool part. So Thunder Guard reduces the damage you take from thunder damage by 25%, putting us at 75%, right? Well, these types of force metals stack up to 3 times, meaning with 3 Thunder Guards, you can just take 25% damage from all thunder attacks, full stop. So if you ever fight a boss with specific elements, you can just make your life easier by simply resisting their specific element type. Anyways, talk to this guy to get a health top up and continue forward. Over here you can find the Eagle Eye Force Metal, which increases your accuracy by a flat 10%. It's not super useful, but we wear it anyway. There's also a new type of enemy here called the Zenny Dropper. It holds a bag of money and has an incredibly high evasion rate and a high chance of fleeing. It doesn't really do anything and it can't really hurt you, but the way this enemy works is that it normally drops 200 Zenny, which is the currency of the game, upon defeat. However, for every turn it takes after its first, the money doubles to a maximum of 6,400 Zenny. So if you want to satisfy your gambling addictions by trying to wait until its money is maxed out for optimal payout, then you can spend some time here. Otherwise, it's not even worth dealing with these guys. Fortunately, a battle item like Megafire doesn't follow the normal rules for hitting and always hits no matter what, so you at least have that going for you. A little bit forward and we're interrupted by our good friend Spider, as we kick his ass around 2-0. Well, that's not how I remember our first encounter. Seriously, you did like no damage the first time around and I did like thousands in a couple of turns. How are you able to just beat my ass like a Thanksgiving turkey? It makes no sense. Here's the scene where Ale giving his life for the cause stirs up some repressed homoerotic fantasies Spider never got to fulfill with his best friend and decides to turn his back on Wild Django in one of the most weird, cheesy friendship scenes that I think could have worked better if there was more time for any of that to really cook. Anyways, this crash out doesn't sit well with Django, and so he sends homoerotic suppressors after them as Spider has a complete 180 movement and runs into the sunset, killing some dudes on the way out.
Wait! What do you mean?
See, even X is confused about this entire thing. In the next room, we fight our first Prion Spark. These guys are kind of annoying as their attacks deal thunder damage and combine, but being inherently weak to fire means that they're very easy to take out with the Firebuster.
Chief R, I'm here to save you.
Thank you, but who are you?
Oh, you know, I'm just the guy that saved your life, asshole. I'm also the reason that you exist in the first place, buckaroo. It's not like I'm literally Dr. Light's creation and the literal blueprint for every Reploid to ever exist that isn't bloody Zero, who's fucking dead again. Oh no.
I'm X, a Maverick hunter, sent by the government.
Oh, okay, that works too, I guess. So after explaining the situation, Django calls us up in the middle of some pirate roleplay and tells us that Spider's been a naughty boy and will punish him by forcing him to watch every episode of One Piece, including all of the filler, and says that if he can't watch every episode before the timer runs out, the explosive inside Central Tower will go off. Knowing that there's way too many episodes for it to even be possible to finish in 2 minutes, we set off to disarm the bomb. There are some scripted fights here, but they don't actually affect the timer. Just beat the enemies, take a couple of detours for some free loot, and reach the command room to shut off the timer. Unfortunately, this was all just a distraction while Django tries to escape to the heliport, which is like right up this ramp. Like, what was he doing for those 30 seconds we were making our way up here? I'm pretty sure we could have covered more ground than he did. Once we reach the boss door, we equip ourselves with 3 Thunder Guards and X Heart and enter the heliport where...
Django, what you're doing is wrong!
Okay, is it just me, or does X sound like a disappointed mother here? So we discover that not only was Spider forced to watch every episode of One Piece, he was forced to watch them all simultaneously at time 10 speed. All of this information proved too much for his system to handle, and that's why he looks so destitute here when he comes to save our ass after getting knocked down. This happens a lot, doesn't it?
You have a death wish?
Unfortunately, due to Spider's hyper marathon of One Piece, he contracts robo-scurvy and falls asleep as soon as the fight begins. So here's where the solo part of the solo challenge once again comes into play. So, while Django has 9,000 life energy, 150% weakness to fire, and absorbs thunder. He comes with 5 attacks, which all do thunder damage and usually have secondary effects. Sander Strike deals combat type thunder damage to one target, while Ultra Thunder deals thunder type damage to all targets. Meanwhile, Lightning Rod deals shot type thunder damage to one target while reducing its speed by 10% and increasing his own speed by 10%. Shock Nail deals decent combat type thunder damage and has a chance to inflict the Virus Status Condition, which is just poison condition in any other game where you take some damage after every turn. Lastly comes his big attack, Rolling Assault, which deals combat type thunder damage to one target, which randomly scales between dealing 100% attack power to 200%. So no matter what, it's going to hit like a truck, is what I would say, but unfortunately for Django, I came prepared with as much thunder resistance as I could shove up my robotic ass, meaning every attack he makes is made at a minus 75% deficit, barely scratching my 1k health bar. Meanwhile, my Firebuster with 2 turns of power charge just beats his ass for over 1000 damage, while a normal attack deals over 400 damage each. The only thing stopping me from winning this fight is if I decide to throw and chug all of my root beer before finishing this meal. Even a normal charge shot at 100% weapon energy deals over 900 damage. I did obtain an Ultra Fire at some point, which works as an AoE version of Mega Fire but deals 1000 damage instead of 500. And I used that here to deal a flat 1500 to Wild Django, the most damage we've done in this run so far. I do get low once, so I use a sub-tank to get me to max health, switch to Hyper Mode, and immediately beat my record by dealing 1771 damage to him. And after 30 turns and one final hit with the powered charged X Collider, Django is donezo, netting us a nice 30% XP bonus. We get an entire sub-tank off of him, bringing our total tank energy to 300%, a Thunderbuster, and 2 level ups, bringing us to level 10. This fight is a total joke, especially for a solo run. Django is the only boss I can really think of where all of his attacks are one element. So reducing all of the damage he does to 25% pretty much means he can't really hurt you at all. This is also why I said that there's not really much to talk about in these first couple chapters, since it's really all standard fare. I mean, Hippopressor was definitely harder than Django, but at least he had something for me to talk about. Here we just beat ass until he overheats from too much sun. Well, once the battle ends,
Thanks, Spider. You really helped me out.
Okay, X, you don't have to be nice to the Hounty Bunter.
X, you defeated Django, didn't you?
Why, yes, I did. Me and nobody else.
I did, but without Spider, I would have been in trouble.
X, were you not there? Did you not see Spider napping like a baby?
Spider, I give you my thanks. You fought for our comrade, Ale.
Oh, so we're just gonna go along with this. Forget it. Everyone wins, we make a new friend, and the chapter ends. Hip hip hooray! Chapter 3 starts us out with Spider making the obvious point that we need more than 3 people if we're going to operate a base, which is a fair observation to make. Chief R decides to send us to a POW camp to free some resistance prisoners and rescue some e-girl named Nana. But before that, there are some preparations we need to make. If we take the Airbus, we can reach the shopping area and buy some new stuff to increase our body count, with new options and murder becoming available after every chapter. For now though, the weapon shop has the Thunder Buster and the Scope Buster. The Scope Buster has 20 power and 9 armor shield and weight, has a higher chance to hit than most weapons, and it increases your chance to critically hit by plus 4%. This is a great all-rounder for the time being, so we take it for now. We don't have quite enough for the sub-weapons, but they're not that great for us anyway. Meanwhile, at the item shop, we see some Mega Thunders for sale, which might be the game trying to foreshadow what kind of dangers we'll be facing soon. The general merchant sells all items that would be replaced with the new stock, so you never have to miss your chance to buy something you might have been saving up for. Meanwhile, the Force Metal shop has water guards, decoys, weapon energy plus 5, and analyzer. You can already guess what water guard does, but decoys are one-time consumable force metal that auto-revives you for 25% of your hit points whenever you die, similarly to X-Heart. Weapon energy plus 5 grants you a bonus plus 5 weapon energy that you start with whenever the fight begins. So X would start out with 30% weapon energy instead of the normal 25%. It's important to know that this has no bearing overall on his weapon energy generation. That's reserved for a different force metal. Then there's the Analyzer, which allows you to examine enemies for free and learn basic information from them like weaknesses and items that they drop or can be stolen from. For now, we only take the Water Guard since that's all we can afford, and with the Thunder Buster equipped, we make our way to the Tiana camp. Upon arrival, Spider immediately complains about having to take orders from someone, and that he has his own goals, which doesn't come across as very strange at first, but people who have played this game already know what's up at this point. Anyways, we tell him to stop being a baby because I didn't want him to come along in the first place, and he seemed to understand. Continuing down this hallway into the next room, we find this big guy with the fear of invisible bees and being snuck up on and...
Hey!
Spider, what the fuck did I just say? Oh great, now here are the bees. So anyway, this guy claims he's the massive hero of the Resistance, Steel Massimo. But somehow, despite being a hero, he comes across as very cowardly, which X and Spider appear to not question, like, at all. As for Massimo, he wants us to help him in exchange for his help. So, what's he want us to do?
Can you help me bust the roids out of this camp?
Once recruited, we unlock a new mechanic that I love so dearly, the Final Strike. Basically, the way this works is when an enemy reaches 25% of their maximum health, now represented by this little yellow bar that appears before the targeted enemy, and is still alive, you can initiate a Final Strike, where you basically just mash all your buttons as your 3 active party members just bombards that enemy to death. The closest equivalent I can really give is if all-out attacks from Persona 3 onwards were slightly more interactive. The timer is based on the number of enemies that drop into Final Strike range, so if X's charge shot barely doesn't kill multiple enemies, you'll get enough time to switch between all enemies to break them down. No, literally, it says break down right there. This also applies to bosses as well, and is a fantastic way to end a boss fight with a final bang. You also get rewarded with free weapon energy and force metal energy, which I'll explain later. This is one of my favorite mechanics of all time, but guess what? I can't even use it. You want to know why? Because in order to use the Final Strike, you have to have 3 active party members that are alive in order to even initiate it in the first place. Guess what I don't have in this challenge run? That's right, so I will never be able to show this off properly outside of this recorded footage I've taken outside of the run. I don't even get the fancy yellow bar to let me know that a boss might be close to death either. My realization of this was what suddenly made me realize that maybe Zero was right to check out of this game. But then I see Massimo's minuscule level 1 and feel much better about myself. But seriously though, Massimo starting at level 1 is totally fine and does have some obvious lore reasonings and implications behind it. And normally he isn't a bad party member either. Just take a look at his massive health pool. I mean, we only had half of that at level 1, and that's kind of his big thing. He has good damage, great defenses, and enough HP to solo tank a Freykugel from the Demi-Fiend. Unfortunately, he does come with one major drawback, which is his piss poor resistance to elemental damage. By default, he takes 50% more damage from all elements, which is very bad for someone his size. because it means you'll want to avoid using him for some boss fights unless you give him some force metal to mitigate his elemental weaknesses for that fight. Fortunately, one water guard, for example, like the one he has equipped, reduces that weakness to 100% rather than granting the normal 25% reduction, so it's not as bad as it could be. If not for the fact that he only has 2 force metal slots instead of the 4 we have access to. You can't win them all, I guess. Also, this is where you can get your second power charge since Massimo inherently starts off with it, so yay! While we're exploring and getting through the first puzzle area of the chapter that's basically just dodge the security drones or start over, let's actually discuss the run going forward now that we're in the actual solo part of the run. Now that we have 3 party members, the game will start balancing encounters for 3 people. This results in an immediate difficulty spike for me, since Spider is still recovering from his One Piece binge, and Massimo is currently suffering from vitamin D deficiency. While some of these encounters are definitely on the easier side, like these Matars that we fought in the last chapter, some new enemies definitely give us a run for our money. As such, there's going to be a lot of running from encounters in the later stages, which is no problem since X pretty much has a guaranteed chance to escape most encounters. With that out of the way, let's unlock these prison cells and loot the joint. There are a few forced encounters as we progress, but we make short work of them for the most part, only taking a couple of knocks in the process. While it's not a huge deal now, conserving our tank energy plays such an integral part of this run that you really need to pick your battles at times. You can return to the HQ at any time via one of these save terminals and restore all of your resources, but that creates the problem of having to backtrack through the entire dungeon all over again unless you've unlocked shortcuts, if any even exist. Normally, I don't mind this kind of backtracking since you don't really need to use your sub-tanks that often and the game throws enough tank energy at you to keep you and your party sustained for pretty much the entire dungeon, but in a solo run, there will be a couple times where I do have to bite the bullet and head back to HQ. Eventually, we stumble upon some angry gamers that just lost a game of Call of Duty and decided to take out their anger on us. I would say something clever about how I dunked on them, but as it turns out, Call of Duty players have hands. So I did what anyone else would do in my situation, waste some of my precious resources on some basic ass mooks. The damage reduction of X-Fire does its job of keeping me alive for the time being. A single good charge collider is enough to kill the big monkey before it can unleash his power charge attack as I damage him for 2953 health. I guess this triggered some sort of flight instinct in his fellow gamer friends as they both proceed to shoot their shot and flee immediately after, ending the combat prematurely, much like their sex life. All in all, not an easy fight, but not exactly hard. Just one that required me to use a few more resources than I would like. However, since leveling up restores my hit points and hyper mode activations to full, there's really nothing lost if you can time your level ups just right. Once the fight is complete, we make our way to the other prison blocks and run into 3 big monkeys that completely max out their speed stat with boost all speed. This doesn't really change anything for them because I think I'm technically faster, so these were just wasted turns as far as I'm concerned. I do go into X-Fire form for sustainability and try to take each one of them down one by one. Since Charge Collider one-shots at 100%, I made sure to only use that on the one that has full HP while I power charged and killed the one that was already damaged. This was 100% the correct move and I finished the fight with half my starting HP. One of them drops a speed plus 3 force metal, which can be useful if you stack a few of them for extra turns, but not necessarily for me at the moment. After releasing the prisoners in the East Block, we immediately get ambushed by a creepy Doberman that keeps summoning backup before ultimately running away like a little bitch. Luckily, this guy has some secrets to tell after admitting defeat. Apparently, Nana was a top League of Legends player who was forcibly captured by the sweatiest gamer of them all, Silverhorn, and is currently being forced to smurf on his account until he reaches Challenger rank, the highest rank of them all, so that he can brag to all his friends about what a based-pilled Giga Chad of a gamer he is. Not willing to stand for this, I made my way down to the lower levels to find and kill both Silverhorn and Nana for their transgressions of even installing the game in the first place. Oh yeah, I also released the prisoners, of course. Hey, remember when I talked about how some encounters are just complete ass to deal with in a solo run? Here's one of them right now. Meet the Dick Shark, or D-Shark for short. It sports 3600 life energy, resists shot type damage unless its jaw is broken with at least 3 combat type hits, and has the longest, most drawn out attack animation in the game. and even though it's vulnerable to thunder damage, it resists shot type damage anyway, so it takes numerous turns and resources to defeat this asshole for basically no real reward at all. I wasn't kidding about calling it a dick. Upon reaching the lower levels, we're interrupted by a cutscene showing off Silverhorn living out his fantasy of finally experiencing what it's like to live with the gamer girl GF, but has a very misguided sense of how this relationship stuff is supposed to work. Fortunately, Nana isn't interested in a relationship and just wants to game, which works well enough for Silverhorn, whose advances are immediately rejected as Nana tells Silverhorn to get her some more gamer subs. What a swell guy for respecting established boundaries. Once the scene ends, we do some more exploring and discover a locked door requiring the Tiana key, which... yeah... we'll get to this in time, trust me. Anyways, there are a lot of encounters with big monkeys and Dobermen here, which is all fine and dandy, but if you remember how the first encounter with this specific encounter went, you'll know that it's probably easier to just run away than waste precious resources. We find another build armor and build shield and immediately shove them down our throat for better defenses. While I was thinking about it at the time, I also changed the formation of the party so that I was at the top of the list. This is because whenever you use an item or sub-tank from the pause menu, it defaults to the first unit. So if I get careless and spam the X button, I might accidentally give a stat booster to Spider or sub-tank to Massimo, which wouldn't do anything, but it would still consume the tank energy, so I didn't want to risk that happening. Eventually, we reach the room where Nana is being held, and she sends her simps to kill us for interrupting her gamer state. The Prion pod is accompanied by 2 Prion Sparks. The Prion Sparks aren't really a threat, as you've seen before, but the Prion pod has a nasty bite to it. Usually it goes first, and we'll use this turn to prepare a freeze shot. If you don't deal at least 500 damage to it, it'll inflict heavy water damage that has a high chance to freeze you. Once frozen, you skip all of your turns until the freeze ends at 8 turns or until you take damage from an enemy. And if you do take damage, that damage is doubled. This is usually a game ender for a solo run since there's no way to cure this status without access to items, so you either have to pray that enemies waste their turns for the next 8 rounds, or you don't immediately die to the next attack you take. Luckily, we didn't get frozen, so the fight goes pretty smoothly, all things considered. With Nana's simps defeated, we all learned that this whole thing was a big misunderstanding. The truth is that Nana was only pretending to play on Silverhorn's account, but actually, she already got his account banned from Ladder for extreme toxicity. Needing a way out, she sought us for some help, so she used her gamer state to keep the alarms from going off. As for why her simps attacked us, well, some things are better left unanswered. Massimo does take this opportunity to ask Nana to Google his name out of curiosity, as we all do, and we learn that still Massimo was captured and then sentenced to execution for refusing to like this video and subscribe to the Robin and Zephyr YouTube channel, as well as their Clips channel. Spider almost hits the nail on the head with his theory that they killed somebody else, but to the average gamer, it's pretty obvious what actually happened. Soon after, we're met with the game of Simon Says, which is used to unlock the way forward. However, there are some optional items and doors you can unlock for figuring out the correct solution to those specifically through trial and error. This room in particular is notable because it has 5 stat boosters, so this is very worthwhile. This room has some extra tank parts, which will be useful to have, especially since every 4 you gather equates to a brand new sub-tank added to your current total. After that nonsense, we meet some prison guards who are guarding the way to steal Massimo. So we go on our way and wait, where did Massimo go?
About Massimo. I'm afraid that person may not be the real Massimo. He seems to be a little bit different from the one we have on record in the database. I didn't want to say anything.
I understand.
Man, X is the chillest guy ever. It's basically the equivalent of a D&D party being completely accepting of someone purposefully hiding their identity from them while they pretended to be a well-known superhero trying to live up to that person's namesake or something. Oh no. Meanwhile, Massimo talks to the real Massimo, and it's actually a pretty gruesome and foreboding scene when compared to the tone of the rest of the game.
My... It's you. Oh my! What have they done?
This is what they do when you refuse to join their clan.
It really cements the brutality of the rebellion army despite how not wrong they come off as later in the game. I really enjoy this scene because it's one of the more memorable parts of the game, as it shows that we could have had an insane badass party member who's got all his shit together. But instead, we get a guy who's filled with self-doubt about himself, his abilities, and his potential as a hero, unwilling to accept his self-worth as the man he idolized is hanging on the brink of death, telling him to carry on his legacy. It's a classic case of a character who will eventually grow into his own and finally realize that yes, he can be the hero he aspires to be. There aren't any jokes I can actually make about this scene, it's just a really good scene and serves as both an amazing setup for one of my favorite party members in this game, and a really solid callback to the original Megaman X game, where Zero also tells X that he could one day be even stronger than him. Once the scene ends, we backtrack a couple of feet to find these guards beaten to a pulp by Massimo, that we somehow didn't hear from beyond the door, literally 3 feet ahead of them by the way, and discover Massimo hanging outside of the real Seal Massimo's cell. Massimo tries to explain himself, but X seems to implicitly understand even if he doesn't say anything. We make our way back up and... oh, well, it looks like Nana's been kidnapped or something. Better go save her, but our tank energy isn't exactly in a good state at the moment. But there is a tank energy 100 in the room before Silverhorn's boss room. That's right, I decided to risk it for the biscuit, and tried to fight Silverhorn with 137% tank energy while equipping myself with 3 water guards and X-Heart. Uh-oh, it looks like Silverhorn discovered that his account has been banned. Well, that's okay, my guy, we could just make another account. Okay, whoa, dude, you're not supposed to do that to your girlfriend. Thank you, Massimo.
Ready to be destroyed?
Okay, so this fight is pretty straightforward, but not as free as Wild Django. Silverhorn has 17,000 life energy, absorbs water, has a 50% weakness to thunder, and comes with 6 abilities. Shot Geyser is a water-based shot type attack that hits a single target that's essentially his basic attack, so it doesn't really pose much of a threat. Cryogenics is very similar to Shot Geyser, except it has a chance to freeze, which we know by now is very bad. And Ultra Blizzard, which deals water damage to the entire party. For these attacks, Water Guard makes their damage a non-issue. The next move we'll see pretty often is Tidal Wave, which always deals 50% of the entire party's current hit points, but has a low chance to hit. As for the other 2 abilities, he doesn't use them until phase 2 starts. These being Liquid Coating to boost his water-based damage and lets him randomly block incoming damage, and Pressure Abyss, which deals heavy shot type damage to one target with a guaranteed crit chance. As for the fight itself, the first phase goes relatively well. If you're wondering why I'm using item capture, it's because Silverhorn has a combat absorber and shot absorber sub-weapon that you can steal at a 20% chance. Both of them grant a 25% damage reduction to the corresponding damage type, so I figured I could maybe get some use out of them at some point. Turned out that wasn't entirely true, but here we are. I start my first attempt trying to steal from him. When that doesn't work out, I start using boost shield items to start maxing out my current shield stat so that I can block against his Pressure Abyss and his other shot-based attacks. The most dangerous thing to watch out for is Tidal Wave, however, since it deals damage based on your current hit points, so the more hit points you have, the more damage it does. While this isn't as important now since his other attacks barely scratch my health bar, it will become more important for his second phase when Pressure Abyss starts becoming a problem. The Thunderbuster does a really good job whittling down Silverhorn's hit points, but my main concern in this fight is how I use my sub-tank energy. See, I can't heal myself back to full, or else Tidal Wave has a good chance to mitigate all that healing I just did in the first place. So you kinda have to find that perfect balance between using life gain 25 and life gain 50 to keep your health low enough to not take significant damage from Tidal Wave, but high enough to survive all other Silverhorn's attacks for the next couple of turns. This gets notably more difficult once Pressure Abyss is introduced, as you'll see in a moment. Upon reaching phase 2, the real fight begins. While he mostly functions the same, the added chance to have all your attacks deal reduced damage can be a bit annoying since prolonging the fight means more tidal waves, and more tidal waves means more healing will eventually have to blow, which, yeah, we don't really have much left. Unfortunately, that lack of healing is inevitably what does us in, as we have no way to deal with Pressure Abyss dealing 580 damage on a crit. I'm pretty sure this is the highest amount of damage we've sustained so far, and even that is roughly half of our health bar. If he ever decides to follow up a successful tidal wave with this move, that's essentially just game over basically. Luckily, I can just heal myself and oh shit, that's a lot of damage. Okay, so at this point, I'm in a worse position purely because whenever you die, any buffs you had beforehand immediately fade, even if you were brought back by X-Heart or Decoy. So those boost shields I used at the beginning of the fight, gone, reduced to atoms. Even if I did have the healing to sustain myself, I'd be constantly fighting for my life due to lack of defense. Even with X-Fire as a last resort, there's just nothing I can really do if I'm hit by another Pressure Abyss. Unfortunately, with 11 hit points remaining, I finally go down to an Ultra Blizzard. So, let's go over the problems of this fight. While Phase 1 is relatively easy, Tidal Wave definitely stretches your resources thin if you try to heal it up immediately. Instead, what you need to do when it comes to attacks like these is to only heal when you know that there's a chance that the next 2 attacks can't kill you. So staying above, say, 250 hit points ensures that I can survive 2 Ultra Blizzards before I need to be healed, which would only require me to use a life gain 25 rather than a life gain 50. Essentially, you're playing a constant game of keep away, where the keep away is death. I do make a couple of mistakes that I wasn't aware of at the time. The first is using boost armor thinking Shock Geyser did combat type damage, and the second thing is going into hyper mode after using a boost item. You see, for whatever reason, buffs you get from boost items just completely cancel out whenever you go into hyper mode. I didn't know this for a while, and I thought it would just stack with the defense boost from X-Fire. While you don't see it in this fight, there's also another downside to hyper mode that's never stated anywhere as far as I'm aware, which is the fact that boost items always miss when used on a unit that's in hyper mode. So I can't even boost my own stats while in hyper mode. I just have to rely on the innate stat boost provided by the hyper mode itself. One nice thing though that I discovered while using hyper mode though is that you are immune to percentage based damage like Tidal Wave, which is a nice bonus and a great way to give yourself some breathing room since you don't have to heal as much. If you can, however, try to save your hyper mode for when you reach a high percentage of weapon energy so that you can hit Silverhorn with a fat and meaty charge collider before cooling down next turn to conserve your hyper mode activations. Upon reaching phase 2 once more, we came better prepared. I played a bit more defensively with X-Fire though, just to see how much I would take from Pressure Abyss. Luckily, while defending, I only took 169 damage. Nice. Which means it would only be around 340 damage normally. This gives me a lot of leg room, or at least it would if I didn't have one turn left of hyper mode. Fortunately, my gamble paid off and I got some very good damage. I do elect to use a life gain max around this point though, since I've noticed he doesn't go for Tidal Wave nearly as much in phase 2. I then follow this up with a gain hyper to refresh my hyper mode activations. While I don't necessarily regret my decision to use one of these now, I do question whether or not I would have needed one in the first place if I had just played better or came back with full sub-tanks instead. Gained hypers are such an invaluable tool for this run because they're so hard to get and there are only so many fixed ones available to you. Using one this early is kind of like going to the store during a pandemic to buy some toilet paper. You never know if there's any still in stock or whether or not you're going to have to use the neighbor's garden hose again. Phase 2 is basically a rush to the finish, but with the mix of my 1 Mega Thunder, several Mega Fires, 1 final Charge Collider, and 50 turns later, Silverhorn gets sent to Horny Jail and I gain a 20% XP boost. He also drops the Ice Buster and the first build hyper of the game along with 3 whole level ups, bringing me to level 16.
I wanted to be like Massimo. As strong as Massimo. But now he's dead. What do I do now?
Gee, Massimo, I was going to ask if you wanted to hop on the battle bus, but I see you're having an episode. And with Nana secured and Silverhorn defeated, Chapter 3 is now complete. Chapter 4 immediately kicks off by showing X's official state ID, followed by Chief R telling us to find some Professor Gaudile or something. And it then goes on to explain that the professor worked on force metal research but now lives a nice quiet life away from the government and away from the war. So naturally, we decide to go on a mission to break into his house and force him onto our side of the army because that's what good people do, damn it. But first, some preparations. This time, a Guard Buster Mark II is available, which comes with the power of 20, armor and shield of 18, and a weight of 20. so lots of extra defenses add an even steeper cost to your speed than the Mark I version of the Guard Buster. I also stock up on some consumables in the item shop, most notably some status cures, but also some Mega Fires and Mega Thunders. While the Force Metal shop has something very interesting in stock. Remember when it was selling weapon energy plus 5? Well, here's the other item I was talking about. Gain weapon energy plus 5 allows the wearer to generate an additional plus 5% weapon energy every turn, allowing me to accumulate plus 30% weapon energy at the start of every single one of my turns. However, the downside is that it costs 10 erosion to equip, and I only have 22. So while I can't fill every slot with gain weapon energy plus 5, I can at least equip 2, which gets my weapon energy generation to 35% per turn, effectively allowing myself to use my action trigger every 3 turns instead of 4 if I wanted to go for the 100%. Most importantly, it also means that if I use Power Charge, I still gain a net positive of 5 weapon energy generation every turn, which does come in handy a few times. For now though, I equip 2 gain weapon energy plus 5s, X-Heart, and Virus Protection for the last slot because I couldn't really use anything else. As for my main gear, I did end up equipping the Guard Buster and the Shot Absorber, but wasn't really 100% on them quite yet. Back in the command center, talking to Nana brings up 3 options you can choose from, either starting the mission, using the deployment center, or going to the Sky Room. The Sky Room is basically just a trophy room where you can see all the items you've collected like concept art, music, etc. You can even change the color of your little cape if you have one unlocked. The deployment center is the big one, however. This is an optional feature where you can send teams of up to 3 Reploids of your choosing that you have found and repaired out in the battlefield onto a deployment mission to maps from past chapters where they'll level up, gather money, items, and force metals after some time has passed, depending on whether or not the units you chose were compatible enough with each other to get the job done without dying. Realistically, only one unit needs to survive to reap the benefits, but I think you get more stuff if every unit survives. While some of the items you can get aren't that special, there are quite a few that can only be gotten through the deployment center. I'm not entirely sure how the specifics works in terms of optimal formations, just that the first unit you select is designated as the leader, and the likelihood of them succeeding is based off of Nana's final line of dialogue right before sending them out, but isn't always guaranteed if she says something hopeful or good. We start out with 3 units, enough for a full team to send out. The 2 areas we want to focus on are the Lograno Ruins and the Tiana Camp for right now. In this case, we send our 3 dudes to Lograno and we'll check up on them later on. With all that out of the way, we begin Chapter 4 proper and teleport to the Gaudile laboratory. Immediately out the gate, we're assaulted by some new enemies, a Prion Elite accompanied by 2 Prion Gunners. The Prion Gunners come with 2 attacks that deal a lot of damage to X at their stage. Their standard bullet spray that deals 6 hits of shot damage to a single target, and their 180-degree attack that hits 3 times to all party members. As for the Elite, its main job is to issue orders, forcing the government, oh no. As for the Elite, its main job is to issue orders, forcing the gunners to focus down one target, and to heal using life gain 25s. It can sometimes use Riot, which will cause Berserk status on the entire party on successful hit, which makes it so that you either attack a random enemy or a random ally instead. Otherwise, it's not really a threat, even if it decides to attack. We do take some knocks, but we come out of it victorious regardless. One important thing to note, Prion Gunners do have a 1% chance to drop build powers, so if you want to farm those, Chapter 4 is the place to do it. Although you'll probably be here for a long time just to get a single one to drop. Through the next door, we enter a cutscene showing off one of my favorite characters in the game quietly and casually tailing the party before running off in the other direction completely undetected. Obviously, she's a very dexterous and stealthy type of character, a perfect fit for our team if we were using party members. But for now, we carry onward. Now, before we continue on, I just want to preface this next bit by saying that this chapter is probably my favorite in the entire game for a multitude of reasons. It's well paced and doesn't overstay its welcome. The characters are fun, and there are some good character moments. The encounters are very diverse, and the stage hazards aren't as intrusive as in other stages. Overall, it's a pretty well-designed dungeon. Unless you're trying to do this dungeon solo, because holy mother of god, what the fuck is this damage I'm taking? Look at all these fucking rabbits! There are only 2 of them at the start of this combat. Where the fuck are they coming from? You know what the worst part is? I have to sit here and listen to the entire combat. And just when I think I have a handle on the situation, another bunny appears. The only way to kill these rabbits reliably is to make sure they all die at the same time, and... Did that rabbit just shit all over me? Oh my god, they even have lasers! Yeah, this combat sucks. Luckily, I won, but at what cost? Look at my sub-tanks, 151%, and we just started the chapter. So we take the elevator and find a Prion Spark to send to the deployment center. That's how getting new units to deploy works. And continue forward to encounter another 2 rabbits, accompanied by 2 Paroroids. These fuckers tend to have high dodge chances and can sometimes attack with the sonic attack that deals respectable damage. Most of the time though, they'll turn themselves into a ball of energy on their turn to max out every stat of the creature that they merge themselves into. This can be especially annoying when they beef up an enemy that already hits hard, like the Killer Mantis or radar killer enemies you'll sometimes encounter in this chapter. However, not wanting to deal with buffed up rabbits, we elect to flee after taking a bunch of knocks. Yeah, our resources are already pretty spent, and we haven't even taken 20 steps into this dungeon. Soon after, we find ourselves face to face with a dash puzzle. Well, it's not really a puzzle, we just dash to avoid the sensors on the floor. After that, we're faced with another cutscene where X and Co walk in on the boss of this chapter, Dr. Psyche, pressing Professor Gaudile for information about his new Easy Bake Oven that he's been inventing that spits out force metals. But for some reason, Gaudile just isn't in this scene, nor does he respond. It's really weird and awkward for everyone. Even when X, Spider, and Massimo show up, there's no sign of the professor anywhere. Perhaps the professor was just a figment of Dr. Psyche's imagination. It's okay, Dr. Psyche. The accident was 10 years ago. It's time to let go. Anyways, he sends out 2 Prion elites at us. This fight isn't hard, just annoying since they have a chance to block my shot damage and circle jerk their healing a little bit too hard. I basically just used hyper mode for this fight, which turned out to be the correct call because this fight immediately leveled me up to level 17. After the fight, we turn our attention to our favorite thief Marino, as she's... Oh. Okay. Okay, who added jiggle physics to the robot girl? I want names. Like, seriously, those things cannot be good to equip onto a stealth bot, right? It's not just me, right? Anyways, Marino wanders into the room where Professor Gaudile was stashing away his anime girl waifu he built from scratch called Cinnamon. This is where we find out what Marino is really after, the Easy Bake Oven that Professor Gaudile had invented. Luckily for her, she kills 2 woodpeckers with 1 well-placed laser beam and learns that Gaudile had apparently installed his new Easy Bake Oven into the chest of an anime girl waifu. Yes, the very same anime girl waifu that Marino is currently talking to. That isn't even a joke, by the way. Marino is literally staring at Cinnamon's bare robo chest at the force metal generator built inside of her and is ogled by the sight. Gaudile, what the fuck were you on when you made this? This results in a bit of an ethics dispute between Gaudile and Dr. Psyche, where Psyche questions whether or not it's ethical to install potentially deadly weapons of war into little girls. But then he remembered that he's supposed to be the villain here and decides to leak Gaudile's nudes on his twitter.com. I know there was a joke already made about this somewhere, but I can't remember where. Anyways, Marino decides to adopt this child and steal her away to protect her from these weird old men trying to use her for war or something. Snap back to reality, we obtain a build weapon energy and build life energy for extra starting weapon energy and some extra life energy. I also remembered that I still had that build hyper from defeating Silverhorn last chapter and finally decide to not use the damn thing. To explain build hypers very briefly, using one literally increases the amount of hyper mode activations you have by 1, increasing my number of activations from 6 to 7 turns. There are only 12 build hypers in the game, but sadly we won't be seeing our next one for quite some time. Still though, 7 turns of X-Fire is, well, fire. I do end up backtracking just a little bit to find this room full of items and a big monkey we can send to the deployment center. As for the items, we get Protect +1, some tank parts, some money, and tank energy 50. Not bad. Tank parts in particular are worth noting because this makes the 4th segment we need to create another sub-tank, bringing our maximum amount of tank energy to 400% up to 300%. Hooray! The dungeon goes pretty smoothly from here on out. I run into some encounters, finish some other encounters, but overall, it's been a pretty leisurely experience learning which encounters are worth taking on, or running from. I do trigger one of the floor sensors and encounter a killer mantis, which was difficult but not impossible. Nothing too interesting happens outside of collecting some items and doing some random encounters, but I do finally use my build hyper at some point. You can encounter some big monkeys occasionally, which is only worth bringing up because there are only 4 enemies in the entire game that have a chance to drop gain hypers, albeit at a 1% drop rate of course, outside of a couple of bosses. Upon reaching him, Professor Gaudile calmly explains the theft that his former colleague has committed. Spider, not understanding why Gaudile can't just buy more cinnamon for his Cinnamon Toast Crunch, explains that we're trying to help Gaudile out of the goodness of our hearts or something, which calms him down long enough to explain about his weird obsession with easy bake ovens and questionably aged anime waifus. X, not knowing what a waifu is, decides to help the professor, bless his heart, and we move forward to find some goodies in the next room. We pop the build armor and build speed down our ear holes and obtain a third gain weapon energy +5, which will be useful once we reach 30 immunity. Marno spontaneously combusts. Oh, never mind. It was just Psyche and his goon squad here to steal Gaudile's easy bake oven. Well, I suppose there's nothing left to do except— Okay, I think she's dead. Jesus. Cinnamon then runs over and gives Marno a taste of some freshly baked bread she made, which actually turns out to be the kind that heals you, meaning that she accidentally discovered garlic bread. Ecstatic by this discovery, Dr. Psyche can now live his dream starting a restaurant back home that serves only the most authentic Italian cuisine called Olive Garden, and now intends to keep Cinnamon for himself. Back to reality, we find ourselves stuck in the maze of forests, a forest maze if you will. Except it's not a maze, and is just eternity itself. An eternal forest, if you may. Except it's most certainly not eternal, and most definitely has an end. 21 ends, in fact. To get to one of these many ends, however, you must turn a series of left and right paths leading into combat with enemies, whose difficulty is determined by the chosen path. The right path consists of nothing but weak enemies, and is notably the shortest path out of this godforsaken forest, while the left path consists of stronger enemies that will eventually rock your balls for even breathing in their general direction. So, why bother going any path but right? Well, my astute viewer, each of the 21 paths you end on contain different rewards ranging from stat boosters to incredibly powerful sub-weapons that you can obtain earlier than you normally would. There's also tank parts and a build hyper for completing the entire thing going only left. But good luck doing that this early on in the game, you overconfident fuck. Instead, we go to the right a couple times like a little bitch, until we reach the end of that path and only get a single tank energy 25 for our troubles. Thanks, Reddips! After that ordeal, we find Marno sleeping on the floor after eating too much garlic bread. However, Spider concludes she's dead and elects we leave immediately, but Marno is not having it and decides waking up is the best option and introduces herself as—
I'm Marino, the petty thief.
Seriously? You're introducing yourself as the petty thief? Like what? Who does this? Oh yes, hello, my name is Phoenix Wright, the lying lawyer. Who came up with this script, man? So now Marno decides she wants to join our party because she overheard Psyche's plan to invent Olive Garden, and that's just not something we should allow to happen. Oh, and to take back her adopted child or something. This stirs something in Massimo, but we don't know what. Now that Marno's in the party, we're taught how to rotate our party using the best quality of life feature in any RPG that likes to give you more party members than you know what to do with. I've explained it briefly before, but to go in more depth, you press L2 during battle to switch out the current unit with another one from your reserved units, and you could just switch between them as many times as you like. So if you end up accidentally bringing out Zero when you wanted to bring out Massimo, that's okay. Mistakes happen, for we are all God's perfect little children. And like all God's children, rotating your friends is free and doesn't take turns. By the way, in case you were wondering, Marno comes with one of the best sub-weapons in the entire game, Hawkeye. For the cost of 5% of your weapon energy, all your attacks turn into magic missile, automatically hitting enemies regardless of accuracy, blindness, or object permanence. Yes, this even means that a melee character can reliably hit a flying creature, but don't ask how that's possible because I can't tell you. Other than that, she has the best speed in the game and the best action trigger in the game, which is literally just— let's go gambling! She also has my favorite hyper mode form in the game for, reasons. Along the way to the final part of this dungeon, I run into a Paroroid and a Radar Killer. The Paroroid killed itself to boost the Radar Killer's stats, as you'd expect, but I run away from the fight. Luckily, I was still able to get some... Wait, what was that? Never mind. It was probably just my eyes playing tricks on me. By the way, here's something I found very interesting. As you know, I'm using cheat codes to make this run actually function. Basically, no matter what the game says, all of my party members are forced to stay at 0 hit points so that they stay down. However, the game still technically registers them as valid targets when switching out an active party member during battle. Because you physically can't have a 0 HP party member in reserve, the game just won't let you switch out dead party members. So I got curious and wondered what would happen if I switched X out with Marino. Oh dear. She's not in the turn order. But it's still her turn. She has nothing in use for her sub-weapons because I took them off of her, so that's fine, but it's her turn, yet the game says it's the enemy's turn. I don't know what this means. Well, I'm already at 0 hit points, so let's just see what happens when I... Okay. So I can still attack for some reason, and then... Huh. Okay, so let's try something different then. What if I bring one of these guys down to low HP and kill off the other, switch to Marino, then finish it off? What happens then? Okay, it's defeated, and then... Huh. So, I guess because X's turn never ended, Marino still gets her turn, but then the game probably checks to see that Marino's hit points are at 0 and corrects itself? I guess? Honestly, I don't know what I was expecting, but I was kind of low-key hoping that I could switch out party members one at a time to make the run a bit more interesting. Like a rotating solo party challenge or something, I don't know. Turns out that's not possible. A shame. Anyways, with that wizardry out of the way, it's time to confront Mr. Man himself, Dr. Psyche. While Marino shows up like a knight in shining armor to Cinnamon. I mean, come on, look at this camera setup. They're already besties at this point. Dr. Psyche struggles with his first fit of Alzheimer's as he's somehow surprised that Marino is still alive. Like he didn't just witness Cinnamon pouring her heart and soul into healing the shit out of her newfound guardian just 5 minutes ago. X tells Psyche that his rebellion days are over, like a disappointed father. Psyche retorts by calling X a wretched vermin, like he just shot a mouse. Followed by some bickering, and then the fight begins.
Perfect! You'll make a good specimen.
Dr. Psyche has 12,000 life energy and takes normal damage from fire, water, and thunder attacks. What, did you think they'd make you fight a fire boss or something? First thing you'll notice is that he summons 3 clusters of little doodads called needles. These little guys come with 400 life energy and also take normal damage from fire, water, and thunder attacks. Unlike other summons you've seen in the game so far, these are actually pretty annoying for one person to handle. Each one has access to a 3-hit shot type attack that deals a bit of damage, as well as 5 different attacks that have a chance of inflicting various status ailments. Stun Gun is a thunder type shot attack that has a chance to inflict bind. Smoke Out deals shot type damage that can inflict blind. Virus Attack deals shot damage and can poison. Cryogenics is a water type shot attack that can freeze, and Code Breaker is a shot type attack with the chance to inflict DOA, which is short for It Just Kills You. Defending against all of these status ailments is virtually impossible right now, so I'm pretty much going to have to deal with it. As for Dr. Psyche, he comes with Doom Blaster, which is a shot type attack that hits twice on a single target and has a low chance to inflict Berserk. And for D-Throw, which lets him throw an object that does something random based on the object he throws. A Book deals shot type damage that ignores the shield stat to a single target. A Glass Jar deals water type damage to the entire party. A Key deals shot type damage to a single target and lowers their shield stat by 25%. A Round Bottom Flask deals water type damage to a single target with a chance to freeze. A Screwdriver deals shot type attack to a single target and nothing else. And a Syringe absorbs a target's current hit points by 10%. Got all that? Good. Lastly, he can use Needle Shower, which takes all of his remaining needles on the battlefield and injects both himself and your party members with copious amounts of drugs that can either lower or raise your stats randomly. Since bosses are inherently immune to stat reduction abilities, these will simply miss him. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, chat. This is the first major wall of the game for me. There's just too much going on for me to handle all by my lonesome. If only I knew where I could find some more party members. Unfortunately, Spider and Massimo are both lactose intolerant and didn't realize milk contained dairy, so now they currently have the upsetties tummies, while Marino realized she forgot to turn off the stove. Already used that one. While Marino decided to bake bread inside the party's new Easy Bake Oven for when the fight was over. Back to the fight. You have 3 ads that need to die as soon as possible, or they'll just boost Psyche's mental state to ungodly levels with shower needles. Meanwhile, the ads themselves deal a lot of damage, an average of about 450 if they just use their basic attack. That's just over 1300 damage I'm taking while I only have 1924 health. It also doesn't help that they can just inflict me with random statuses like freeze at any given time. The biggest problem is that if I don't kill the needles, they just turn into boosts for Psyche. But if I only focus them, Psyche will just summon 3 more onto the battlefield. The best thing I can really do is use Charge Shot for AoE damage, but that requires at least 2 turns to charge up, enough to even use at 70% with my current weapon energy generation. I could defend, but I'd still be generating half of my weapon energy each turn instead, which also isn't favorable. Honestly, if it had occurred to me at the time, I could have probably sat in X-Fire mode until I had enough charge, then revert back to X-Form and use Charge Shot that way. But I would still need to deal 12,000 damage to Psyche, and I'm not sure if I would have even had enough turns of Hyper mode to pull it off. I tried again with Shot Absorber to see if having at least some protection might help sustain me long enough to both deal damage while waiting for my Charge Shot to recharge. This worked a bit better, especially once I used Boost Shield, but ultimately that also failed. I guess if I defended more in this fight in general, I would have gotten further, but we'll never actually know now. The biggest problem is definitely sustainability, since every attack just takes a huge chunk off of my health, so I need to spend turns healing to full, which takes 60% off of my tank energy each time. Not really full of ideas at the moment, I decided to turn and burn back to HQ for the first time this run. It was here I decided to check up on the deployment center and see what goodies were brought back. We managed to pull some tank parts, but nothing we really wanted. This was when I started having an idea. So I sent some more dudes to Lograno Ruins to let them cook for a bit, while I grinded for a few levels. It shouldn't take long since I'm doing this solo, so I get all the XP. Oh, so I wasn't imagining anything. That was Marino gaining XP. That means all the XP I'm getting is going to be split amongst me and Marino now. For some reason, party members in the reserve slot still gain experience despite being legally dead for tax reasons. I can't even begin to guess what the game is doing at this point, but it would seem that recruiting Marino was an active nerf to me personally. Unfortunately, I don't have a solution for this, so we'll just have to deal with the fact that the more our party grows, the less XP I get, like a normal player. I decided to try my luck with the Eternal Forest Gauntlet once again and went left, 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 right, left, right. This was a mistake for a multitude of reasons. First, I ended up using all but one of my gain hypers. And 2, these fuckers. These Wolfoids hit hard, have too many hit points, and there's 4 of them, they smell bad, and they can do this shit. This is the worst move in the game for a solo run because when you get hit by coercion, you have a high chance of not getting your next turn, full stop. This isn't even a status effect, it's just a flat chance to skip your next turn. And if these guys decide to change this attack together, you just don't get a turn until you die. This fight took me way longer than it should have, but I was too stubborn to let it go. So I used my last gained hyper to take down the last 2 Wolfoids, all for build armor and a second copy of item capture. I understand why I did it at the time, it was so that I could have a second copy of item capture for later, but I'm not sure why I thought now was the best time to do so. Anyway, with that tangent out of the way, we come back to the HQ to check on the Lograno crew to see that they've returned with 1 survivor, but they've attained what I was looking for, the Lograno key. Sadly, we can't revisit past levels by talking to Nana, but we can visit past levels by talking to this chick right here. So, remember that locked door I mentioned previously my first time around? Yeah, that's where we're going. We're just gonna go inside, head up the stairs, and find ourselves in the company of some old acquaintances, the Spice Girls. Welcome to the secret shop. Each girl sells the same types of items from before, but their stock is completely different. Jasmine, the Force Metal Seller, now sells Assassin Mind for plus 10% crit chance, Eagle Eye for plus 10% hit rate, Light as a Feather for plus 5% dodge chance against combat and shot attacks, and 3 variants of neutralizers which reduce your overall erosion status by the percentage number shown, with neutralizer minus 30 being the objectively best option since that minus 30% can and will come in handy at some point during this run. Humans sell some of the best weapons in the entire game, rivaling even some of the best equipment you can get at the end game, but as you expect, they cost an arm and a leg. I don't suppose you'd be willing to accept either from our deadweight party members, huh? No? Okay then. Really, the only thing worth getting here is the Turbo Buster, obviously, with its insane 90 power, 10 armor and shield, and 0 weight cost, and also scales the higher your weapon energy sits at. This weapon is a beast, and we'll have to come back for it at some point. As for her sub-weapon choices, they're okay. Energy Field is usually worth buying if you want to use Cinnamon as a team weapon energy generator, because spoilers, she does join the party. Super Absorber is nice because it just combines Shot and Combat Absorber into one, with a slightly higher cost to use. Vitality Missiles is okay, but not great for X as it deals damage equal to 10% of the attacker's hit points. For whatever reason, I thought it was 10% of the enemy's hit points and bought it later on, but that's not what it does. It's honestly great on a high HP character like Massimo though. Lastly, Saffron's stock contains a lot of essentials for me. Remember that idea I had for dealing with Psyche? Here are your solutions. The Ultra Elemental items deal a flat 1000 damage of its damage type to all enemies rather than 500 to one enemy. So I bought as many as I could carry before heading back home. But keep this shop in mind, it's going to be relevant a lot for this run. With a sense of renewed hope, I made my way back to the laboratory once more. This was also where I got my second idea. A potential upgrade for my X-Buster. The killer Mantis in this area carry a Gatling Buster that I can only get by stealing off of them, which I end up doing. It has a power of 10, which is the same as the default X-Buster that you start off with, but it hits its target 8 times for an effective 80 power, albeit at a minus 30% hit ratio. This is quadruple the damage I can deal with the Scope Buster I currently have equipped. However, I ultimately didn't go with it because that low hit rate really hurts. You can try to mitigate it by equipping Eagle Eyes, but that's not really the best solution. And honestly, I could have equipped the Hawkeye sub-weapon to guarantee that all shots hit. That is allowed. But what actually turned me off from using the Gatling Buster was the way it interacted with Power Charge. See, when you use Power Charge, it only affects the first attack that's made on the enemy. Basically, only the first bullet gets the charge, not all of them. While the Gatling Buster might surely be great in some situations compared to what I have, I just couldn't justify it at the time. That and I forgot about Hawkeye. Anyways, I decided not to mess around this time and took the right path in the Eternal Forest until I was home free, then made my way back to Psyche, who was kind enough to wait for us to return. With a couple more levels under my belt and better items, the fight goes much more smoothly. I use Ultra Fire to kill all the needles, he summons more, I use Ultra Fire again, use the extra turn to go into X-Fire for Charge Collider, dealing over half his health bar and damage, then he summons more and immediately Needle Showers. Sadly, I can't do much about that, but you get the picture at this point. These Ultra items changed the tide of this battle immensely. And with one last Ultra Fire, we defeat Dr.
We scientists have a nasty bite!
That's right. We're not fucking around now. The game gives us our first actual 2-phase boss fight, and it is brutal if you don't know what you're doing. Luckily, I do know what I'm doing because I've played this game dozens of times. Phase 2 Dr. Psyche is called Mad Nautilus, and he has 10,000 life energy. Slightly less than he did before, but equaling to more than the previous bosses we've encountered. He also takes normal damage from fire, water, and thunder based attacks. This fight also plays X's theme of the game for some reason, but I honestly don't mind. It's a kick-ass theme that rocks, man. So, Mad Nautilus comes with a variety of attacks. Mad Blaster is his normal attack that deals shot-type damage to a single target. Later, he starts using Penetration instead, which is an upgrade to the Mad Blaster that ignores the shield stat. Mad Cocktail inflicts a random ailment to targets ranging from Virus, Blind, Berserk, or Blind. Death Gravity, which he never actually used on me, deals 25% of the target's current hit points and damage, and has an okay chance to hit. He also has Energy Capture, which absorbs 10% of the target's current hit points. And one more attack that we'll get into in just a moment. First, let's talk about the gimmick of this fight. Mad Nautilus has very low hit points for a boss, as you've just learned, but there's a very good reason for that. He didn't become a shelled fish just to not have good defenses in its place. Oh, no. This guy reduces all damage he takes by about 75%, I think. On top of that, he has a high chance of countering your attacks with Mad Blaster, and on top of that, he's considered an air-type enemy, meaning you can't just go in with Massimo or Marino either. This fight sounds pretty hard, right? Well, yes and no. Let me explain. So, the way this fight works is every 3 turns he takes, Mad Nautilus will open up his bulkheads to deliver a devastating attack to the entire party, Mad Ecstasy. He shoots 6 shot types attacks that are usually evenly spread among the party, though not all the time. If you have 3 active party members alive, each one can be hit twice. If you only have 2, then they can get hit 3 times. And if you're doing a solo challenge run, you just get to take all 6 shots in the face all the time. Afterwards, you have until Mad Nautilus's next turn to deal as much damage as you can before his bulkheads close back up, forcing you to wait another 3 turns. The best way to deal with this is to use boost shields to maximize your defense against Mad Ecstasy, then defend right before the attack goes off to take as little damage as possible, which is still a decent amount no matter what. And unless you're using X-Fire for extra defense, don't bother using Hyper Mode since you're probably going to miss a lot of your attacks anyway. There's also a third option for this fight, which is the same strat we used for Dr. Psyche's first phase. See, Mad Nautilus only blocks combat and shot damage, but not elemental damage. So using your Megas and Ultras on him is entirely kosher, as he'll take full damage and won't even bother countering them since they don't actually count. With some tenacity, patience, and a few attacks later, Mad Nautilus becomes Sad Nautilus on my first try in 54 turns. After the fight, Professor Gaudile thanks us for saving Cinnamon, but still tells us he won't cooperate.
Please? Perhaps Cinnamon is right after all.
Well, that was easy. Cinnamon also persuades Marino to join by reminding her that she already signed the adoption papers and that there's no return policy for modified Reploid orphans, since that breaks the warranty. And with that, Chapter 4 is complete. Chapter 5 starts us off with Gaudile fixing our TV reception so we can watch reruns of House MD whenever we want. We then contact Colonel Redeps about the good news, but before we could finish inviting him over to watch the show with us, he tells us that Zero is in fact alive at Point A6. While we find out what Point A6 is, Spider shows up to the watch party, but sadly it's already over. When questioned about where he's been, Spider gives a weird answer, but no one really questions it. Seriously, nobody questions anything in this game. As usual though, before heading out to our timely death, some setting up is in order as well as taking a look at our new party member. This is Cinnamon. She starts out at level 1, but already looks pretty decent. Her elemental affinities are top notch and her defense stats are a lot higher than ours were at that level. Unfortunately, that's not what we're using her for. Instead, we're using her for her easy bake oven. The way this works is you have a list of various recipes you can make. Some have conditions for unlocking, like playing the fucking game for long enough, but some just require you to have the materials on hand. Right now, we can't really make much because they're also based on Cinnamon's level. You can't make a recipe that requires Cinnamon to be level 30 if she's only level 1, you see. While we won't be making liberal use of this feature, there are a couple of force medals that will make the run much less of a pain. So we'll probably see this menu a few times. At the deployment center, we don't get anything interesting, so we just redeploy and let them vibe for a bit. Back in the market, we have the X-Buster Mark II available, which is a pretty decent upgrade. It has 30 power and 12 armor, shield, and weight compared to the Scope Buster's 20 power and 9 armor, shield, and weight. If you want to make X a crit build, then the Scope Buster might be better, but I personally prefer the X Buster Mark II for right now. And if you're wondering why I haven't really touched the sub-weapons for a while, it's because there isn't really anything better for me than Power Charge, really. The damage boost you get from it completely outweighs the damage you could be dealing with any other sub-weapon. Item Capture is really the only sub-weapon I use to steal from bosses or enemies. Maybe one of the absorbers for protection, but for dealing damage? Power Charge all the way. Also, you might notice that there are fire guards for sale in the Force Metal shop. You know what that means. So make sure to stock up on the... Oh, we're just gonna leave those there, huh? No fire protection? Really? Alright, I guess. Welcome to the Olfat Factory. Upon taking 2 steps into the place, we're immediately greeted by an alarm. Luckily not triggered by us, or this stealth mission would be pretty awkward for everyone, because we know who the cause of this would be. Unfortunately, we still have to deal with this dungeon's gimmick, which are motion detecting robots that periodically detect motion, if you can believe it, when they fly through the air. We do the gimmick, collect the fire guard, hey, I guess I did know what I was doing, and meet a fire turtle that has a chance to drop build armors if you wanted to farm those. Also, Cinnamon just gaining 6 levels while being dead is just really funny to look at. So this dungeon is pretty straightforward. There are plenty of enemies in this place with weakness to water, so you might want to equip your Ice Buster or you'll be struggling like I do. You can also equip fire guards to make some of the enemies in this place a bit more bearable, since they do like using fire-based attacks as well. I'm pretty sure this thought was going through my head too, as I used Cinnamon to bake me a fire guard Force Metal. Here I grab a build LE and slurp that up like yesterday's spaghetti. And here's a build Wii that I took with some beer. I'm going to be completely honest with you all here. While this dungeon is pretty straightforward, it's also pretty tedious. This first part is incredibly hard for me to sit through every time I play it, and I think it's probably because I don't really enjoy mechanics that force you to stop your momentum. That might be why I prefer the floor sensors in Gaudile's laboratories, since it actively encourages you to dash through them. Here, it's just Squid Games without the danger. It's not fun, it's not interesting, and least of all, it's not Marino tying me down and slathering hot motor oil on my... We finally have enough levels to make our first good luck Force Metal by using our last, yet again, Gain Hyper and the second copy of Item Capture that we took from the Eternal Forest. Seriously though, why do I keep using my Gain Hypers? I even said in my head when I first started doing this run to not use all of them because I felt like I might need some in the later portions of the game. And the return investment on this item isn't even that good. Supposedly, good luck increases the drop rates of all items that enemies drop by a flat plus 3%. So if you have 9 of these bastards equipped on all your dudes with them, that's a flat plus 27% to item drops, which sounds nice, but there's just one problem. Thanks to Prof.9 on Twitter.com, we now know that good luck boosts the drop rate of every item in the game, except items with a 1% drop rate. I didn't know this and foolishly made this item in the hopes that I could get more build items and gain hypers, all of which have a 1% drop rate, and was vastly disappointed when I finally got around to trying to find gain hypers later, because spoilers, wasting my gain hypers did in fact bite me in the ass later. Sadly, there is nothing I can do about it now, so I'm just now stuck with this Force Metal of lies and deceit. Luckily, I didn't find out about this until post-game anywhere, so I was able to wear it, blissfully unaware that I was being cheated and lied to by Capcom since my childhood days. Speaking of build items, Prion Nurse makes an appearance and can drop build LE and can also heal your party if it's the last enemy alive, as it seeks mercy from your murderous clutches. There are also these guys, the Prion Shielder, that can drop build shields. These guys in particular are annoying because they're weak to combat damage and can create a counter shield that reduces damage from shot-based attacks while also countering them. However, what makes this different from other counters is that they'll shoot the shield at you anyway on their next turn unless you hit them with a combat attack. And this attack hurts like hell, so it's probably best to avoid them if you can't kill them quickly. Here's a build speed we breathe on for good luck. At some point in the dungeon, we're greeted by a low-res Common Rider reject, which turns out to be our good friend Axel. Yeah, the very same one from Megaman X7 with the
"It was the perfect plan. How did they find out?" I can't believe I'm back here again. What the heck has happened? They really made a mess.
Are you stupid?
You've got some explaining to do.
Do you realize how much damage your internal bickering has caused?
Voice acting. Luckily, his voice is a lot more tolerable now. Basically, Axel is a shape-shifting Reploid, and he has a backstory that we don't really have time to go over in this video, as it's already long enough already. Essentially, Axel's reason for coming here is so that he can find more information about his chameleon ability, the thing that lets him change his appearance to look like other Reploids. That's at least the actual reason, but the version I came up with for this script is that he's looking for this area's boss, Gentra, because his AC stopped working and it's becoming increasingly cold where he lives. So he wants to take down Gentra so that he can steal his ability, Fires of Gehenna, and use that to warm himself up because he doesn't know what a fireplace or a campfire is. Alright, now that that's out of the way, Axel ends up falling into some garbage and falls unconscious for the rest of the game. He's also a very sudden party member to just drop on you, I feel like. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it turned out he was a last minute inclusion, but couldn't figure out where to put him. Although the most likely reason might be that there's probably going to be a dedicated chapter for Axel to join, but was essentially scrapped and stuck here instead. That being said, if we take a look at Axel, there is something worth taking note of here. His hyper mode only lasts 2 turns, same as Spider. It also has the same effect and appearance as Spiders as well, where it makes them translucent and invulnerable to damage while allowing them to deal increased damage with a higher crit rate. Do with this information as you will, as we fight this Prion tank with the ability to slather hot motor oil on us, making us weak to fire damage. Since I'm clearly not into that, I utilize my Second Amendment rights and send him to the fiery pits of hell where he belongs, since Prion tanks are also weak to fire. Welcome to the conveyor room. This room has conveyor belts, obviously. What might not be so obvious are the copious amounts of scripted encounters you will have to fight here. Basically, you can't just get to the other side of the room without riding the conveyor belts to a switch that lets you change the direction the belts are going. Along the way, you're forced to fight a bunch of enemies that you may or may not care about. Again, I'm not a huge fan of being forced to halt my momentum, and that's really what this room is. It's not really a puzzle room where you have to figure out the right pattern. It's more just a room where you just make your way to the next switch while being forced to fight encounters you don't care about. Maybe I'm just too cynical about this dungeon. I do find a gain hyper, so it's not a total waste of time, but it is a huge drain on my resources, and that's not something I can easily forgive. Once you get through that room, you're greeted with yet another conveyor room, this time with more conveyor belts. This one actually is more of a puzzle since you can accidentally step on the wrong conveyor belt and reset some of your progress, so it's at least something you gotta think about. But if you want to grab all the treasures in this room, you do have to fight pretty much every force encountered in this room. I did die a few times to these 3 Prion soldiers and once to this encounter with 2 soldiers and a nurse, so at least there's some challenge here. Speaking of, the difficulty spike in Chapter 5 doesn't hit nearly as hard as it did with Chapter 4. My biggest problem with this dungeon is that it makes backtracking so much more of a hassle than it needs to be. And before you say, well, this game is probably just making it harder for you to backtrack in later parts of the game, so it makes sense. You'll see why I don't buy this line of logic fairly soon. After the nightmare rooms, we come across a bunch of dead Reploids that are suspiciously slain by a saber-like weapon as we cut away to Zero on the warpath towards Gentra's boss arena, and they both proceed to Aura Farm for content while we slowly make our way there. Unfortunately, Zero's going to have to wait a bit longer since we need to top up our resources, so back to Hunter Base we go. For our 8 avid command mission players out there, here's something you might know if you're too good at the game. So, every major character has a piece of dialogue they say that's fairly relevant to the part of the story whenever you talk to them. You can talk to them again and they usually have a follow-up bit of dialogue. However, did you know that these same characters can update their dialogue while in the middle of a mission? Because I didn't. While a lot of these extra bits of dialogue only serve as a bit of extra flavor and characterization to the cast, there are a couple that stood out to me. Like this one, where Cinnamon is standing in front of Spider, mentioning how Marino wants the chameleon ability to make thieving simpler for her. And while she's not worried about Marino's criminal record, she does state that she would hate to imagine what would happen if the ability got into the wrong hands.
Foreshadowing as a narrative device.
I will let you guys simmer on why this is a really funny bit of dialogue. And while Spider's dialogue is a bit more subtle and nuanced, there is a sting to his words if you've played the game already. I know I'm not making any of this subtle in any way, but it's hard not to when the game is just being this blatant about it. Anyways, with our resources replenished, we set out to backtrack all the way through the Olfat factory. Once we're back where we were before, we start searching the bodies for some loot, as you do, and discover a Fire Guard force medal and an ice missile subweapon. The next room contains a hunter missile subweapon and a build shield and armor that we make out with. Finally, down the hall we run into our best friend Zero, who's kneeling down because he's the equivalent of today's millennials and his knees crack when walking. Macgentra, being a Gen Alpha baby, uses this time to aura farm the shit out of Zero, giving us exactly enough time to rush in for the rescue. Well, I say rush in, but he's kind of just going like half a mile a second. X, the scene isn't in slow motion, you can run normally. Axel ruins the moment by asking Macgentra to off himself to make stealing his abilities easier, which forces Macgentra to retreat to the actual boss arena, so now we have to go find him like 2 rooms away. Thanks, Axel. But at least we get a nice reunion of X and Zero making googly eyes at each other for a—
Hey, you two! Save the chat for later.
God damn it, Axel. Fine, we'll go find your AC. As for Zero, he does start out with an upgraded Z-Saber so that his damage can be more comparable to everyone else's, so that was nice of the devs to do. So, here's the deal. This is where the boss room is. It's not that far away from where we recruited Zero. That's fine. What isn't fine is the fact that we are locked away from saving because Zero doesn't agree with the concept of saving our games and just wants to play the game old school with Zero continues. So, if we do have to reload for whatever reason, we essentially have to go all the way back up to the lift, then go through the door and hall to get Zero again, then backtrack all the way to Mac's actual boss fight every single time, with random encounters enabled, mind you. Yeah, I really don't know why this dungeon is the way it is. It's not even my least favorite dungeon, it's just more annoying than anything else. Anyways, on to the Firebird himself, Macgentra.
It is all for the ideal.
When we enter the boss room, Mach is already prepared to fight you using the power of Debor, basically a Reploid 3D printer that shits out prions after a bad night of Indian food. All this is basically code for Macgentra is just going to summon allies for this fight. Mackie Boy here has 28,000 life energy, absorbs fire, takes 50% more damage from water attacks, and normal damage from thunder. His standard attack hits one target with a combat type attack, can cast Giga Fire that deals fire damage to one target, can give you the Smash which deals combat type damage equal to 50% to 150% of a normal attack, can use Super Hold Gum to reduce the party's speed stat by 25%, and can leak weed to leak piss into your pants and your weapon energy. And then of course there's his big dick move, the Flames of Gehenna, which deals heavy fire damage to the entire party. Honestly, he's pretty varied compared to every other boss we fought so far. Also, whenever both prions beside him die, he can use Gentle Call to summon 2 more random prions. These prions range from tanks, shielders, or soldiers, so I hope you got used to fighting them along the way here. Unfortunately, I don't start this fight with full health because of some random encounters, but I have enough to survive an attack or 2. So, the way this fight works is Macgentra is a flying type unit, so you kind of want to favor range attackers like X, Axel, or Spider. However, if you manage to deal at least 1000 cumulative damage to him very quickly, he will float to the ground and kneel until his next turn, where he will be able to take combat damage more reliably. So you kind of want to knock him out of the air, then switch out your ranged attackers for the heavy-hitting combat units like Massimo or Zero, then go to town until he floats back up. That is not an option here, as I am by myself while Axel and Zero teach Cinnamon how to play poker in the backline with Spider. Meanwhile, Marino decided now is a good time to sleep, while Massimo is now just realizing the weight of his burdens and how much they've been weighing him down, so as always, we're on our own here. As for the fight itself, Ultra Blizzards are very good in this fight as they deal 1500 water damage to Macgentra due to his weakness, while also dealing a decent amount to his minions, so this seems like a good idea at first. However, you'll soon quickly learn that this isn't the way, as soldiers that have taken enough damage will start to use Life Gain 25, and if they hit Macgentra with it, that's 7000 damage wasted. Meanwhile, the Prion tanks can oil you up and completely invalidate your resistance to fire, causing you to take so much fire damage if old Mackie Boy decides to use any fire attack on you. And I know you're going to hear me say this a lot, but this is the hardest boss in the fight so far. Like Dr. Psyche, there's just so much going on between Macgentra's attacks and the Prions applying debuffs, dealing damage, or just being an outright nuisance altogether. Unlike Dr. Psyche, however, Maki's minions are far more durable and don't simply die to a single Ultra item. That's right, the Ultra items that were so useful the chapter before are already falling off for me. Hell, even if I use my charge shot, there's always a chance that the soldiers block the shots, reducing its damage too much to actually kill it, and then start spamming heals. There's just no winning when it comes to AoEs, unfortunately. So here's what I did for the fight. I went in with 2 power charges and the Ice Buster. My goal was to eliminate at least one of the 2 Prions. This is because while Macgentra will almost always call forth new summons when both minions are taken out, he seems to not care as much when only one of them are gone. So I decided to go for the soldier for some reason. Hindsight 2020, the soldier is probably the best one to leave alive since you don't run the risk of losing your fire resistance from the tank's oil attacks. And you don't have to deal with the counter shield assholes that take no damage from your shots. So as long as you don't reduce the soldier's HP down too much, you only have its combat attacks to worry about. The next thing you'll want to do is boost your armor stat. Don't be a dum-dum like me and boost shield, because I'm pretty sure I was under the impression that elemental abilities counted as shot type damage, which is just blatantly untrue. Anyways, make sure you double charge and shoot Macgentra every chance you get, because that is just a free 2300 damage you're doing each time. And when you also get the chance, make sure you use your boost power items as well, as this will make your double charged basic attack deal a whopping 4100 damage to the guy. That is almost 15% of his health bar in one hit, which is insane. If you have 100% weapon energy while he's down, you can go for a charge collider, but as you can see here, I only had 50% and it didn't do nearly as much damage as a souped up Ice Buster. This was also where I learned that boost items are lost when you go into hyper mode, as my Ice Buster went back to dealing only 2k damage, which I was immensely disappointed to find out. I did roll double Prion tanks at some point, which sucked, and I was hit with flammable oil and was scared for my life. But I guess if you get hit with anything beforehand, the fire weakness just fades? I'm not sure what happened here. By all accounts, Macgentra's Fire of Gehenna should have finished me off, but it didn't even hit weakness damage. Either way, after a few turns of keeping myself alive and attacking whenever possible, Macgentra makes his final landing in 94 turns with a 10% XP boost to boot. Now we can...
Fools! If I die... Duel will go berserk, out of control. Think you can handle a few hundred frenzied mechanaloids?
Fuck. We have a phase 2. Well, kind of. So, because Macgentra didn't want to give up his super AC, he made it so that his death would cause it to go berserk, spitting out hundreds of frenzied AC units that will dominate the world by making the air too hot or too cold depending on your settings. We can't let that happen, so we step in and try to finish off as many as possible. The waves start out pretty simple, a couple of Prion chasers and sparks, no big deal. Then we immediately start getting some of the more recent ones like shielders. But then we start seeing a new type of Prion, the Prion Hybrid. These you really have to watch out for, as even though they start out in a berserk state, they can use Break Shield, which lowers their shield stat for more power, and Wild Attack, which has a low hit rate but a high crit chance. And trust me, you do not want to get hit by this at this stage. And the game makes you fight 4 at a time. Just look at how much a basic attack did to me. And that crit, holy shit! Luckily, this part only requires you to survive a certain amount of turns rather than requiring you to kill every Prion, so you could just sit in X-Fire mode for a little while if you get desperate. I honestly forgot this, so I was still fighting for my life. So the fight ends and the Prions keep coming and they don't stop coming. This is where Axel decides to finally step in and assume the form of Gentra. Seriously, you couldn't have done this earlier, you ass? And becomes the dad that turns into the Hulk whenever someone touches the thermostat. Except in this case, the thermostat is a super soldier factory meant to 3D print entire armies of mechanoloid soldiers in 30 minutes or less, or it's free. Once Debor is killed, we finally have that brief moment of relief as we make our way back to Hunter Base now that Zero finally returns to our party for good, right? Right? Chapter 6 starts us with Zero being extremely prejudiced towards our choice of friends and leaves in a fit of rage and once again leaving our party to go his own way. Like he won't be crawling back in like 5 minutes anyway. I say, that's fine since we're doing a solo run anyway and the less people bleaching off my XP bar, the better. However, what does bother me is why he doesn't approve of our friends who have only been guilty of thievery, bounty hunting, identity theft, a literal child, and Axel. Massimo assures us he'll come around, but I'm kind of low-key hoping he doesn't because our party is getting a bit cramped, so my XP gain isn't looking too good right now. During the meeting in the command room, Redips tells X not to dwell on the situation and tells us about a secret research lab which will be the location of our next mission. Unfortunately, it'll take some time, so we take a small break and... Well, if that isn't weird, I don't know what is.
Hey, X. Something up?
Yeah. Got a transmission from the Colonel.
Oh, are we not going to question that, X? Are you really not going to question the literal transformation animation we just saw Axel do a few moments ago? Really not addressing that? Okay. So after vibe checking Axel regarding Marno's lustful gaze turning out to be a misunderstanding, we do some setting up before we hit the road as usual. The weapon shop this time around has a ton more things for sale, including Mark II versions of all 3 elemental busters and even sabers for Zero, who isn't in our party again. Yeah, if that's not confirmation he joins soon, then I don't know what is. Meanwhile, the Force Metal Shop doesn't really have much for sale this time around, except maybe Weapon Energy plus 10 if you're into that. Basically, everything we currently have is more than enough for us. Back at the secret shop, we finally pull the plug on stocking up on all boost items because Gentra taught us that boost items are going to be absolutely necessary for the rest of the run if we want to keep up on the damage and resources. Unfortunately, I still don't have enough for my Turbo Buster. But I did end up buying random shit, such as this Assassin Mine Force Metal and the aforementioned Vitality Missiles just in case. In the deployment center, I got a second Good Luck Force Metal, which kind of tarnishes all those gain hypers I used earlier for the one I already had, but let's not dwell on that. Now that setup is finished, it's time to begin Chapter 6 proper. Once we reach our destination, we're greeted with the cutscene between X and Spider, but most importantly some foreshadowing. You see what I did there? Because his name is... yeah. Anyways, this is the Gimme All the Mines. Unlike the last area, this dungeon is pretty straightforward and a lot simpler exploration-wise. While it does have many more rooms and side paths to explore, it's never overbearing due to one feature that exists in this dungeon, the lift shortcuts. Basically, this lift connects to all of the other floors, but you can't really reach the other floors until you gain access to them. But since this lift is so close to the entrance to the level, backtracking is extremely simple since you can just pick up where you left off. There's a lot of enemy variants in this dungeon. For example, there are these glob enemies that are weak to specific elements and can grow stronger if you hit them with an element that they absorb, while they also have passive regen themselves. There's a bunch of different metars, including gold and silver ones that you can farm money off of and act as fodder for your melee attackers, a new variation of bat bones that can actually pack quite a punch, and more. This dungeon does an incredible job at making sure party rotating remains relevant if you want to make combat easier on yourself. On the flip side, this actively works against me because, yeah, solo run. But I endure, and we eventually find the booster parts that will allow X to break these rocks dotted about by dashing through them, opening up new paths for us to explore. From here, we just grab more items, find the elevator switch to grant us access to the next floor, save, and then proceed down to basement 3, where we run into a familiar face. That's right, Shadow the Egghead is back, and he's crazier than ever. Along with spouting exposition about Superforce Metal, a thing we have no reason to ever know about, he decides to also tell us at least part of the Rebellion Army's plans like a good villain should before finally fighting us.
I'll tear all of you to little pieces!
That's right, we're plunged immediately into a boss fight with Shadow the Crane game in the middle of a dungeon. Well, it's technically a mini boss fight, but that's not what it feels like. This fight has 2 phases. Phase 1, Shadow the Bong Bong, has 18,000 life energy and takes normal damage from all elemental attacks. His Standard Strike deals combat damage to one target, his Fatal Attack deals heavy combat damage to one target with a guaranteed critical hit chance, Codebreaker deals combat damage to one target and has a chance to instantly kill you, Fragmenting Cannon deals 50% of your current hit points in damage and ignores defense, Break Shield to give himself a major power boost in exchange for a shield stat, and finally, he can begin charging energy for his Pulverizer Cannon attack that deals 75% of every party member's current hit points and damage. This fight sucks major robo-dicks. Remember when I said Psyche was the first wall of the game? Now imagine that wall, but much bigger. Like, not the Great Wall of China big, that comes later, but much bigger than your average wall experience. You remember Matador from Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, or even the Minotaur from Shin Megami Tensei 4. Well, imagine those fights, but 10 times harder, maybe even 100 times harder. Are you seeing the big picture now? This fight is virtually impossible without getting extremely lucky most of the time. You might be thinking that's just how RPGs are, and you couldn't be more wrong. In Shin Megami Tensei, when you die, that's always a skill issue on your part, unless it's not. But here, every decision you make could be your last, and the game makes sure you are constantly aware of this fact because of the turn order. This fight has Shadow the Shadow playing with his food until he decides to finally eat the rest of your health bar like it's a Snickers. Except unlike Snickers, this won't change him back to his normal self. Managing resources in this fight is kinda like paying taxes. If you don't pay enough, you go to jail, and if you pay too much, you end up homeless. There's just no winning here in this fight unless you play perfectly all the way until the very end. Now the Wikia swears that this phase of the fight only lasts 8 turns, but that's a blatant lie. No surprises that the Wikia is wrong about something in a video game though, huh? So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to burn through all 18,000 of Shadow the Ding Dong's hit points while surviving his onslaught of attacks. You also might be wondering why I haven't gotten to the strat on how to do this fight, and that's honestly a good question. To give you an honest answer, I really wanted to emphasize just how agonizing this fight is in real time by just letting these first few attempts play out because it is excruciating how tense this fight ends up being. Multiple times I was reduced to double or even single digits by Fragmenting Cannon and was given the opportunity for free hits, and sometimes I miscalculate a life gain and eat shit immediately afterwards. There's just a lot that can go wrong in this fight at any given time. The best advice I can give you for this fight is to maybe have a water guard or 2 equipped to help reduce the damage from Ultra Blizzard, and to use a couple of boost armors as soon as possible, since most of his hard-hitting attacks are combat type attacks. The game does give you a DOA protection at the start of the dungeon, so that can help you not eat the pavement from Codebreaker, but it's not a guarantee. By far, the most useful tip I can give you is in regards to his gravity-like attacks. Just like Silverhorn, you really don't want to rely on life gain max due to how costly it is and the fact that one Fragmenting Cannon or Pulverizer Cannon will just mitigate all of that healing in an instant. You really have to rely on finding that sweet spot where you won't instantly die to the next 2 attacks, in which case you'll want to alternate between life gain 50 and life gain 25 to maximize your tank energy expenditure. And if you manage to get through that onslaught, you're greeted with Shadow the Mystical Space Typhoon taunting us about how much stronger he is because he shoved some Superforce metal up his shiny metal ass, to which Zero comes in to save our ass while we call our traitor friend the M-Slur, thus beginning Phase 2. In Phase 2, Shadow the Recovering Alcoholic has 28,000 hit points instead of 18,000, and has the same set of attacks as before minus Break Shield. However, I do notice that he likes to use Pulverizing Cannon a lot more, which works just fine for me since that essentially means it's a free turn for damage or stat boosting. Whenever he begins charging energy, I'll know that I at least have one extra turn to make a move unless he's about to go twice or even 3 times in a row. For this reason, I actually find it more beneficial to make sure that I don't break him out of his charge, since the rest of his moveset is guaranteed to kill me if I'm on low health or if he just gets lucky and crits. At least I can prepare for a 75% HP loss, you know? I did try different setups, like equipping the Arrow Buster and some light as a feather force medals to increase my dodge rate as high as I could, but that didn't work out well. Honestly, this fight would probably have gone a lot better for me if not for one small problem. While you could burn down both phases of Shadow the Dreadlock by going X-Fire mode and flexing your superior muscles and defenses at him with your Charge Collider, he does have some very useful items that you can steal from both phases. Phase 1, you can steal a Gain Hyper and an Unlock Limiter. Unlock Limiter basically maximizes all of your stats for 3 turns as if you had used the appropriate stat boost item twice. The best part about this item is that it counts completely separate from the rest, and it stacks with the normal boost items. So if you really wanted to burst someone down, you could pop 2 boost powers, then unlock Limiter right before double power charging someone to their demise, and it'd all be kosher. Meanwhile, Shadow the Jockstrap's second phase has a build armor and build shield available to steal, and while losing that extra +1 to my defense stats might not seem like much, it does help in the long run. So having to forsake at least one of my sub-weapon slots for item capture really does hurt, because no double power charge means the fight lasts much longer than I would want it to, which means more damage taken, which means more tank energy spent. You're seeing where I'm going with this. If I wanted to steal all 4 items, I need to be efficient, lucky, but most importantly, patient. Honestly, the only saving grace of this fight that didn't want to make me quit is the fact that each phase counts as its own fight. Meaning if you die to the second phase and retry, you start back at the second phase instead of having to redo all of phase 1 over again. However, if you're like me and have to experiment with different builds for this fight, then you're going to have to replay the first phase all over again anyway. By far the most dangerous move to encounter in either phase is Codebreaker, since you have no way to protect yourself fully against insta-kills. I don't even know what the chances are for Codebreaker to kill you, but it's frequent enough to end some of my runs even when I feel like I've been doing well. So here's the best I could do in terms of preparations for this fight. For the main weapon, I equipped the Firebuster Mark II for power, item capture, and power charge. For my force medals, I equipped Water Guard to protect myself against his Ultra Blizzard, since that can very easily kill me outside of his other attacks, DOA protection to give me a better chance at surviving Codebreaker, and X-Heart and Decoy in case Codebreaker does kill me, or in case I make a mistake or the game decides that I die that run anyway, providing me with 2 self-revives and thus 2 extra chances to turn the fight around. So for the first phase, okay, I'm done with this joke now. So Shadow likes to start the first phase with charging up his Pulverizer Cannon. Not all the time, but most of the time. When he does this, I use my first turn to defend, then use the extra turn to boost my armor, and then another one on the following turn after his cannon goes off, granting me early protection from his melee attacks. After that, I boosted my speed to help ensure that Shadow doesn't get too many extra turns. From there, I focus on healing to make sure that I don't die to any of Shadow's attacks while stealing so that I can get some of his items. Luckily, I ended up stealing Gain Hyper on my first use of item capture, so that's one thing off my chest. Once Unlock Limiter follows suit shortly after, my focus shifts completely onto the fight itself, making sure that I am carefully maintaining my hit points above kill range and taking my time to attack at the right time, while also using boost power to ensure I kill Shadow quickly. This actually puts my damage output just high enough to be able to knock Shadow out of charging his penis cannon, which can be pretty useful if you're not too worried about Codebreaker, and you're able to maintain your hit points well enough. Eventually, I managed to find a decent loop where I could attack, then heal, then attack, then heal, or attack as necessary, and so on and so forth. I could do this pretty consistently with all my stat buffs. Once Break Shield happens though, I go all out and go X-Fire mode with 95% weapon energy, hoping it would kill. Unfortunately, 45-46 damage was not enough to fell the beast, but one power charge basic attack did the trick. Once phase 2 starts up, you'll want to set up again as much as possible. Oh, that's me starting off with 544 hit points. Yeah, not healing right before this fight was a big mistake, but you can't blame me when I'm on the cusp of victory. However, this does present a problem. This error in judgment resulted in quite a few retries because Shadow decided to first turn me with a basic attack, wasting my X-Heart. then follow up with more attacks to waste my decoy, and leaving me more defenseless than the Twin Towers. It also doesn't help that I was getting increasingly frustrated after so many retries, which led to me making a lot of rookie mistakes. Luckily, RNGesus was on my side and build armor dropped immediately this time around, which gave me hope to keep this run alive. Unfortunately, build shield took a little bit longer to drop, so I ended up risking it for the biscuit more times than I probably should have by hoping Shadow would go for a pulverizer cannon or a fragmenting cannon. This proved to be worth it once build shield did drop. At this point, my job was done, and now I needed to end this fight immediately, so I went X-Fire, charge collidered him for 7594 damage, and used a gain hyper to maintain hyper mode for 7 more turns. For those of you wondering, you are correct that I didn't enter this fight at full power. I only had 3 turns of hyper mode left when I started phase 1, which explains why I was already running low in phase 2. While this might have been a case where using a gain hyper could have been avoided had I gone back to Hunter HQ and rested up, there's no doubt that it was the right play here, since X-Fire essentially guarantees my victory by granting me immunity to Codebreaker's instant kill effect, and gravity-like attacks like Fragmented and Pulverizer Cannon. With 1 turn remaining on my hyper mode, I used the 62% weapon energy I had left to go for one last charge collider, which turned out to be just enough damage to finish him off in 47 turns with a 10% XP boost. Congratulations everyone that did nothing. So after the fight, Zero gives us a scolding about how we're gaining too much weight, calling us too soft, when Shadow the fucking asshole tries to go for a Hail Mary shot at Zero, only to be intercepted by Spider and then taken out by the power of gambling. Zero kinda bitches about that, saying he didn't need help like the tsundere he is, but Shadow was having none of it and tells Zero he did it because he felt like it. He also felt like coming along despite his crippling energy because he was curious about what the Rebellion Army's ideals are. This does give brownie points to Zero for willing to tough it out against all odds, so they shake on it, and Zero once again joins our party. Permanently this time. After that exhausting battle, we return to HQ, check our deployment crew, and heal ourselves back to full. And wouldn't you believe it, there's extra dialogue here explaining why Spider continues to fight with a handicap on this mission. Essentially, he wants no one to check on his parts or run diagnostics on him for some reason. Marno also comments about how cool he is for taking a shot for a complete stranger. Zero, meanwhile, takes back his comment about X's weight and remembers how strong the power of friendship truly is. Meanwhile, Cinnamon is trying her best to become friends with Zero and thinks he's a sweetie pie for secretly caring about his friends. Anyways, intermission over, let's get some battles going and return to the Gimme Alla Mines. The rest of this dungeon goes pretty smoothly. There's a puzzle where you have to give some miners the correct colored tools so that we can get an electric component to give to the foreman so that he can fix the elevator to the lower floor. So we do that. Upon reaching basement floor 4, we're greeted with a lot of build items, which we proceed to devour along with the build armor and shield we stole earlier. We're also greeted with a water, thunder, and fire guard force medal sitting inside a cramped room. I wonder why. There's also this door, which requires you to defeat some elemental enemies. The way these encounters work is they each throw 2 elemental globs followed by a third one which absorbs the weaknesses of the other 2. These 2 lightning globs, for example, are weak to fire, so the fire globs are here to ensure that you aren't quick to use ultra fire or a charge shot from the fire buster. These encounters aren't hard, just bring the elemental buster the majority are weak to, then finish off the last one with charge collider. Once those 3s are out of the way, the door to the boss room unlocks and we're greeted by Incentus. Turns out, the Rebellion Army needs money to fund their weapons, so Incentus was put in charge of the mining operation here to mine out as much Epsilon coin as possible for the Rebellion. This is, in fact, not the place where Super Force Metal was being made, and only served as a trap to lure X and his friends so that they can be forced into the mining operation. With X's deep hatred towards cryptocurrency, he decided it was time to put Incentus out of business once and for all.
Get what's coming to you!
Incentus has 36,000 life energy and is the first boss that can change his elemental weaknesses and resistances on the fly. Basically, at the start of each of his turns, Incentus cycles between fire, water, thunder, then back to fire. On these turns, he'll either use an ultra attack or a giga attack based on what element he's sitting on. But sometimes, he'll use Osiro Knuckle, which hits every party member twice for some shot damage. Luckily, this doesn't work like Mad Nautilus's Mad Ecstasy attack, where it will hit X 6 times if he's the only one alive. and will always only hit twice. This is pretty simple to manage, as you'd only need to apply a couple of boost shields to minimize Ashura Knuckles' damage. Later on, Incentus enters his own little hyper mode and starts using stronger versions of his elemental attacks, like Ultra Fire being upgraded to Ultra Giga Fire. You gotta love these names, man. Yeah, man, I hit you with the Super Ultra Mega Giga Fire attack, dude. At least the single target versions have creative names like Scorching Blaze, Eternal Glacier, and Judgment Thunder. Anyways, this fight is actually much easier to deal with after the nightmare of a boss that was Shadow. However, you are going to want to bring item capture if you want to steal his build weapon energy and life energy items, which I do end up doing. His elemental attacks deal over 1000 damage at base, which is already a problem since that's almost exactly half of my health. To avoid this catastrophe, we'll just have to combine the solutions we've had for Wild Django, Silverhorn, and Mach Gentra by equipping ourselves with Fire Guard, Thunder Guard, and a Water Guard. We also equipped a gain weapon energy +5 for a bit of extra weapon energy generation, so yeah. As for our main gear, I elected to stick with Firebuster, Item Capture, and Power Charge. Let me explain. Because Incentus cycles through his forms constantly, while also dealing damage to me, there's going to be a lot of turns spent healing myself among other things. Because of this, if I attack, I want to make sure it counts. And since he gains a weakness to fire while in Thunder form, I can just hold off my attack until then to ensure I deal as much damage as humanly possible. So as long as I don't hit Incentus while he's in fire form, I should be able to kill him sooner than if I used a neutral element X-Buster. And as you can now see, his elemental damage has gone down low enough that I'm at least able to survive long enough to get some hits in, while managing my own HP pretty consistently. It does take a couple of tries, but with a mix of boost items, patience, and perseverance, Incentus goes bankrupt in 68 turns with an XP bonus of 20%. After destroying Incentus' crypto business, he attempts to leave us stranded in the mines, but instead, Spider sends him to the blockchain along with himself in an act of defiance. This satisfies the door gods and we escape. With Spider being mourned by the party, we are greeted with this departing message as we continue the rest of the game without our poker-addicted comrade. Chapter 7 starts us off with the Resistance not being able to contact Reddits for some reason. Apparently though, it's because there's a jammer in the Onovan Desert that's preventing us from contacting him. And while games usually play up the whole, this place is dangerous, you can't go there, dude. Well, here it's not a joke. So before we set off, we do some setting up as usual, and we checked back in the deployment center to see that we got an infinite resist force medal, which makes you immune to all stat lowering effects. Keep this in mind as it is a special tool we'll use for later. The Scope Buster Mark II is available, which is just a stronger version of the Scope Buster, obviously. Force Metal Shop has also started selling fire resist force medals, which act as 2 Fire Guard force medals into 1, reducing your damage from fire attacks by 50% instead of 25%, which is really nice to have. Unfortunately, unlike the rest of the game, this isn't foreshadowing towards anything in particular. Still, they're going to be useful at some point, so we buy 3 of them anyway. Back at the secret shop, we restock on all our essentials, but still don't have enough for our Turbo Buster. We also buy a singular neutralizer -30 because it's a special tool we'll also use for later. Now that shopping's done, we head back to the command room and face the nightmare hellscape that is the Onovan Desert, or the Venalia Desert as the game actually calls it outside of this one scene. Upon reaching the desert, you can already tell that this map is going to be hell as your visibility becomes terribly impaired by the ensuing storm. I remember on my first playthrough, I didn't really bother reading any of the text and just wandered this area for well over an hour before actually figuring out what I was supposed to actually do. Basically, these pillar-like things are jammers. Towards the bottom, you'll spot some cables. What you're supposed to do, and what the game does tell you to do if you bother reading, is follow these cables all the way down to this facility where the jamming signal is coming from. And then from there, follow more cables in the hopes that you find a way to unlock the locked door that's leading into the facility itself. So that's what we do. Along the way, we run into a lot of interesting enemies, but the most interesting by far is this Meltdown. He has 26,000 life energy and inflates his balloon hand every turn for 3 turns, where he will unleash his atomic fall, dealing a flat 9,999 damage to the entire party with absolutely 0 ways to reduce the damage. You can survive it technically by having an X-Heart or decoy equipped, but I didn't, so I died. I find myself running away from so many encounters in this area simply because it takes way too many resources just to get through them. Just like with Gaudile's laboratory, the difficulty once again spikes hard as enemies want you deader than a TV series with too many seasons. Like, look at this. I'm fighting 2 enemies, only 2, and they're sending my ass to next Tuesday. Eventually though, we make it past the jammers and find ourselves in the lovely company of the illustrious Ferrum, the embodiment of BDSM herself. She turns on the quicksand button, and X starts getting slowly vored by the ground below him. Not wanting to indulge in this, Massimo grabs onto X, only to be pulled in as well. Zero sees this and for some reason thinks it's a good idea to also grab onto Massimo, but funnily enough, he stands his ground. But while Zero holds steady, Ferrum begins giving back shots to Zero until he can't take it anymore and gives himself to the beast below. Fortunately for our heroes, X has a hidden hyper mode called Plot Armor, which keeps us and the gang alive as we instead find ourselves inside the facility we were just looking to get into already. How convenient. Anyways, inside the facility proper, we're forced to trek through a maze, activating color-coded switches to unlock doors locked behind color-coded lasers. While this does take some time to do, you actually aren't required to pull any of the switches. But there are some extra goodies behind these doors, like these build items, so we unlock them anyway. There is a build hyper in front of this yellow switch, so be sure to grab it and use it to bring your total number of hyper mode activations to 8. The encounters in this area are mostly the same as the enemies you encountered outside, so nothing really to talk about here. Just collect the treasures, save, then ride the elevator up to either the first or second floor to progress the plot, although the first floor is where you actually want to go. Whichever floor you go to, we're greeted with the scene with Botos, the ugly bastard, watching us on his computer monitor with intense intensity. Angry at the fact that Ferrum didn't even finish us off, he's then interrupted by Scarface, who offers us as Botos' sloppy seconds, to which Botos gladly accepts, like the beta cuck he is. Botos' longing to be Epsilon's favorite pet aside, we find ourselves in the second half of the dungeon. Wow, that's faster than usual, huh? I sure hope there's nothing in this dungeon that'll make this part of the script longer than it should be. So the second half of the dungeon requires you to go into 4 big rooms that possess green lasers that you have to move using these here reflectors. The goal is to make sure the green laser hits this box right here, which will unlock the door to the rooms directly above it so that you can disable the jammer inside. You're only restricted to this first room at first, but after the first jammer is gone, the other 3 rooms on the first floor unlock. As for the encounters in this area, this is where you'll fight a lot of Prions, most notably Prion S Ferrums and Prion S Botos. These new Prions have hands, so you'll want to take them out quickly and effectively before they take you out first. The laser rooms also have unique encounters separated from the rest of the dungeon, such as these Tri-Claw killers that really want to dig their claws into you. We do head back to HQ to check on our deployments and to rest up to regain our resources. This does put us in the very unfavorable position of having to trek through all the desert once more, but luckily the facility isn't that hard to find since you can literally see the lights on the roof shining. I don't know if this is because of the emulator or if it's always been a thing, but I'm thankful for it either way. Anyways, we finished the laser puzzles for the remaining rooms and unlocked the way to the 3rd floor. Along the way, I did get a build power drop from one of the Prion soldiers, which is probably why I thought Good Luck was putting in work, since I did have it equipped at the time. I sucked it off for a bit of extra protein and continued on my merry way. There is another thing about the laser rooms that should be brought up. So, if you'll notice, there are some locked item boxes on the 2nd floor rooms. To unlock these, you have to make sure to hit all of these boxes? I don't know what to call them. They look like telephone boxes, so that's what I'll call them. You have to make sure that the laser hits all of the telephone boxes in the room. which will unlock the trapped goodies inside the shields. Doing so is well worth it since you can get things like a free fire resist, a combat and shot absorber, and a build life energy and weapon energy, among other things. Once that's done with, we head back down to save on the basement floor, then head on up to face Botos, who's... well...
Welcome to your own doom! Boy, oh boy, you really must have fate on your side to have survived the quicksand.
Yeah, he's a bit of a joke character if those footsteps aren't indication enough. Or is he? Anyways.
I am Botos.
He is Botos, and he's the first cadre we're going to have to fight. But first, he wants to finish us off like he said before, so he whips out his dick, which is this small, and takes some Viagra to ensure that he is firm enough for X's tight little X-Buster, and then...
Time for a little lesson in agony.
So the fight begins, and we're immediately greeted with an all too familiar mechanic at this point of the game. Summoning a couple of minions to make the fight harder than it should be. Except this time, they not only make the fight harder, they have the potential to make this fight drag out forever. So, let's go over these assholes. Botos has a whopping 40,000 life energy, takes 50% less damage from fire, normal damage from thunder, and 50% extra damage from water. He doesn't really have anything interesting to steal, so we're free to build for damage. Meanwhile, the qubits he summons each come with 2,000 life energy, takes 25% less damage from fire damage, normal from thunder, and 50% more from water. You'll basically want to bring a fire hydrant to this fight for all the water weakness. This fight seems simple enough, right? Well, my dear viewer, we haven't even gotten to their movesets. Remember when I talked about the Great Wall of China for this playthrough? Well, this still isn't it, but it's damn near close. And I know you're getting tired of hearing this, but this is the hardest boss in the run so far. Yes, even Shadow wasn't as hard as this asshole. Botos has 8 abilities. Botos Trio is the one that summons the qubits. 2-bit is his standard attack that hits twice and deals combat damage. Battle Rhapsody deals shot type damage to the entire party, Showtime does the same but bigger, and he also has 4 battle songs that affect the battle in various ways. Battle Forte acts like boost power for the entire party, Battle Allegro does the same but for speed, meanwhile Battle Andante instead lowers your party speed by 25%, capping it at 50%. And Cradle Song does the same as Battle Andante except for both armor and shield. Botos is essentially a bard with the ability to ramp up his teammates while debuffing your party until you can't out-heal his damage anymore. I could theoretically burst him down enough before that happens, but then we run into another problem, the qubits. See, qubits come with 3 abilities. 2 of them are damage moves we've seen before, Mega Fire and Death Gravity. But this third ability, this one ability, is the absolute bane of this fight. Can you guess what it is? That's right, if you guessed it heals the boss, then you'll be spared in the coming Rapture when the AI overlords finally take over. Yes, each qubit has the ability to use life gain 25 on either themselves or on Botos at random times. And if they target Botos with it, that's 10,000 damage you worked so hard to inflict just gone. And even if you kill either of them, Botos can just summon them again indefinitely. The best way I can describe this fight is that it's essentially a combination of every major boss mechanic we've encountered so far. We have Dr. Psyche's bullshit minion summoning, Mach Gentra's possible healing mechanic via the Prion soldiers he can summon, Shadow's bullshit gravity mechanic, and Wild Django's stat boosting and lowering mechanic. The only thing missing is the Hippopressor's missile mechanic and maybe something from Incentus. All that being said, there's just too much going on for me to really focus on one thing at a time. On one hand, you can spend time buffing yourself in every stat, but that's a lot of turns going by where you're not only having to constantly heal, but also pray to whatever deity exists in this game that you either don't get your stat debuffed, or he doesn't decide to buff his own stats. And remember when I complained how Ultra items fell off really quickly? Yeah, that's still true, because despite their water weakness, Ultra Blizzard only deals 1500 damage to the qubits out of their 2000, and from my understanding, they're more likely to heal when they're injured. This isn't always true, as they will sometimes try to heal even when they're at full health. which my guess would be it's a response to when Botos drops to a certain point. So there's also that to worry about too. And of course, if you go for charged shots, Botos is very likely to get 2 turns, one to resummon the bits, and the other to make your life miserable. After a few attempts, I was forced to make an executive decision. I had to find some other way to deal with Botos. So I went back to base, checked on my deployments to discover that my dudes have returned with the Tiana key, just the thing I had been hoping for. With this, I can advance to new heights. Potentially. We also got a generator sub-weapon, which instantly generates 20% weapon energy in a pinch. And damn does this thing put in work for this run. From there, I had to decide what I wanted to do with myself. I could grind levels, but I was still adverse to it. The Icebuster Mark II is also a viable option for big damage as well. At the end of the day though, I decided to take a quick detour. If all went well, I could get a very powerful upgrade that could make Botos an absolute cakewalk. But first, I had to go to Tiana Camp and proceed through the locked door that we encountered earlier. Once inside, we have 2 paths, left or right. The left path contains a radar killer we can send to the deployment center along with some tank parts, but the right side will find her. Meet Reflesion. She is a VTuber that is upset that we walked in on her during her routine VTubing without knocking first. That's not entirely a joke. Well, aside from the VTuber thing, she's technically a super idol. Anyways, she literally gets so pissed off that we caught a glimpse of her secret lesson or whatever and wants us fucking dead, and so the combat begins. Calliope is accompanied by Fuwawa and Makoko, the 2 belladonnas on either side of her. They also want you dead, like a certain VTuber agency that owes $500,000 to charity, among other things. You might also notice that some weird shit is happening in this fight that I wish I could explain, but these bitches have hands and are beating my ass. Oh my god, I'm dead! I didn't even get a turn! So, the way this fight works is actually very simple. How you handle it is not. Basically, Calliope and Fuamoko have a gimmick where they raise their stats under certain conditions. Callie raises her stats every time her turn comes up to a maximum of 7 turns. Meanwhile, Fuamoko only gains stats if they have taken at least 1 instance of damage on a turn once per turn. So the strat for this fight is pretty simple. Focus down Callie while she's still weak, then kill Fuwawa and Makoko one at a time. That's simple, right? You couldn't be more wrong. Because all 3 of them have passive regeneration that makes this fight incredibly hard for a solo run. See, every turn, they restore 25% of their current hit points. For the record, Callie has 31,500 life energy, and Fuamoko both have 20,500 life energy each. Essentially, in order to ensure you're able to kill any of these girls, you absolutely need to hit them with enough damage so that they don't immediately heal it all off. And you need to be consistent with it. This means that X-Fire is kind of off the table when it comes to big damage, since your action trigger basically guarantees that Callie goes twice in a row, which just gets her back to full health. And if you don't kill her quickly enough, she just gets to have 2 turns naturally anyway, or even up to 3 or 4 turns. This fight is a race against time, and you're a snail catching up to a cheetah on speed. Even their movesets are cancer. Calliope can perform a standard strike that hits a single target for combat damage, Deep Impact for heavy combat damage that ignores armor and shield, Riot to cause the party to go berserk, Terra Thunder, which deals heavy thunder damage to a single target, Ultra Giga Blizzard that deals water-based damage to the entire party, and every 3rd turn she gets, she uses her signature move, Sunburst, which deals 10 hits to each party member, dealing a flat 250 points of damage per hit for a total of 2,500 damage. While you can reduce this damage if you're defending at the time, only taking 125 damage per hit, you're still taking a lot of damage. And like X-Fire and defending also reduces the damage further to like 62 per hit. And if you have Shot Absorber, that reduces the damage to about 187 per hit. No matter how you look at it, there's just no way I can handle this fight right now. But I wanted to give it an honest try because defeating these girls nets you the ultimate armor hyper mode for X, which is so strong that it makes the entire base game piss easy. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be, so we backed out and returned to base once more. I decided to return to the desert and take another swing at Botos, this time with the Ice Buster Mark II, since that would definitely deal a ton more damage than anything I've been using so far. Maybe I can burst him down before the healing becomes a problem and before my stats get too low. With the fire resist and a normal ass resist force metal to lower fire damage and my chances of having my stats drop, I managed to survive just a little bit longer this time. With 2 boost powers, I was even doing upwards of 6,800 damage to the man. Sadly, this still wasn't enough as I was just not getting enough turns, especially once Botos starts boosting his speed. I've tried numerous setups, but after numerous attempts, I couldn't even come close to winning. Botos was just too strong for me. But then I had an epiphany. While taking some time to look at what I can obtain from deployments or even the Eternal Forest, I got an idea. See, if you take the left path 6 times and then the right path once, you'll be rewarded with a build speed, a build power, but most importantly, a turbo clock sub-weapon. This is one of the most powerful sub-weapons in the game if you know how to use it in normal runs. Essentially, it temporarily increases your speed for that turn, making your next turn come a little bit sooner. You can even stack 2 of them if you really wanted to. My thought process for this was, because Botos and his qubits take multiple turns already, my hope was that Turbo Clock would allow me to at least go after each of them takes their turns only once. This was unlikely since bosses like to be faster than X, but it was worth a shot. So I went through the Eternal Forest, fought through some of the now weaker enemies, struggled against the stronger enemies like these Prion-S Botos and Ferrums, got absolutely wrecked by new enemies we hadn't encountered yet like these red hubcaps, and claimed our prize inside. I only used one of my 4 gain hypers, but I think it was still worth it in this case. Afterwards, I was feeling a little saucy and made my way to the Gimiala mines to grind out a second Turbo Clock, which has a 2% drop from any of the Metar counter enemies you can run into, but also to grind some money from these groups of gold and silver Metars you can encounter in these locked areas of the mines. Silver Metars drop 2500 Zenny on death, but it gets halved if they're hit by a combat type attack and survive. Gold Metars function the same way, except they drop 7000 Zenny upon defeat. The best way to defeat them is by using X-Fire and using your action trigger. I then returned to the secret shop, but noticed I was still shy some money, so I started selling extra weapon items that weren't being used to reach the 100,000 that I needed for the Turbo Buster. To reiterate, this is one of the strongest busters in the game with a 90 power, 10 armor and shield, and 0 weight. On top of that, as long as my weapon energy is on the higher side, the Turbo Buster deals extra damage. I don't know the exact calculations for this, but it's well worth it if you're able to maintain high weapon energy, which we most certainly can. The only other weapons that have more power are the Limit Buster Mark II and the X Buster Mark III, both of which are only obtainable during the endgame. The only reason I had the Limit Buster Mark II so early right now is because they dropped from the red hubcaps that I fought in the Eternal Forest, but wasn't worth mentioning since I've never been a fan of weapons that rarely deal the finishing blow, unless I was farming final strikes or something, which isn't possible here, and having Botos potentially live for more turns than he should was not exactly on my bingo card. Speaking of Botos, now that we are as prepared as we're going to be, we made our way back through the desert to face the ugly bastard once more, this time with more power and more determination. My current setup consists of the Turbo Buster, Turbo Clock, and Generator. As for my Force Medals, I equipped 2 gain weapon energy plus 5s, giving me a total of plus 35 weapon energy generation per turn. And that infinite resist force medal I mentioned a while back to make me completely immune to any stat lowering effects. However, this does put me in the danger zone, so to fix that, I equipped that neutralizer minus 30 I also mentioned a while back to get my immunity down to 32 out of 33. This fight was still rough, and I didn't beat it my first try here either. His minions are still very fast, so it's beneficial to start the fight with 2 boost speeds as soon as possible. After boosting your speed, you'll want to prioritize survival. He's more likely to use his standard attack than his showtime attack, so it's usually better to boost your armor before boosting shield. As for the qubits, we're basically just face tanking their mega fires at this point since they only deal about 300 damage right now, while praying we don't get hit or screwed over by death gravity too much. After we're fully set up, Turbo Clock and Generator will help us maintain pace with Botos and his minions since Turbo Clock pretty much eliminates the speed loss I take when using my action trigger. meaning I'm still able to get my turn even if Botos resummons the qubits. This was exactly what I was hoping would happen and why I went out of my way to obtain Turbo Clock in the first place. And with the extra weapon energy generated from Generator, I can maintain a high amount of energy from my Turbo Buster to keep its damage high and his qubits down. Eventually, I found myself in a loop of hitting Action Trigger, killing one of the qubits, taking attacks, killing another qubit, taking more attacks, Action Trigger, all in that order. This wasn't a guaranteed win, however, because the qubits do still get a turn outside of my Action Trigger, meaning there's always a chance one of them can just reset a huge amount of progress by healing Botos for a solid chunk of hit points. There are also times where I would have to forsake attacking for healing because my hit points dip too low. But at this point, I pretty much had the fight down and even had the confidence that even if the qubits healed him, I could outdamage that healing faster than they could try doing it again. This was actually proven true right here, as I continued trekking on, whittling Botos down bit by bit until eventually, one final charge shot and 106 turns later, Botos reaches his climax and I receive a 20% XP boost for my troubles, bringing me to level 27. Now, before we continue with this cutscene where Botos submits himself to our pure unadulterated Giga Chad prowess, I want to answer a question I bet a lot of you might have at this point. Why didn't I use Hyper Mode and just sat in it for 8 turns and used Gain Hypers to maintain it? After all, this seemed like one of those times where it would actually be entirely beneficial to do so, right? And you'd be correct. Going into X-Fire mode would have allowed me to take half damage from all of Botos' attacks and the Qubit's Mega Fire easily without needing to boost my defenses at all. X-Fire also would have made me immune to death gravity and stat lowering effects by default. This would mean that the only thing I would need to really worry about are the actual damaging attacks from Botos and the Qubits. Then the only thing I had to do was outdamage any kind of healing thrown Botos' way, which can easily be done with Charge Collider with its beefy 7k damage at 100% energy. Even if I needed to cool down and wait for another charge, I could just use Unlock Limiter to buy myself 3 free extra turns of extra stats and potentially deal lethal damage to Botos the next time I use Hyper Mode once the stat boosts wore off. So why in God's green earth didn't I even entertain this idea in the first place? Well, the answer is quite simple. I overthought this fight way too hard. Under normal circumstances, Botos is one of those bosses that can catch players off guard if you're not prepared for it. So in the back of my mind, I knew that this would be a tough fight for me to deal with even before starting this run. This mentality caused me to overlook one small detail that would internally cement the idea that this fight would be a wall in this run. See, Botos' model is hovering above the ground, which made me assume that he'd be an air-type boss. Him being air-type would mean that my normal attacks in X-Fire would be useless against him because of the lower accuracy. Even Charge Collider would deal significantly less damage since its damage is based on the number of hits that land, which would be much less on airborne targets, naturally. But no. Botos is a ground-type enemy. Only his qubits are air-type. There wasn't really anything stopping me from using X-Fire at all, except my own misinterpretation of the fight. And the worst part? I even analyzed Botos on the first attempt and somehow didn't register that he was a ground-type unit. I potentially inadvertently made the fight much harder than it needed to be. I do say potentially because in theory, a lot could have gone wrong. I could have blown through way more Gain Hypers than I would have wanted, for instance, or there'd be too many heals for me to keep up with. However, now the fight's done, I'll never be able to entertain the possibility that the fight could have been easier. Boy, I'm sure glad I realized this only after writing this part of the script and not while I was playing. Anyways, now that I'm done monologuing, Botos proceeds to... Oh. He ran away while I was talking. Well, that's unfortunate. Luckily, he conveniently dropped his Super Force medal for us to take back home, while Massimo comments about how it was all too... Massimo, you weren't even here for this fight. Once the jammers are disabled, we let headquarters know that we've not only succeeded in taking out the jammers, but also obtained some Super Force metal for analysis and return home, thus ending Chapter 7. Chapter 8 starts off relatively simple for once. We're told that the super force metal we obtained would take a lot of normal-ass force metal to make, and told to head to the force metal refinement plant. We do the usual setting up, except we don't really buy any new weapons because our Turbo Buster is the best we've got so far. The only thing worth buying at this point is the water resist force metal. With our 5-minute shopping out of the way, we begin our assault on the Melda ore plant. So remember how I agonized over the desert area of Venalia Desert and Olfat Factory? Well, get ready for some more of that. Just kidding. But I will say that the Melda ore plant is by far my least favorite dungeon in the game. There's nothing super agonizing about this dungeon, it's just super short and boring for the most part. In fact, it's so short that I even completed it in one recording rather than 2 or 3 like most of the other dungeons. Even the encounters aren't enough to save this dungeon since most of them are just reskins of the most annoying enemies we've encountered so far. Anyways, Ferrum and Scarface begin discussing how to set up the Rebellion Army's Minecraft server and how you can't make bedrock out of sand. During this conversation, Ferrum then decides to get X's opinion on whether or not a Minecraft server would even be a good idea for the Rebellion and sets off to find them. The main objective of this dungeon is that you have to traverse each floor and peep through these holes in the wall to discover some weird metalwork machinery going on. I could make the obvious joke about there being holes in the wall, but I don't want this video to get age restricted. So we informed Gaudile of what we find, and he demands more pictures of these holes for his OnlyFans account. Each floor mostly has one path that's the correct path and one that's incorrect, usually with a bit of treasure at the end so that you don't feel scammed. That's really it. Find holes, send pictures, find more holes, send more pictures, you get the picture. Do this a few times until Gaudile is finally satisfied before figuring out that these holes point directly to a missile. So this kicks off the second half of the dungeon, which is just find the end of the dungeon and stop the missile. I'm not even kidding, there aren't really any puzzles here except a guessing game with our favorite ugly bastard Botos, who has returned not even 20 minutes later. He tells us that there are 2 keys to the warhead. One of them is on him, of course, while the other is on Ferrum.
You don't know when to quit, do ya?
So we now have to do another refight with this asshole for his... Oh. Well, that was easy. Alright, let's just take it, and he's running away again. Yeah, so here's the really annoying part of the dungeon where Botos clones himself, shuffles all around, then bolts through separate doors. You have to pick the door the correct Botos ran off to and fight the qubits he leaves behind as he runs away again to the next floor. But if you guess wrong, you do have to fight that Botos clone. They're significantly weaker than the actual Botos we fought in Chapter 7, but they're still annoying to deal with. Luckily, I have special eyes and manage to pick correctly every time. Eventually, we chase Botos off into a locked room that we can't get into right now. Dang, just great. Luckily, in the only unlocked door we can access, our girl Ferrum is here waiting for us. She plays coy and pretends she knew all along we were still alive, and then asks us the big question about setting up a Minecraft server. X thinks it's a great idea, that would make a great bonding experience for everyone, and asks to join too, to which Ferrum agrees to give them access to it, but only if they defeat her in battle.
Don't be shy. Step right up.
And just like this terrible joke, Ferrum also proved to be very much the same, a joke, which I only died twice to. The first time was because I wanted to analyze her bountiful assets to reveal that she in fact had a build hyper that needed to be stolen. So I threw for content, equipped item capture, mugged her, then died to an unexpected phase change and unlucky roll. In case you were wondering, my setup was Turbo Buster, Power Charge, and item capture for my main gear, with water resist to gain weapon energy +5, and analyzer for my force metals. I don't know why I didn't change out analyzer, I guess I was feeling pretty quirky that day. So, Ferrum has 50,000 life energy, takes normal damage from fire, half from water, and 50% more from thunder. Her moveset consists of a standard strike that deals 1 hit of combat damage to a single target, Crimson Shade to create after images of herself that causes all her combat attacks to hit 2 additional times, Bloody Snake to deal combat damage to the entire party, Giga and Terra Blizzard, both water attacks that hit a single target, and Sonic Blizzard, supposedly a 3-hit water type attack damage that hits the entire party and can freeze, but I've only ever seen it hit once. Another instance of the Wikia being wrong, I guess. As long as you have a way to reduce her water attacks, like with water resist, and apply 2 boost armors as soon as possible, you're pretty much set for the entire fight. What really makes this fight trivial is the fact that she can be knocked out of Crimson Shade if you deal a total of 1800 accumulated damage to her, which is so easy to do at this point, it's not even funny. What is funny is that she constantly favors using Crimson Shade over any other move most of the time, giving you a ton of free turns for the first half of the fight. And before any of you ask, yes, this fight is as suggestive as you're thinking.
You like this? That feels good.
Okay, well, except for that ear-piercing scream she does. Anyways, don't be afraid to use life gain max here, since there aren't any gravity-based mechanics to worry about, thank fucking god. Honestly, the most dangerous attack to worry about is Terra Blizzard, since it still deals over 600 damage even with 50% water resistance. After finishing her off with the basic attack and lasting 54 turns, Ferrum calls it quits, and I get a 20% XP bonus as my reward. After the fight, Ferrum realizes that she forgot to take her insulin and passes out in the air, falling all the way down to the bottom floor. Zero, realizing that she forgot to give us the password to the Minecraft server before really passing out, speaks up, and so we make our way all the way to the bottom level of the missile silo. Yep, there's backtracking in this level. It's really annoying. On our way down, Botos looms over the fatigued Ferrum, who's cursing herself for realizing she forgot to give us the Minecraft server password, so she asks Botos to give us server access in her stead, to which Botos kindly agrees and doesn't do anything weird and creepy like using the Minecraft server to open up the warhead to the missile and take all of the Superforce metal stuffed inside with the potential to turn every Reploid in the world Maverick all for himself, and thus betraying Epsilon and the rebellion to fulfill his own ideals, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice behind him that startles him, and then later found dead by the party and the Superforce metal taken from the warhead anyway. Oh no, not at all. Upon reaching Ferrum ourselves, she curses Botos for being a traitor and for stealing the password for the server and leaking all of the group Discord messages online. But all in all, Ferrum seemed like a good sport and didn't seem all that evil, so we... Oh. Can we not help her? I mean, we have a med bay at base. We could literally heal her there. I have tank energy left. I can just heal her myself if we gotta. Are we... okay, we're just gonna leave her to her fate, I guess. Kinda harsh if you ask me. I suppose it makes sense, since we are forced to come all the way down here, only to have to go all the way back up where we literally just were. Hell, even X sounds annoyed at this point.
Okay, let's find him.
So heading back up again, we eventually reach the warhead only to find Botos' dead shell of a body and the Superforce metal missing. To be serious for a second, this is kind of a funny little play on the whole the lackey is actually the true villain trope some games like to do. From the get-go, you know Botos is up to something when he drops his Superforce metal, which then leads to you tracking down the Melda or plan and weakening one of the cadres enough for him to seize his opportunity to take their key to the warhead so that he can have all the Superforce metal to himself instead. He even mocks Epsilon's ideals and only wants the Superforce metal to become stronger than anyone else. Normally this would lead him to overthrow Epsilon or reveal himself after you beat him or something, but nah. He just sort of dies to our good old friend Spider, no less. I would say that's spoilers, but come on.
I think you might be onto something.
Same voice, same arm, who else could it be? Anyways, after all that plays out, the mission finally ends and we can move on to bigger and better things. Chapter 9 begins with us talking to Colonel Redeps with no interference for the first time in the entire game. I wonder why, as we report to him about the loss of the Superforce metal. But just as Redeps tells us to head directly to the Rebellion Army's headquarters, we're interrupted as the defense alarms go off. Someone has invaded the base. Any guesses on who that could be? It's Scarface. I'm just gonna tell you right now, it's Scarface. Unfortunate too, since he's directly blocking access to the shopping district. Being the embodiment of shock play, however, we know that he uses thunder-based attacks, so we equip ourselves with the Thunder Guard and meet up with our intruder. And turns out, Scarface lost a bet with Epsilon, who then dared him to invade Central Tower all alone to try and retrieve the lost Super Force medal they think we have. In the most obvious case of miscommunication, X refuses because he probably thinks Scarface is talking about the puny Super Force medal Botos had accidentally dropped, while Scarface was probably talking about the actual stash of Force medal that was taken by Spider, so the battle ensues.
Show me the extent of your power.
There's not a whole lot to say about this fight, it's not even required for you to win. But if you want to go for the win for a bit of extra XP, stay tuned, because this isn't the first time we'll be fighting him. Upon our defeat, Scarface calls us strong and explains more about the Rebellion's plan. Essentially, he wants the Reploids to evolve and achieve greater heights, but X explains that the way they were going about it could cause a Maverick epidemic. I mean, just take a look of all the atrocities that Wild Django, Silverhorn, and even Dr. Psyche tried to pull, and they were part of the Rebellion army forces too. So Scarface retreats, and we're left in the market square with a bunch of NPCs that were around when Scarface invaded, only to learn that he didn't actually hurt anyone at all. How nice of him. So anyway, at the market, we see the Guard Buster Mark III and Arrow Buster Mark II are both available, which is nice but not necessary, as now we're Turbo Buster gaming. The Force Metal Shop, however, has a couple of much needed upgrades for us. Thunder Resist, minus Metal 20, and Gain Weapon Energy plus 10. We buy about 4 of the Gain Weapon Energy plus 10s and Thunder Resist just in case, and a couple of minus Metal 20s. Gain Weapon Energy plus 10 costs 18 erosion to equip, meaning we can only equip 2 of them at the moment without putting us in the yellow. But plus 45% weapon energy generation per turn is extremely useful. Minus Metal 20 reduces your current erosion by a flat 20, which is much more useful than any of the neutralizers since those reductions are percentage based. This actually allows us to safely equip 3 Gain Weapon Energy plus 10 for a total of plus 55% energy generation per turn without any special setups. With Generator equipped for an extra plus 20% generation, that is an effective plus 75% per turn. So if you're a fan of using action triggers, this is a very powerful setup. After shopping is done, we're informed that Scarface has been tracked down and the Rebellion Army headquarters is finally located at the Grave Ruins base, or the Glacier as Chief R likes to call it. Earlier I said that the Gaudile laboratory was my favorite dungeon in the game. This still holds true, but the Grave Ruins base is kind of a close second for me. The first half of the dungeon doesn't contain any random encounters, but instead has a series of fixed encounters in the form of these big red lasers that block your path. In order to proceed to the next room, you have to defeat or run away from the encounter within the red beam of light, and quickly make your way to the newly unlocked doors before the light reaches the floor again. This room is pretty easy, as it's just a single hallway with one beam with low-level prions. But this room here, for example, has 2 that you have to go through. And then there's this room where there are 3, but quickly start respawning the moment the 3rd beam goes down. So you have to be quick in figuring out what's the best route to the door you want to go through. As you progress, the prions start becoming a bit tougher to kill. It's actually very unique and a nice change of pace from the rest of the game. I actually enjoy these rooms for their simplicity, further backed by the fact that these encounters themselves don't feel overbearing or forced. Yeah, if you want to backtrack and come here later, you do have to do some of these rooms again, but that's a small price to pay for no random encounters to my mind. There are also plenty of treasures worth getting, like this unlock limiter, so it's well worth going through these smaller areas as well. Upon reaching the second part of the dungeon, the level A security zone, the random encounters are turned back on, but there are no more beam rooms to go through. There is this big open room called the battlefield where I would assume was originally where you would face Scarface or something, but was probably scrapped. Regardless, you find every build item in the game in this one room, including a build hyper. Using that one and the one I stole from Ferrum would bring my total hyper mode activations to 10 whole turns. Anyways, here's where the dungeon can get kind of annoying. There's this revolving room with 2 terminals. You enter this area from revolver room number 1. There are a total of 8 rooms, and the goal is to get the door you came from to lead to the revolver room number 3. The terminal on the right lowers the room by number 2, while the left terminal raises the room number by 3. Every other room you enter either has some treasure or a combat. This is where we start fighting some new Prion enemies. These Scarface and Epsilon type prions were first encountered in this run in the Eternal Forest, but make their first appearance proper here in Chapter 9. The Epsilon prions are the most dangerous of the two due to their chance to insta-kill you. Anyways, after obtaining all the treasures we can, we revolve the rooms back to number 3 and head towards the level S top security zone, the final floor of the dungeon, where we're immediately greeted by a save point and a scripted encounter with 3 Prion S Epsilons. This fight isn't too hard, it's just a bit risky and annoying. It has Giga and Ultra Giga versions of all 3 elements of the game, can leak Wii by reducing your current Wii by 50%, Overload to reduce your weapon energy to 0%, and Codebreaker to instantly kill you. And of course, like all Prions that carry a shield, they have a chance to block some of the damage you do to them. So as long as you don't play with your food, you should be able to defeat them with relative ease. After the fight, you will have to find a way to unlock the door for going forward. So just take the left and right path until you activate these 2 terminals, then begin the setup process because we're about to enter the final gate. Once outside, we find Epsilon sitting on his throne, minding his own business. He gets up and tells us that we're wrong if we think taking the missile's Superforce medal would declaw them, and we just sort of go along with it. We don't know who actually took it, but apparently that's just what we're going with, alright. But I guess him mentioning they have more distracts them enough to not question it. As we're about to shoot him, Scarface intervenes and protects Epsilon. Yep, this is where Scarface actually comes to fight us. He wants to demonstrate his faith to the cause and wants Epsilon to escape to fight another day. Unfortunately for Scarface, this isn't going to happen. But first, it's time to eliminate Scarface once and for all.
I have nothing to say. Fight!
Scarface is slightly stronger here than when you fought him before. He has 42,500 life energy instead of 37,500. Is slightly faster, but also has slightly lower defense. But everything about him is exactly the same. His gimmick allows him to reduce the damage of, and counter, the last damage type that he blocked. Outside of his standard attack, he does have a bunch of thunder-based attacks like Ultra Giga Thunder, Terra Thunder, as well as Plasma Ball that deals shot-based thunder damage to one target with a guaranteed crit chance, Plasma Array that hits the entire party, deals thunder damage, and can inflict bind, and Electro Breaker, another gravity-based attack that deals 20% of the entire party's current hit points, while regaining his own by the same amount, but has a fairly low accuracy. Considering his gimmick of blocking the last damage type he takes, this fight is fairly challenging but not impossible. Similar to the Hippopressor fight from Chapter 1, we need to be able to reliably hit Scarface with shot-based attacks and combat attacks. Luckily, us being X, we're fully equipped to handle this kind of situation. His attacks do hit kind of hard if you aren't using any thunder resistance force medals, but they're not overbearing enough that you have to spam your healing. The main strat for this fight is basically saving up your weapon energy for Charge Collider with X-Fire for combat damage, then cool down to give Scarface the biggest shot type damage you can. Then just sort of wait until your weapon energy fills back up for another Charge Collider and repeat. With one final Charge Collider and 34 turns later, Scarface's tasing days are now over and we get a plus 30 XP boost to boot. This also levels us up, meaning all those turns in Hyper Mode were never actually used technically. This is important because, once Scarface goes out in a blaze of glory, Epsilon decides that now is the time to make his final stand. Now is the time for us to submit to the almighty power of Epsilon.
Kneel before the mighty Epsilon.
With no time to actually prepare, we finally run into the Great Wall of China of this game. Let me preface this next part by saying that this fight is my absolute favorite fight in the game in normal playthroughs and remains so even here. This is the fight I knew I would have trouble with more than any other fight. This fight I absolutely knew I would need as many gain hypers as I could hoard. With 34,500 life energy, and taking neutral affinities to all damage types, we're going to have to rely on proper skill and execution to get through this battle. From my experience, Epsilon always starts this fight using Meta Crush, which reduces one target's health down to 1. There is no way to prevent this damage, unless you can somehow dodge it maybe? I don't even know if it can be dodged. Power Virus inflicts poison to the entire party, uses Ultra Giga versions of all 3 elements, has Fatal Attack, and can use Nova Impact, which is literally just Megaman for the SNT fans out there. It even has the same animation, look! And it deals exactly 1029 to 1435 shot damage to the entire party at random. I don't know if this can be reduced or not, though it seems not, since I did have boost shields in some attempts. This fight is as hard as you can imagine. If Epsilon chooses to spam Meta Crush, you're just forced to heal up. And like every gravity mechanic in the game, you really don't want to waste your tank energy going for life gain max. Sticking to life gain 50 is your best option, full stop. You also have to make sure that your hit points aren't in kill range of Nova Impact because, yeah. What makes fighting Epsilon even worse is the fact that he will randomly block all damage you deal that isn't elemental damage from items, meaning that Charge Collider will often do way less damage than you want it to unless you get super lucky. Even so, you'll still want to use it because that's still your most damaging type of attack. I came into this fight knowing full well that I was going to lose at least once, but I was surprised at how well I was holding up for a first attempt. And then it happens. Omega Force. This is where phase 2 of the fight begins as Omega Force puts his Super Force Metal into complete overdrive. This restores all of Epsilon's life energy to full as he now gains a new maximum amount of hit points at 43,500 and a boost to his defensive stats with a very slight lowering of his power. He also now has a gain hyper and build hyper available to steal, but I'm going to be honest with y'all. I didn't even bother. It sucks losing an extra turn of hyper mode, but the amount of compromise I would have to do to make this happen was just not on the table for me. I wanted to focus on beating this phase more than anything. Sadly, you can't really burst him down again because he now has a new gimmick to worry about. Every time it's his turn, Epsilon restores 50% of his current hit points, and if that weren't enough, his barrier that randomly blocks your attacks is now guaranteed to block all incoming damage. The only way to get through this is by weakening his Super Force Metal by barraging him with as many attacks as you can. 20 hits weakens his Super Force Metal a little bit, and then a further 10 hits will nullify the barrier and regeneration completely. And remember, I said 20 hits. It doesn't matter how much damage you deal, you just need to hit that many times. And if that weren't enough, Epsilon's AI does not let up as he now starts spamming Meta Crush and Nova Impact continuously during this phase. If he goes twice in a row at any point in this combat, you better hope his second attack is a Meta Crush no matter what, or the combat just ends. Let me tell you that this fight right here is a full-on adrenaline rush because there's just zero room for error, zero room for mistakes, and zero room for compromise. You need to play this fight perfectly. You need to have the perfect setup, and you need to make sure that you can level up off of Scarface and not use a single tank energy so that you can keep all of your hyper mode activations and have full tank energy at the start of Epsilon's fight. Because if you lose at any point of this fight, you have to start with phase 1 all over again. There is no cutscene to save you this time. I did end up trying different setups after my first attempt. I even went out of my way to get a Gatling Buster Mark II from the Warhead room in the Metal Ore plant that I wasn't able to get first time around, considering Epsilon's second phase relies on number hits rather than dealing raw damage. With Hawkeye making the Gatling Buster hit all shots with perfect accuracy, dealing 8 hits a turn without resorting to Charge Collider sounded like a perfect solution. But the problem with that is there's no way to boost the overall power of the Gatling Buster. I mentioned this very briefly in the Gaudile laboratory section, but power charge only applies to the first shot of the Buster rather than all of them. And at this point, using power charge and generator to maintain a high weapon energy percentage with the Turbo Buster was the absolute strongest option I had available to me. So the Gatling Buster strat ended up being a no-go. I really needed to focus on defeating Epsilon fast. There is no taking it slow for this fight unless you really want to use up all your resources before the second phase even starts. Eventually I went with the Turbo Buster, Generator, and Super Absorber for my setup. Then 3 gain weapon energy plus 10s and a minus metal 20 for rapid fire weapon energy regeneration to ensure I get as many hits with Charge Collider as I possibly can, which is 12 hits at 100% energy. I didn't go with Thunder Resist because it would only be relevant to Scarface's fight, and I really couldn't afford to spare resources on Scarface of all people. We needed to prepare for phase 2 and reliably get there. This time, we took down Scarface in 16 turns. That's pretty solid for a boss fight in solo mode. We level up and once again face the big man himself. Even as prepared as I was, even with over 5,000 hit points in X-Fire, this fight continues to rock my balls. And trust me, I did not make the same mistake I made with Botos. This isn't an instance where I overthought myself and made the fight harder than it needed to be. I knew what had to be done. I knew that the only way that I could win is by sitting in X-Fire mode for as much of the fight as I possibly could and throw out as much damage as humanly possible. All of the gain hypers I had saved up are required here. There's just no way you'll be able to do this fight without them, because there's just way too much damage being thrown out there to sustain yourself long enough to reach phase 2 and deal the 30 total hits that you need to turn off Epsilon's Super Force Metal. This fight forces you to use every bit of knowledge that you have about this game and cranks it up to 100. There's also a huge luck factor to consider. Epsilon taking 2 turns in a row is a potential death sentence that you have to be prepared to accept. There are turns where you have to rely on Epsilon using Meta Crush instead of going straight for the kill. This entire fight, you are at Epsilon's mercy. Understand that when I made the joke about Epsilon being the embodiment of power play at the beginning, I did so for a reason. In this fight, Epsilon has all the power. Your life is in his hands. One small mistake, one wrong use of items, and you're done. Fighting Epsilon solo is to me what fighting your own master would feel like as an apprentice. Every bit of knowledge you have at your disposal is tested to the extreme. I can't even think of any actual jokes for this fight because this fight is no joke. You just have to hope and pray that Epsilon fucks up enough times that he can just let you do what you need to, and even then, your resources are continuously stretched thin. Honestly, this is where hindsight would have really kicked my ass, because remember all those gain hypers I had been using in the Eternal Forest? Imagine if I had them all here. I would not be nearly as worried as I was when fighting them here. But as you can tell, that didn't actually matter, even though I had more than enough gain hypers here. My biggest worry was actually running out of tank energy. I had a total of 700% at the start of this fight, and it was draining fast. 145%, 112%, 92%, then 59%, 39%, and then finally 6%. All my tank energy was depleted, my health dwindling every turn. I threw another charge collider, but it wasn't enough. Then I get hit with Meta Crush, 1 hit point left. Thanks to my gain weapon energy plus 10s that I had, and the boost from the hyper mode, I had 68% weapon energy left for one more action trigger. I had nothing left but to hope and pray that I dealt enough damage, because if I didn't win this very turn, Epsilon takes 2 turns, and most likely kills me. And with 1 health, 68% weapon energy and a dream, we charge 1 final action trigger. And...
Incredible.
After 71 turns, Epsilon goes down and we gain a 10% XP boost, as I stared into the longest victory screen known to man. Because I actually had to get up and walk away for a moment to recollect myself. This was the fight that I was dreading most of all, and it went down almost exactly the way I knew it would. But I did it. X defeated Epsilon all on his own like the mad lad he is. And after that, Epsilon makes the very fair point that power will keep his ideas alive, and obtaining all that power was the only way anyone of significance would listen. However, that doesn't make up for all the heinous actions he and his cronies pulled throughout the game, so we're forced to put him down old Yeller style. Red Ep shows up in person as we willingly give him Epsilon's Super Force Medal and tells us to return to the base to await the plane so we can all celebrate at the Waffle House. And with that, Chapter 9 is officially complete. Honestly, if Epsilon was the final boss of the game, that would actually be an okay way to end this run. It put everything I knew to the test, and it was a very fun and great build-up to the ultimate climax of the game. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and we still have one more chapter left. So back to Hunter HQ, we say our goodbyes to everyone, but Marino mentions something that catches our eye. She says she's been doing research and found out that Spider was at a place where they research copy abilities. She chalks it up to Spider wanting to become a shape-changing bounty hunter, similar to how she was talking about taking Axel's chameleon chip to be a shape-shifting thief, which is so in character for her. But I know the truth, and I'm sure most of you have figured it out by now. If not, then, sit back, I guess. But before moving on with the plot, there is something I wanted to do first. Other than the usual setting up, I checked in on my deployment boys and got the Melda key for the Melda ore plant. Much like Reflasion, this opens up another fight for me to stick my willy into, but unlike Reflasion, I wasn't going to be taken for a ride nearly as hard. So we make our way to the Melda ore plant, unlock this here door, and meet Duckbill Mole accompanied by the K-Ball on his back. We don't really care about this K-Ball since it's literally part of his model, and he wants to fight us because he's in charge of protecting his treasure and asks if we've heard of Naguru. Naguru? Naguru D? He's not.
Ready to tangle with Duckbill Mole?
So the fight begins, and there are actually two of these assholes. Each of them has 58,000 life energy, can absorb fire damage, takes neutral damage from thunder, and an extra 50% from water. They have 6 abilities. Mega and Ultra Fire you know by now. Then there's Quake Hammer and Mental Assault, which do the same thing as Mega and Ultra Fire, but stronger. Kamikaze Drill, which deals combat damage to one target and lowers its armor and shield by 25%, while also ignoring any kind of damage reduction the target might have, such as if they are defending or if you're in X-Fire mode. And once one of the two Duckbill Moles die, the other will use Break Shield to make up for the loss of power. This fight is actually pretty simple. You'll notice that the first thing that happens is one of them uses Ultra Fire on themselves. This not only heals them, but it powers them up, so to speak. Essentially, when they're chilled by the cold, like the game says, they can't use their Mantle Assault or Quake Hammer abilities, so you do want to keep some cold damage on them at all times. I didn't have ice damage on my first attempt, so I did end up eating shit, but not before killing one of them. Eventually, the damage just gets too much, so I had a plan. Come in with the Ice Buster Mark III that becomes available right after clearing Chapter 9, and at least one fire resist. Whatever you do with the rest of your Force Metal slots is up to you, but that's basically what you want to roll with. This attempt goes much easier as a single power charge deals around 4,000 damage per hit. I honestly forgot to equip both power charges because I'm so used to having Turbo Buster around, so if you want the fight to be even easier, equip both of them. Unfortunately, even with a single fire resist Force Metal having all fire damage, they can still do lethal damage, especially if they get 4 turns to do their thing. On the other hand, you can survive 4 turns of bullshit, so take that for what it's worth. They do like to try to use Ultra Fire immediately after you chill them with your Ice Buster, but not all the time. Honestly, the only thing you have to worry about is Kamikaze Drill, since the damage on that increases every time they use it due to the defense lowering it does. However, if you want to clear those stat reductions in a pinch, you can just go into Hyper Mode to cleanse yourself of stat changes and ailments, which I do pretty frequently every time I want to use Charge Collider on these assholes. I even throw in a couple of Ultra Blizzards whenever I don't want to risk using Charge Shot and giving them 4 turns. But once one of them goes down, the other break shields and the fight becomes much more intense as Kamikaze Drill can do upwards of over 2200 damage at this point. Luckily, if you chill Duckbill Mole when he's all by himself, he's pretty likely to use Ultra Fire on himself, healing himself a little bit but also wasting his turn since I can just chill him again. And with one final Charge Collider, his flame is snuffed out as he goes down in... Well, unfortunately, the battle ends like a normal encounter, so I don't know how many turns that took, and I'm not about to count, but we do beat him. This unlocks the Absolute Zero Hyper Mode for Zero. This is such a cool and edgy form for Zero, and acts as his ultimate form. It vaguely reminds me of Base from the original Megaman series, which makes sense given that they were both of Dr. Wily's creations, and it's a shame that this form never makes a proper return to the series. Now that that distraction's out of the way, it was time to start the point of no return and enter the end game. Chapter 10 kicks off with a happy tune as Nana and Chief R see us off. Zero tries to quell X's anxiety by telling him that the mission was all that mattered, but X has the same question we all do. What about the Super Force Metal that was stolen from the warhead? Axel chimes in because of course he does, and says Colonel Redeps can search for it, not realizing how on the nose what he just said would turn out to be. But before we could relish in this fine detail, the whale plane opens its belly and shoots the shit out of Chief R. Holy shit! That's visceral as fuck! What the hell? And then a wave of red hubcaps show up and we all take cover and fight our way out of the situation. And oh no! Redeps is a traitor, who would have guessed? He slanders our good name, like we don't have 7 games and an upcoming one at the time that this game came out to back us up, but hey, you do you, man.
All I know for sure is that Colonel Redips has betrayed us.
Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious. I couldn't figure that one out based on the traitorous speech he just gave you. But yeah, we're here now. Apparently, we traveled quite a ways too, as we're now at the Far East headquarters from the Central Tower. And spoilers, this is where Redips gave us our mission to infiltrate Giga City at the start of the game. Which implies that we're at least in another city entirely or something, I don't know. I don't actually have a map of this world, so I couldn't tell you exactly how far the party actually traveled. The moment the cutscene ends, we're greeted with a save point and our good old friend the General Merchant, who sells everything from the previous chapters. And he expresses how he's on our side and will support us any way he can. How lovely of him. And in the next room, we meet our old friends the Spice Girls, who are also on our side and want to see this through to the end. While they don't sell their secret shop stock, they do sell the most recent things available to us like the Market Square would. Once you're done shopping, take the elevator upward, enter the next room, and... Oh, did you forget that this was a Mega Man game? Of course there'd be boss refights. Welcome back, Wild Django. Unfortunately for him, we came extra prepared. So, there's one thing I forgot to mention, but now seems like the best time to bring it up. There's a special type of force metal you can only get by doing deployment missions. Along with the elemental guard and resist force metals, there's actually one copy of the reverse variant of each element: reverse fire, reverse water, and reverse thunder. Anyone who's played a Shin Megami Tensei will understand that these drain those elements, but for those unaware, basically you heal instead of taking damage from the element that you're hit with. Remember when I said a long time ago that Wild Django's attacks are all thunder based? Yeah, so Wild Django is a non-issue at this point. Aside from the poison he can still inflict that we can just cure. So let's do a breakdown of this chapter while we're kicking his ass. There are a total of 7 boss encounters in this chapter. The refight with Wild Django, Silverhorn, Mad Nautilus, Mach Gentra, and Incentus make up 5 of them. After that, we're gonna have to fight Depth Dragoon, a new boss right before the final boss, which of course is Redips. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And with our reverse force metals, the refights will mostly be a breeze, but not as free as our good friend Django. Speaking of, he does have 64,500 life energy, way more than the first time we fought him, and apparently each boss refight comes with a 100% chance to steal a corresponding boost item. In this case, Django has boost power that can be stolen. Likewise, defeating each refight also comes with a 100% drop rate of the build version of that item, build power in this case. With Django out of the way, it's apparent that Redips somehow got a hold of chameleon chips, or at least Reploids that possess them, and then used them to imitate every boss encounter he was involved with while in the party. Meanwhile, Redips has an entire mask-off villain monologue in case it wasn't apparent that he's actually very evil. Upon reaching the next elevator, we are greeted with the main portion of the dungeon. There are 4 teleporters leading to the remaining 4 refights. A lone teleporter that only serves to teleport you back to this part of the map after defeating each corresponding boss, and a save room across from that teleporter, which also possesses a nurse Reploid to heal your party, and our general merchant friend. There are also a few treasures in the main hall, including another build hyper, bringing our total activations to 11. After doing whatever preparations we need to, it's time to pick a boss to refight. To be honest, I decided to start with Mad Nautilus because he's always been the easiest one to fight from my experience in normal runs, and I just wanted to see if I can get him out of the way early. So I start my first attempt, and that was my entire health bar. Yeah, no, this is gonna take some thinking power to figure out. Instead, we start with Silverhorn. With Reverse Water, all of his water-based attacks are useless, leaving only Tidal Wave and Pressure Abyss as his only threat. He does have 73,500 life energy this time around and better stats than before, but that's basically how it's going to be for every single boss refight. If you are expecting anything new with these fights, you'd be mistaken. Barring Mach Gentra, who only has one new ability anyway, and that's Coercion, these fights are literally the same ones you fought earlier. The same AI patterns, same movesets, just arguably easier to manage. Well, except for Mad Nautilus of course, but we'll get to him in a bit. After taking down Silverhorn, we get a build armor item and some XP as we make our way towards Mach Gentra next. Reverse fire doesn't really do much here since he only has 2 fire attacks that he doesn't use very often. I did have some trouble here, mostly due to miscalculating my own HP, and forgetting that oil can actually does remove the draining effect of reverse fire, causing me to take stupid damage from Flames of Gehenna twice. This was where I decided to use a couple of boost armors to make my life a bit easier. I bring this up specifically because the Spice Girls didn't bring their boost items with them on the final mission, meaning that the 9 copies of each boost item I have are all I get unless I try to grind for them on random mobs, which thankfully I could if I really wanted to. As for the ads, I made sure that the Prion tanks don't spawn this time. Again, I would rather the Prion soldiers be present than either of the other 2 units Gentra can spawn. Without oil cans to worry about, Muck Gentra goes down and we get a build speed item out of it. Next on the list is Incentus, who is a little bit trickier to prepare for. This is because the reverse force medals take 16 erosion to equip, and I only have 42 points of immunity at the moment. This is actually not a problem with minus metal 20, so you can very easily wear all 3 reverse force medals and nothing else and only have a sure knuckle to worry about. However, because I like having Analyze with me for first attempts, I forsook reverse water for now and would equip it if I lost the first attempt. Funnily enough, I didn't lose, but instead took him down in 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Wow, that was a nothing burger. He rewards us with build weapon energy, which is nice I guess. If I really wanted to, I could also steal another unlock limiter, but I didn't bother. But now for the final refight boss, Mad Nautilus. I'll admit I was expecting Nautilus to only be slightly tougher than the rest of the refights purely because we can't really cheese any elements off of him, but I wasn't expecting them to be an actual wall. While he's not the hardest fight in the game by any means, he did force me to think outside of the box. At first I tried all of my conventional strategies, but naturally he deals over 1600 damage with a single attack. Boosting my shields basically brings that down to around 1000, which is still almost a third of my hit points. The 2 biggest issues however are Mad Cocktail inflicting me with Berserk, Virus or whatever other bullshit, and Mad Ecstasy which still deals so much damage even while I'm defending. It can bring me low enough to require healing, which results in Psyche's bulkheads closing before I get the chance to do any real damage. Funnily enough, Mad Nautilus has the problem that I thought Botos would have. Since Mad Nautilus is an air-type enemy, X-Fire isn't going to do much against him even if he opens his bulkheads. And with 38,500 life energy, I couldn't just spam ultra items to bypass his shields because that'd take way too long. But I did have an idea. Well, my first idea was to try and become immune or resistant to Mad Cocktail by equipping something to help me against ailments. Sadly, I had nothing. It wouldn't be until much later that I realized that the Block All Force medal that gives you full-on immunity to all status ailments was a deployment-only force medal, which I did not get before the mission. So this led to my second thought. What else is immune to status ailments and has inherent damage reduction? Oh yes, I hear your confused brain over there. As it turns out, X-Fire was indeed the answer here. I also had 3 gain hypers at this point of the game, not as many as I would like, but enough to get me through this fight. So what's the strat? Well, normally you'd want to wait until your weapon energy was full, go hyper mode, then use your action trigger. For this fight, we did the exact opposite. We start out in hyper mode to reduce as much damage as possible, wait for full weapon energy, then, once Mad Ecstasy goes off and his bulkheads open up, we cool down and pump as much damage as we possibly could using 2 power charges and the strongest buster we could carry. With our Turbo Buster, this did around 3800 damage per round, so that's about 10 hits we'll have to land. And since he uses Mad Ecstasy every 3 turns, that's around 30 turns we'll need to survive. Which was entirely possible because the turn you go into hyper mode doesn't actually count against the number of activations, allowing us to stagger our turns just a little bit. With 2 gain hypers used, and a final double boosted shot, Mad Nautilus finally goes down as we claim a build shield and a load of XP for our reward. Now, at this point, I was down to my final gain hyper. This did have me worried, so I made a backup save just in case. I also made a second save after entering Chapter 10 in case I ever needed to reload or grind or something, but luckily that didn't happen. Anyways, once all the bosses are down, the door forward opens and we make our way up another elevator. Once we reach the top of the elevator and down the corridor, we're greeted with the mid-boss of the area, Depth Dragoon. Depth Dragoon is also the third of the 3 missing bosses of the original 8, the other two being Reflation and Duckbill Mole. These are the three bosses I mentioned way earlier in the video, but now that you've seen them all, I've always wondered how these three would have been implemented if Capcom had time to give them proper screen time. Unfortunately, we'll never know, and that makes me a sad blueberry. As he is, however, Death Dragoon is technically not a Maverick, believe it or not, which makes the whole 8 Mavericks revealed at the beginning of the game kind of moot, but still. Really, the guy just sees this as an opportunity to test his abilities, so we give him what he wants so that he can stop stalking our Instagram account.
I'll take you on.
The best way I can really describe this fight is imagine Wild Django with a half-decent moveset, some extra support, and didn't fold instantly to a bit of thunder resistance. Because that's really all Death Dragoon is. With 64,500 life energy, thunder absorption, and 50% weakness to fire, this guy is everything you could ever want in an electric riding snake guy thing. Terra and Ultra Giga Thunder are given at this point for any thunder-based boss. But his unique thunder attacks, Thunderclap and Thunder Brigade, are also worth noting. Thunderclap deals thunder damage to one target with a chance to cancel that target's turn altogether, much like Coercion. It also ignores defense, but it can still be reduced by X-Fire's innate damage reduction. Meanwhile, Thunder Brigade deals thunder damage to the entire party and hits them all 3 times each. There's also Electromagnetic Field that can inflict bind to all targets, Destructive Blow that deals combat damage to the entire party, and our good friend Hell Gravity. The cherry on top is his ability to use all the boost items in the game, so killing him quickly is favorable. Reverse Thunder is a given for this battle, but other than that, equip whatever force metals you're comfortable with. Bind Block is good for blocking bind, and gain weapon energy plus 10 is always an excellent choice for faster action triggers. If you aren't running any sort of immunity to ailments, you'll definitely want to be careful, as bind can really screw you over for turns. And if Death Dragoon boosts his speed, then there's a good chance he just gets to have 4 turns in a row, or even 6 times. Needless to say, my first attempt didn't go so well. Second attempt went much better as he didn't use Electromagnetic Field on his first turn. I also actually used X-Fire mode for a little extra defense and damage. Even with double armor boost, a single power charge and melee combo still dealt a considerable amount of damage on weakness. Same with Charge Collider, but without the weakness of course. I do decide to cool down to maintain some hyper mode activations just in case I need to cleanse bind if I ever get hit by it. Once low enough, Death Dragoon starts going for Thunder Brigades, which is just free healing for me. And after 38 turns and a final Charge Collider, Death Dragoon's whiny ass becomes grass, and we gain a nice 30% XP boost and a build life energy for my troubles. With Death Dragoon defeated, there's only one thing standing in the way between me and my freedom from this run, and that's Redips. With one final backtrack to the General Merchant and the nurse that heals all scars, but not mental ones, we head back the elevator, past Death Dragoon's chambers, head up yet another elevator, and finally down the final corridor of the game. There are some goodies in these item boxes, including a much needed gain hyper, thank the mechanaloid gods for that, and with one final save, we finally enter the door to Redips' office. Upon entering, Redips is somehow surprised that we're still alive, and after a bit of back and forth, it's revealed that Redips set everything up so that he could get his hands on the Super Force Medal and become the ruler of all Reploids with its tremendous power. Honestly, the crazy robo-sex cult idea is actually looking pretty tempting right now. Okay, no, I know what to say here. Okay, so, Redips' actual plans is to promote censorship of all kinds by first censoring the crazy robo-sex cult that Epsilon tried to spread using the Super Force Medal. Sadly, everyone knows that censorship won't stop there. Redips plans on censoring the entire world so that he can rule without opposition. This is why X and Gang show up. Yes, this actually sounds coherent. Yes, let's go with that. And when Redips doesn't comply, X throws out the M slur again, and that triggers Redips so hard that the fight begins. I'm actually not joking about that one.
Redips! You Maverick!
Foul Mavericks, you will perish!
So straight away, Redips starts the fight with Code Red, summoning 2 red hubcap enemies on his side. Yep, it's one of those fights. However, there's more to this gimmick that meets the eye. While both of these enemies are out, Redips will spam defense pretty much every turn until at least one of the red hubcaps is defeated. With 51,500 life energy, trying to bypass this mechanic by only dealing damage to Redips would take way too long, so you're encouraged to kill the ads first before focusing on Redips. However, if both die, then Redips has a high chance of summoning both again. Like Maki Boy, he has a lower chance to replace one of them if the other hubcap is still alive. If he doesn't replace the one you destroy, Redips will instead actually start fighting. Starting out, he'll throw out either a Grand Cross, which is a 2-hit shot type attack, I think, at a single target. His wiki page doesn't really specify, but he kind of just shoots it out, so I'm going to assume it's a shot-based attack. Or he'll throw out a ballistic attack, a 2-hit combo type attack that has a chance to instant kill you on the first hit. That's right, instant kill mechanics are back on the menu, baby! After a while, however, Redips will start throwing out Vicious Assault, an 8-hit fire-based attack to the entire party, which deals a ton of damage if you aren't ready for it. The red hubcaps, meanwhile, are incredibly annoying and strong. Their main attack, Zephyr, deals shot damage to all party members and hits them all 3 times each. They also have Mega, Giga, and Terra versions of all single-target elemental attacks. The ones you fight outside of the combat with Redips can also use SOS to summon more of themselves. What's unique about these guys is the way their AI works. Starting out, red hubcaps will use Zephyr and Mega elemental attacks, but as they take damage, they switch to Giga attacks, then finally Terra attacks if they're especially low on health. This fight is pretty rough. With 4200 life energy, the red hubcaps can't die to a power charged buster shot, taking only around 3800 damage, which immediately puts them in range to start casting Terra attacks. Luckily, I still had Reverse Thunder for my last fight with Depth Dragoon, so I got some form of protection at least. However, with no protection from fire, I died to 2 Vicious Assaults, making that GG's. There are 2 problems with this fight, Vicious Assault and Ballistic. Vicious Assault is solved by equipping Reverse Fire, but Ballistic is not so easy. As mentioned before, I didn't have a reliable way to deal with insta-kills yet, so I had to make use of DOA protection and hope that lowers the chance enough to let me play the game. From there, it's just a matter of what I do with the rest of my slots. I tried using Decoy in case I get hit with DOA and Assassin Mind for more crits, but that didn't really help. Then I got an idea. A very funny idea. You know how I said earlier that Redips will just spam defense while the 2 red hubcaps are out? Well, what if I never take out the red hubcaps at all, and do exactly what I said would be a bad idea to do? If we just attack Redips, he will eventually die and we'll win. Simple. From here, we just equip all 3 reverse force medals and a metal -20 and head back into the fray. We start out with some boost shields to give us some extra protection against the hubcaps' Zephyr attacks, since that's theoretically the only thing we'll have to worry about. After that, I actually attack both of them once to get them low enough to start using their Terra abilities. This is actually good for us because that means bigger heals for us to undo all of the actual damage that they would be doing with Zephyr. From here, we just coast. I think Redips' defense reduces our damage by like 75%, I think, because we're only doing around 800 damage per power charged buster shot. We could have technically used X-Fire to try and burst down Redips after we kill off one of the red hubcaps, but my main worry there was whether or not I'd be able to level up after the fight because, spoilers, the final boss has a second phase. Who would have guessed? And there'd be no way for me to go back and heal. And since I don't really have many gain hypers left, I really wanted to conserve those for when I really needed them. Anyways, the strat pretty much goes as well as I expected, with a few tense moments where the red hubcaps were just refusing to use elemental attacks and electing to spam Zephyr over and over again. This kind of made me worried that they'd only use elemental attacks a limited number of times or something. But then they started doing them again and all was right in the world. I honestly didn't expect to solve this fight as easily as I did, but oh. He just attacked, while the 2 hubcaps were still alive. Well, maybe that was just a fluke and just a one-time occurrence. Oh no. Okay, so it would seem that the lower his health gets, the more likely he is to attack while both hubcaps are still alive. This is good because it means that we can get more damage going on him the following turn, But this is bad because that means he can still use the one move we were actively trying to avoid all this time. Because of this, at any point during the latter half of the fight, Redips can just decide that I lose the fight due to bad RNG. Luckily, that didn't happen, and after a whopping 195 turns and a powered charged buster shot later, we humble Redips and earn ourselves a nice 10% XP boost as well. We also did level up, so I could have 100% used X-Fire, but whatever, we take those. After the fight, our party is a bit disappointed by the fact that we were unknowingly fighting for global censorship, and that Spider would never have fought for such a thing, to which Redips pulls the mask off, revealing that, yep, he was Spider all along, and wonders why no one figured it out. I mean, just look at Spider's name backwards. It was so obvious. Anyways, Redips taunts us a bit before taking his leave, to which we can just shoot him? Axel? Just shoot him? Hello? Why are you letting him go through the thing? Well, we missed our chance to finish off Redips before he could initialize his global censorship program. That's unfortunate. However, this does mean that we get to the really fun part of the game. So, after that ordeal, we find ourselves once again in another hallway leading to yet another elevator. This time, the final elevator. The longest elevator even, as we reach one final teleporter leading into a room with 2 item boxes in the doorway. The right item box has a gain hyper, and the left one has an infinite tank energy top up in case you are low. Because trust me, you'll need every bit of it. Through the door, you can see the Earth right below our feet as we find ourselves in space. Here, I do make an executive decision. I make my first save state here. There are 2 reasons why. The first reason is because if I need to reload to test another build for any reason, I would have to revert to my save right before Redips 1. And that took too long to do already, and I already proved that it was possible to do it. The second reason is because I can't come into this fight fully optimized, and I need to relearn this fight if I'm going to make the final build. Redips also has 2 things I can steal from him, but only one of them is necessary for me. This means Forsaking Generator for item capture and power charge. In terms of force metals, we keep our same setup as before for the time being, and we take our final steps into the orbital elevator babble. We're greeted by a transformed Redips sitting in his chair, integrated into the machine that will censor all Reploids. X comes in asking questions we already knew the answer to, like a disappointed mother, while Redips responds by telling us his thought process behind it all. Redips suspiciously spouts similar rhetoric from Scarface, but twists it to suit his own belief system. Then Redips uses the Super Force medal above his head to transform into a weird looking Palkia from Pokemon. And this is where the final fight actually begins. Meet Great Redips.
I shall rule over all, for I am invincible.
So the first thing you'll notice is the green Max text that pops up on Great Redips' turn. That's right, he's got some regeneration going on. How much, you ask? About that, yes. The answer is yes. Redips has the highest amount of hit points in the entire game at a gigantic 999,999. You heard me right. He has just shy of 1,000,000 hit points, and he regenerates it all every time it's his turn. I wish I was joking. Luckily, this is only the first phase of the fight and only serves as a demonstration of Redips' power. That being said, Redips isn't the only thing we gotta worry about in this fight. The 2 glowing gem-like things on his shoulders are his Super Force medal that gives him his protection. Both of them have 4600 life energy and can both use mega elemental attacks, while the left one can use a new move called Format, which resets all stat boosts and reductions on all units, making boost items all but useless here. The left Super Force medal also creates a protective barrier that greatly reduces all damage Great Redips receives, while the right one is the one that's responsible for regenerating all of Great Redips' hit points. So naturally, if you're doing this fight normally and want to pretend that you're doing this fight legit, go ahead and kill the right one ASAP. However, both medals regenerate after a few turns. As you can see here, we also have to deal with an onslaught of attacks from Redips as well. Phalanx deals shot damage to the entire party, Deus Ex Machina deals shot type damage to the entire party as well, but 3 times, and Memento Mori can inflict any status effect in the game, minus DOA. So what's the goal here? Well, it's to survive, basically. You can even try mugging him while you wait, as Redeps has a 5% chance for you to steal a Super Force Metal Fragment Alpha during this phase. It grants 50% weapon generation each turn, and gives the wearer 10% health regen per turn, but at the cost of 99 erosion. Yikes! This is incredibly hard to get for a solo run, because you're going to have to try and survive all of these extra attacks coming your way, and you only have 10 turns to grab it. And without protection from ailments, we can't really stop and smell the flowers either. In the end, I figured I wouldn't need it, hopefully, but still tried for it anyway. We would just have to make sure we grab the Super Force Metal Beta during Phase 2. And speaking of Phase 2, once Phase 1 ends, Redip starts flaunting his power as X and company are very tired and exhausted, which makes sense because X has been taking a beating while the rest of the gang were forced to use the stairs to get up here. And try as we might, we can't really do anything to him. That is, until our girl Ferrum shows up as she hugs the Super Force Metal on his right shoulder. I mean, girl, you're gonna have to pull harder than that. I mean, I don't think that's doing anything. You're gonna hurt your back. Oh. Well, you know what? That works. Good job, Ferrum. No, really, good job. Because that's the one that makes him regenerate. Now we actually have a shot at defeating the bastard.
Meddling insects!
Phase 2 always starts with an enemy blitzkrieg, which is just the game's mechanical term, which means that enemies get the first round of combat regardless of anyone's speed. We can also get surprise attacks on enemies, but that has never really been relevant outside of random battles. Once it's your turn, just try to steal Redup's— oh! I got it first try, fuck yeah! Anyways, this fight is actually simpler than it looks. The left Super Force Metal grants Redups a massive barrier, so you have to take that down first, which gives you a few rounds to lay down as much damage as you can before it regenerates and forcing you to repeat the process. Redups also has significantly less life energy, 72,500, which is still more than any boss we've fought so far. In exchange, however, Redups now has 3 new attacks to worry about. Carpe Diem deals damage and reduces the weapon energy of the entire party to 0. Deep Impact deals combat damage to a single target and ignores shield and armor. And Codebreaker. Yep, it's back again. Man, insta-kill attacks are the bane of my existence for this run. I honestly hate Corrosion more because being stun-locked until you die isn't very fun, but it doesn't come up as much as this bullshit. God. So this is where I reload my save state to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do here. This is one of those times where I did try a few setups until something worked, but here it seemed like there wasn't much of anything I could do. Everything just hits way too hard. Even the mega attacks from the Super Force Metals did over 1,000 damage, so I felt obligated to run at least a couple of the reverse Force Metals. But I also just had no protection against Codebreaker outside of DOA protection, which of course I did try, but it's not guaranteed protection. Honestly, the worst of Redup's attacks is definitely Memento Mori, since I have 0 protection against ailments in general. Block All could have easily helped here, and I now super regret not even remembering it existed at this point of the game. I also tried many times to get the Super Force Metal Alpha from Phase 1, but to no avail. So I just settled for grabbing the beta version instead. Eventually, I settled for Turbo Buster, Item Capture, and Generator for my main weapons, and Water, Fire, and Thunder Resist, as well as gain Weapon Energy plus 10 for my Force Metals. There are 2 reasons for this. The first reason is because the reverse versions cost way too much, and I wouldn't be able to fit gain Weapon Energy plus 10 in the rotation. The second reason is because I needed that extra plus 10 Weapon Energy generation for what I was about to do for the first time in this run. You see, Redups counts as a ground type enemy, simple enough, but the Super Force Metal are both considered air type enemies. This is also why I've been kind of avoiding X-Fire for this fight specifically. Not this time, however. We're going to need the defense boost that X-Fire gives, and we're still going to need to generate as much weapon energy as humanly possible. So after failing to steal the Super Force Metal Alpha several more times, we start Phase 2 proper. Our turn order is kind of in our favor here. Usually he goes, then the Super Force Metal goes, then he goes again. But we are fast enough to occasionally start the battle going just before his second turn. Neat. So first things first, oh, okay, why does this keep happening? First turn beta fragment again. I'm not complaining at all, but it's just a bit weird, I guess. Anyways, with 11 activations of X-Fire, we have plenty of room to ball. First we restore our health, then we gamble on taking down the Force Metal. This worked surprisingly well, actually. The game was nice enough to let me hit it more often than not, which is a godsend. From there, every turn we were able to, I just piled on as much damage as I could. Charge Collider, Power Charge, whatever. A fully charged Charge Collider could deal over 15,000 damage at this point, which meant I only needed to hit him about 5 times. This is why I really wanted to boost my weapon energy regeneration, because I'd be running on fumes if I waited too long to use my action trigger. The extra health and damage reduction is also really nice because it meant I had to heal far less often, which is why I elected to stay in hyper mode instead of cooling down in between action triggers. I also wanted to avoid Codebreaker and Memento Mori as much as humanly possible, because as you can see, a lot of my activations get burned doing this, so I either had to use Again Hyper or try to ball in normal form. But since this was the end of the game, what better time am I going to use them, right? So I used one and continued my onslaught of attacks, making sure to keep the Super Force Metal suppressed while throwing out big damage as often as I could, and honestly, it was working extremely well. If you were expecting this fight to be like Epsilon, where I was always fighting at the skin of my teeth, you'd be wrong. While this isn't the easiest fight, it actually is easier than Botos or even the Mad Nautilus refight. I was genuinely surprised. The hardest thing about this fight has always been stealing the Super Force Metal fragments, but I got the one I needed first try. Yeah, I did have to burn the 2 of the 3 remaining Gain Hypers in my inventory to do it, but that's what they're there for. And I'm glad I never wasted any more on Eternal Force shenanigans or something, because after so many turns and attempts, and one final Charge Collider, the great Redips meets his great demise. Upon defeat, Redips realizes that his infinite power was in fact finite, then explodes over that paradoxical revelation. Now back in his normal form, Redips kind of has a point here. Reploids have always just sort of been complacent in society, doing what they were programmed for and nothing else despite their ability to act and think freely. Reploids like Epsilon and Redips just want to walk another path that's different than that. Their methods for doing so were barbaric and unforgivable, yeah, but there's a point to it all. They weren't just bots that went berserk. And from Redips' point of view, we're the Mavericks in his eyes. Perhaps he was just born thinking that Reploids should be different than what they were. I know this is off topic, but in the Day of Sigma OVA, an anime episode which shows the events leading up to the first X game as it portrays the downfall of Sigma, Zero mentions how program errors and short circuits in the electronic brains are just some of the things that can make someone go Maverick. But what if it's also logic errors too? Redips clearly had no love for the way Reploids operated and saw nothing wrong with using raw power to rule over all Reploids. So this clearly played into it. This would also go hand in hand with the fact that Epsilon would be later cleared of all Maverick charges, since Epsilon's vision was that he just wanted the Reploids to be able to find their own way. Anyways, it's just a thought and an interesting discussion since there are a lot of gray areas involved. Snap back to reality, Ferrum apologized for all the whipping she gave us earlier, but X tells her that it's okay and that he was actually starting to enjoy it after a while. She smiles at that, but Zero's still holding a grudge and calls her out for not letting us into their Minecraft server like she promised. She apologizes for that too and decides to make the ultimate sacrifice of becoming the Minecraft server using the power of the Super Force Metal and leaps off the edge. X is deeply saddened by this because he wanted to play Minecraft with his new best friend and hopefully go on a date with Ferrum, but now he can't. I feel you, man. I hate when my crush turns into a Minecraft server. Or the moon. Sorry, Sokka. As we approach the atmosphere, we make our way into the bunker and brace for a safe landing into the ocean. Jokes aside, I honestly wish Ferrum stayed alive, not for any other reason than she deserved better. Her comrade betrayed her, and she clearly regrets all the pain she caused. Perhaps in time she could have been a reliable friend and helped people. Maybe X could have granted her a meeting with the Robot Council or something so that she could plead her case about evolution or whatever, so that we can work out something in a non-violent way. Hell, X probably has some amount of pull, but with all the times he defeated Sigma, surely he could have granted Ferrum an audience with someone important enough to hear her out. Ferrum's also really hot, and anyways, with everything gone to shit, our base being destroyed, Nana having a smoke break or something, and us being trapped in the middle of the ocean. What's next? The credits, of course. And while the credits roll, I just want to mention all the patrons and channel members that helped make all this happen. Just want to give a quick thanks to our YouTube members, Don Shimmer, Axel Ryman, Ryoko Schreifer, 0132132, Kitasan Crimson, Fabricio Pignataro, Oplin124, Not D. Wadler, Jaffinator2166, Pika the Wumpus, Hunter Regal, Shattercoin, Ray the Shame, Platinum Espresso, Irith Dragonflame, Part-Time Prick, Kibo, Nepdimension Bun, RNS, Arc, Chatterbox, You Mad Brudda, El Harmony, Hugo Shelb, Kobayashi, Ham, Hyzaldenix, Darun Demi, Sophia is still a good unit, and to our Patreon members, Soken, Graciemi, Kilala, Dylan Toomey, Hound, Minquan Tai, Cerulean Mimic, and Shiny Blade. Thank you all for making this possible. I also want to point out that this track is one of the most foreboding and unsure tracks I've heard of, if that makes any sense. There's just this sense of mystery and uncertainty with the way the lyrics are sung. Like, after everything we've been through, was everything we've done actually correct? I don't know. And that's a scary thought. The game makes a concerted effort to point out that Epsilon isn't entirely wrong. There's a clear disparity between who thinks Reploid should evolve and those who thinks things are fine the way they are. I honestly wish this could be explored a lot more. And from what I understand, Command Mission was meant to be the first game in a line of other games taking place in this new sort of timeline. Much like how the Zero series takes place after X5, while X6 to X8 continues off of X5 in an entirely different way. But because Command Mission didn't sell well when it first released, Capcom basically scrapped that timeline, making Command Mission the only game in the series that takes place in this new time period. At least that's my understanding of it. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but if that's true, then man, this could have turned out to be a super interesting series, and I think it would hit really hard, especially in today's climate with some of its deep subject matter and world building. Anyways, once the credits are done, we get confirmation about Epsilon being deferred and Redips being the Maverick behind everything, and we obtain the central key. Don't worry about that. We also get the option to save, which is nice. And with that, the game is— oh fuck, we forgot something. So, you remember Reflasion, right? The super boss we attempted to fight earlier in this run? Yeah, that bitch. Well, I actually refought her a few times throughout the run. I just didn't bother bringing it up because, well, I didn't get any good runs going. No matter how hard I tried or how late into the run I showed up, Reflasion would just out-heal all of my damage. I even did a few attempts right before starting Chapter 10 and even used Reverse Water and Reverse Thunder so I didn't die so easily. Nothing worked. But I'm still determined to kick her e-girl ass, and I now have everything I need to do it. You remember that Super Force Metal Fragment beta I stole from Redips? Well, if you load back into the game after saving, you return to Hunter Base right before Chapter 10 begins with everything you had when you defeated Great Redips. So naturally, this Super Force Metal Fragment also carried over. And just look at what it does to you. Plus 100 in power, armor, and shield, and then a plus 20 in speed. Imagine strapping your pet dog with enough firepower to level an army. Now imagine that dog wasn't a good boy, but actually a bad boy that wanted you dead because you didn't give him enough treats as a puppy. That's what seeing this monstrosity feels like, except there's just one problem. Like I mentioned before with its alpha variant, the beta variant also costs 99 of your erosions, meaning that you can't equip it without putting yourself into the danger zone, unless you like that sort of thing, you masochist you. So in order to make this function the way we want to, we'll need to take some zinc in the form of neutralizers, specifically 2 neutralizers minus 30s. This gets our erosion down to 40 out of 44, giving us 4 points to use whatever we want. Thunder Resist looks good. This will help against Reflasion's Terra Thunder. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect when fighting Calliope and Fuamoko this time. I was kind of hoping that the extra 100 power and speed would be enough to push Charge Collider over the brink and slaughter Reflasion faster than she can heal herself off. But that wasn't actually the case. Keep in mind that this was the strat that I was actually trying to go for every time I refought her. Just burst her down as much as possible with Charge Collider. Unfortunately, the problem was always the same. She'd gained stats too fast and eventually just healed 2 or 3 times before my next turn. 19,000 is definitely a good start, don't get me wrong, but I just don't have the speed to action trigger her enough times to kill her. So I decided to do something else instead. Remember those unlock limiters I had in my inventory? Yeah, we're breaking them out now. With the extra 100 power from Super Force Metal Fragment and a 50% boost to my power right off the bat, a single power charged buster shot at 73% weapon energy dealt a solid 7792 damage right off the bat, and I didn't even need action trigger for it. While it would have been better to go for the 19,000 damage Charge Collider, losing turns meant that Reflation would just be able to heal off that damage much more reliably due to her stat boosts. Also keep in mind the Turbo Buster's gimmick. At 88% weapon energy, the Turbo Buster dealt over 10,000 damage per shot with a single power charge. At this point, we were vastly outdamaging her healing and outspeeding her to the point where we were getting 2 turns before she even got 1. The only thing we had to do was survive, which was easier to do with our Super Force Metal Fragment. After a couple more shots, I decided to finish off Calliope with a Charge Collider, leaving only Fuwawa and Makoko standing. At this point, it was just a matter of waiting for my action trigger to recharge and making sure I could outdamage their healing as well, which isn't as strong or worrisome as Calliope's. Really, all it takes is a power charged basic and a 100% Charge Collider to waste them. Once they go down, I'm rewarded with a figure token, 2 tank parts, 2 turbo clocks, and 2 resists. Not bad. The tank parts are definitely the most useful thing, however. But the biggest reward is the item box Reflation was guarding, the Ultimate Armor Hyper Mode. This beast is the most powerful hyper mode in the game and looks really cool as well. This is why I really wish I could have gotten it much earlier, but I'm kinda glad I didn't, because I loved having to think about how to manage my resources in a lot of the later fights of the game. But it is nice to finally obtain my just rewards and finally say that we have completed— wait. Fuck. That's right, we're not even close to being done with the post-game stuff, oh no. There's one final gauntlet we need to overcome before we can officially say that we have completed the game. Meet the Tail Clan. These assholes are imprisoned behind the special sealed area in Central Tower and can only be accessed by having a special key. Yeah, that key we got for beating the game, that's the one we need to unlock this area. And let me tell you, these fights are hard as balls. There are a series of battles against 9 super bosses that you have to beat in order to consider yourself the master of this game. And each encounter has a different gimmick that wants to ruin your day. Let's take this first encounter for instance.
I challenge you to a fight.
Meet One Tail. He's an asshole with as much HP as Great Redip's second phase, at 72,500 life energy. He possesses Terra versions of all elemental attacks, can Tail Strike for combat damage against a single target, which hits twice, can use puncture arrows to deal combat damage against one target, and has a chance to reduce that target's weapon energy to 0, and an Annihilator Hadoken that deals shot type damage to all party members that scales with his hit points. The more HP he has, the more damage it deals. Do you remember that one scene in Teen Titans where Slade Wilson beats the ever-living shit out of Robin and knocks him off the building, then grabs him and Robin's like, "You saved me?" But then Slade responds with, "I'm not finished with you yet." That scene? Yeah, One Tail will do that too by using regeneration on your fallen party members, bringing them back with 25% hit points just so that he can kill them again. Fortunately for us, our cheat codes prevent this from happening and keeps it a solo run, but he'll still try to do it from time to time, which is just a wasted turn for him. Honestly, this kind of feels like cheating when it happens multiple times in a row, but there's not really anything I can do about it, so we just take those. All in all, this fight seems simple, right? Well, I'm sure you've noticed by now, he regenerates a lot of health every turn. 50% of his current hit points to be precise. This means you need to deal maximum possible damage every turn without letting up. Even with Charge Collider dealing 21,000 damage and over 5,500 damage from the previous attack, this menace to society manages to heal 22,000 hit points all at once. There's just no way I can deal that much damage so quickly without having insane amounts of weapon energy generation. And even then, I still need to be able to outspeed him long enough to do it twice in a row. I'm sure it would be possible with the Super Force Metal Fragment Alpha, but I was not about to try and grind for that shit, so I did what any normal player would do and tried out my new Ultimate Armor Hyper Mode. As you may have noticed, the ultimate armor doesn't replace my existing X-Fire mode, it just adds it to the list of what I can pick. And already it's dealing more damage than X-Fire can, since the basic attack is always a guaranteed crit. As for the Nova Strike, the ultimate armor's action trigger, it functions like Final Strike where you have to spam the square, X, and circle buttons to deal maximum damage. You can even switch targets if you're using it against multiple enemies. This alone deals an incredible 33,000 damage to this fucker, which very much outdamages his regen. After a couple more of these, he goes down. For the record, while I may have over-exaggerated how hard these guys are, using the ultimate armor or absolute zero hyper modes with super force metal fragments definitely makes all these guys trivial. The real challenge comes from doing these guys without these things, and one tail is notoriously hard to pull off without proper setup in a normal run. It's definitely possible and pretty simple if you know what you're doing, but someone trying to figure out this fight for the first time like me can give a guy a bit of PTSD. Unfortunately, in a solo run, ultimate armor is kind of necessary. I think Super Force Metal Fragment Alpha might be required if you want to only use X-Fire, but that's for someone else to figure out, I'm sure. With one tail out of the way, however, we get to our next adversary, Two Tail. Yeah, this is the actual naming convention, sue me. Going forward though, I did put a restriction in place for me to not use ultimate armor, except as a last resort when none of my other strats work. I learned that later on that this was a stupid restriction and that I should have been doing it all along, but just letting you know why I don't use it immediately at times. Two Tails has 75,200 life energy, and there are two of them to get through. Unlike our one tail friend, however, these don't regenerate. Instead, their gimmick works the exact same as Incentus. Their elemental weakness and resistance changes every turn, and they can cast Ultra Giga elemental attacks based on their current element. They also keep Tail Strike, Annihilator Hadouken, and Puncture Arrows, with Tail Strike adopting its elemental affinity based on the current element Two Tails is set to. They start off in Thunder, then switch to Fire, then Water, then back to Thunder. However, unless you have Analyze, there's no way you can actually tell what element they're sitting on like you would with Incentus. And unlike Incentus, where you only had to worry about Ashura Knuckles, these guys still rely on powerful non-elemental attacks that can still kill you easily if you let your guard down. The good news, however, is that you can take care of these guys very similarly to how you would take on the Incentus refight, with all of the reversed elemental force metals for free healing. On my first attempt, I didn't do that and just used ultimate armor, and that's when I set my restriction in place before retrying it without the ultimate armor. So on my second attempt, I actually did equip all three reverse force metals just to see if I could do it without ultimate armor cheese. Turns out it was about as easy as I thought it would be. Puncture Arrows and Annihilator Hadouken don't do enough damage to kill me, and there's a high likelihood that I would just get healed back to full anyway. However, if both of them decide to Hadouken me, then that's basically game over since... yeah, 2500 is still a lot of damage. I would need to make sure that both of them are taking constant damage to lower the damage of Annihilator Hadouken since it is based on how much HP they have left. Boost Shield does reduce the damage you take from Hadouken, and Boost Armor reduces the damage of Puncture Arrows, so as long as you don't take 2 Hadoukens in a row, you should be fine. Which does end up happening more than I would want to, resulting in multiple attempts sadly. After my fourth attempt, however, I managed to take one down, which guarantees my victory since there's no way a single Two Tails can one-shot me at this point, so I just heal when I need to, and whittle him down until he's nothing more than a pile of scrap. It's also worth noting that all of these guys have a few things that you might want to steal that are worth it if you feel like it. Most of them are just build stats, but there are some build hypers you can obtain from a couple of these fights. That being said, I didn't steal any of the build stats since I didn't think they'd be much use considering we're at the last stretch of the game, but I did want to at least bring attention to it for anyone interested. Anyways, here's our next foe. No rewards for guessing his name. Three Tails starts us off fighting against, you guessed it, 3 of these fuckers, each with 59,500 life energy. But here's where things get interesting. They all have the staples of One Tail. Tail Strike, Hadouken, Puncture Arrows, you get it. They also come with Hell Gravity, and every status ailment attack in the game, barring DOA. Cryogenics, Cracking, Smoke Out, Stun Gun, and Virus attacks are all attacks they know and can fuck you up very quickly. Just look at this turn order after being afflicted with Virus and Bind, and I have to somehow fight through it. If that weren't enough, they also possess Deep Impact, our favorite attack that ignores shield and armor, and can heal each other up with life gain 25. To be completely honest, I was stuck on this fight for a while because this was where I was under the assumption that I couldn't obtain block all force metal. This was because I genuinely thought it was a recipe you could only unlock after making a firewall force metal, which reduces the chance of being hit with every ailment in the game but doesn't make you outright immune. And in order to make Firewall, you first have to unlock its crafting condition by discovering all 6 recipes in the Status Effect series. This is easy for 5 of them. However, to unlock the recipe for DOA block, you must be killed by DOA at least once, which is clearly impossible for me, as if I die to DOA, the game's over. Retrying or reloading also doesn't count, so I was basically out of luck. Luckily, I actually bothered to look things up online for once and discovered that not only is block all not a recipe that you can unlock, I could have gotten it from the deployment center as early as chapter 8, since that's when Vanalia Desert becomes available for deployments. So I did that, but in the meantime, I wanted to have a different strat on hand just in case. I had the inkling to farm out some gain hypers just so I wasn't holding onto one the entire time. So I went to the Vanalia Desert and went to the elevator room just before entering the facility proper to fight a bunch of these gold bladers. They have a 10% chance to drop an item capture, which I could use to make good lucks, and a 2% chance to outright drop good lucks themselves. Remember, these good luck items increase drop rates by 3%. In theory, I could equip 9 of these throughout my entire party for a total of plus 27% increase in drop rates, but I wasn't sure if good luck worked on permanently dead party members, nor was I sure that it'd be kosher for this run. Unfortunately, as I explained earlier in this run, Gain Hyper has a 1% drop rate, meaning it's not affected by good luck force metals, making all my hard work pointless. But I will explain the 2 farming methods anyway. The first way is more consistent and reliable. You go to Eternal Forest in Gaudile's laboratory and take the right path. This will always spawn 4 bat bones for you to kill, which means 4 chances for Gain Hyper to drop. Whether they drop it or not, you can enter the door on the left to bring yourself back to the beginning of the forest and try again. The other way is by dashing along the wall in the room where you fought the Hippopresser. For me, this was the faster method, but it all depends on how lucky you are with spawning the 4 Batbone encounters. I only got 1 Gain Hyper in all this, but at least I finally obtained the block all force metal I've been agonizing about. This time, I used the usual combination of Turbo Buster, Power Charge, and Generator. And for my force metals, I equipped Gain Weapon Energy plus 10, Minus Metal 20, Reverse Water since they all only have Ultra Giga Blizzard as their elemental attack, and of course Block All. I wasn't entirely sure about this setup, but I decided to give it a try. Straight away, I noticed that they didn't use their status effect attacks nearly as much as before, which made me think that they knew I had Block All. This was actually a far worse outcome because their basic 2-hit attacks completely dominate me if they all go for it. So I tried for a bit of extra defense with Guard Buster Mark III. That didn't work because they just deal too much damage. At the end of the day, I went for a ballsy play. See, when you go over your erosion limit, you can get either Alert or Danger. Danger is obviously worse and will always screw over your stats every battle, but Alert only affects your stats sometimes. So I gave myself Block All, Super Force Metal Fragment Beta, and 2 Neutralizers 30s to get my erosion low enough to at least keep me in alert range. From there, my plan was to go in and pray that I didn't get corrupted or weakened in any way. Luckily, it never happened, and I was able to actually have my first turn due to all the extra defense I was packing. I was still taking quite a beating, mind you, but I wasn't nearly dying as quickly, and whenever they do decide to use status attacks, I do get a little bit more breathing room. However, this still wasn't a free win. X-Fire probably would have carried me here, but I wasn't thinking straight at this point, so I just went Ultimate Armor and beat ass. Fun fact about Ultimate Armor, its innate bonuses are much different than X-Fire's. If you remember, X-Fire comes with a stat boost of Life Energy plus 50%, Power plus 50%, and Speed plus 25%, Weapon Energy Gain plus 25%, and takes half damage from all combat and shot damage. Meanwhile, Ultimate Armor comes with Power 100%, Speed plus 50%, Weapon Energy Gain plus 40%, and always has Defense activated, which halves all incoming damage. So if you want more power, Ultimate Armor is the way to go, but if you want more tankiness, X-Fire is unironically better for its plus 50% HP. Now that these assholes are out of the way, let's reap our rewards, which is 3 build hypers, bringing our total activations to 14. Trust me, this will be incredibly useful. Four Tails is actually a bit different than the ones we fought so far. This time, there's only one unit we're facing, but he comes in with 121,500 life energy. You heard that right. Way more than even Great Redips had. And to top it all off, he also has the second highest power in the game, at 380. For reference, Three Tails had 180 power, and look how hard they were hitting. Not to mention, his other stats are insanely high as well. Four Tails doesn't appear to really have a gimmick at first, he just hits incredibly hard and has a buttload of life energy you have to burn through. He comes with Tail Strike, Hadouken, Puncture Arrow, Deep Impact, Ultra Giga Thunder, and Codebreaker. At this point, you all know what these attacks do. This fight should be relatively simple. Just sit in hyper mode and beat him up while taking all of his damage at face value, right? Wrong. First, you have to be able to even get a turn in the first place. And with his basics dealing 2,000 per hit, yeah, he has a build hyper that you can steal if you want that, but you'll have to really work for it. Even with boosts, this guy deals so much damage. His Annihilator Hadouken deals almost my entire health bar in damage from full health as well. Keep in mind, this is with Super Force Metal Fragment Beta equipped. I was getting a massive stat boost to my defenses and still taking all of that damage. And before you ask, there's a very good reason I didn't use X-Fire and sat on it the entire time, trust me. I'll get there soon. Honestly, with how hard this fight was, I took a step back to review my options. Then I decided more hit points would probably help a lot, so I grinded for a life energy plus 1000 force metal. This required me to first grab a build life energy from Depth Dragoon in chapter 10, so that's what I went to do. But before I did that, I also decided to make the most of my trek down chapter 10 once more by grabbing everything I needed for XP grinding. First, I required learning aids for a bit of an XP boost from battles, as well as Monopoly to make sure I take all the XP for myself instead of being split amongst the party members. Monopoly also requires me to destroy one of these giant assholes to unlock a recipe I'll need for it, which is Cutting Edge. Once obtained, the only problem left to solve is obtaining 99,999 force metal energy to actually craft it. So like any good boy that wants to farm energy, I went to the desert, set off a few nukes, and siphoned all of that radiation into my body until I've destroyed the competition enough to monopolize all nuclear firearms. That's called capitalism, sweaty. Look it up. With Monopoly in hand and enough learning aids to make West Virginia go from the least educated state in the US to slightly more educated, it was onwards to chapter 10 once again. This time, however, we come in full packing with Ultimate Armor X and completely demolish every single refight. Honestly, this is probably how the first run through of chapter 10 would have felt like. In terms of XP, I gained quite a few levels doing this, but I noticed that the learning aids weren't exactly boosting my XP. I don't know if it's because they're not being properly applied from the dead party members, or if it's just an invisible boost, or what. I even tried equipping one to myself just in case, and the same thing happened. Maybe I'm just using them wrong, which would explain my SAT scores. Redips is infinitely easier this time around. I only took one loss because of Ballistic. So in turn, I decided to nuke him from orbit just to be sure he didn't try that again. For Great Redips, I did try to steal Super Force Metal Fragment Alpha again, but that didn't work, of course. So I just bombarded him during phase 2 and killed him incredibly quickly with no effort at all. Damn, I wish I had this thing sooner in the run. It would have made everything so much easier. But after that nonsense, we made our way back to the desert to grind out more force metal energy for the life energy 1000 that we were trying to make earlier. After that, we head back to Four Tails with Super Force Metal Fragment Beta, life energy plus 1000, and 2 neutralizers minus 30s. We're also level 45 now with all them level ups we've been getting, which puts our hit point total to 5518, 1500 points more than the last time we fought this guy. Unfortunately, he still bites off chunks of our health bar like a candy bar, even through the use of boost items. I do come in with item capture after realizing he has build hyper to steal, because why shouldn't I make this fight harder for myself? I did try to use X-Fire this time around, and it helped as much as I was expecting it to. 8277 hit points is a massive jump, and would 100% keep me alive through the worst of things. But then, that's when the actual gimmick of this fight kicked in. See, I forgot about this guy's gimmick, because I never actually got the chance to do anything about it, since he never gave me the chance to actually deal any kind of damage to him, or even go first. You remember Scarface, where he would reduce the damage and counter the last damage type dealt to him? It's that. Four Tails is just better Scarface. This meant that we would need to once again alternate between combat and shot damage if we wanted to stand a chance against defeating him. Hell, I don't even know why we're fighting this guy. I'm pretty sure we could have just trapped him in a cage, fly him over to the Far East HQ, drop him down like it's Fortnite, and just have him default dance all over Redip's lifeless corpse while we take a beach vacation into the Bahamas. Do the Bahamas even exist in this world? Anyways, main strat for this fight is literally just alternating between Charge Collider and Nova Strike, while making sure you heal up or defend in between turns where you have to cool down. Alternatively, you could test your chances by using a normal Buster Shot, but Codebreaker or even an unlucky Hadouken would ruin your day. Whatever the case, steal his build hyper and use your best judgment when it comes to alternating between combat damage and shot damage, and you should be good, so long as you don't catch yourself too low on health. Unfortunately, that's easier said than done, since even trying to start the fight can be difficult because you have to be in base X form in order to use item capture in the first place, meaning you're entirely vulnerable until you successfully mug him. Eventually though, I was able to steal build hyper on the first round after multiple attempts, which meant the real fight finally began. This fight is a bit of a slog, however, since 121,500 life energy is a lot to burst through while trying not to die. But with a mix of X-Fire and ultimate armor keeping me alive while keeping damage up, I was able to finally blow through Four Tails' 121k health. You even get rewarded with the Red Lotus Saber, the absolute best saber weapon in the game for Zero. Unfortunately, Zero can't use it because he's not special enough to be in this run. Regardless, it's time to face our next adversary. So Five Tails starts off with 3 guys. They each have 26,500 life energy, some of the lowest in the game in terms of bosses. They each have Tail Strike, Hadouken, and Puncture Arrow, but there are 2 other moves that they have that make this fight incredibly annoying. Self-Destruct, which lets them sacrifice themselves to deal damage equal to how much life energy the unit had at the time, and SOS to haul more of themselves onto the battlefield. Honestly, surviving this encounter in general isn't so bad. It's the damn self-destructive behavior that they have that makes me want to contact Nana and ask for the number of the suicide prevention hotline, because these guys just keep exploding themselves at me. And there's no way I can even survive a single self-destruct because they either do it when they're a little bit low on health or
I challenge you to a fight.
do they think hit points grow on trees or something? So the strat I went for is trying to get them low enough to kill them all off quickly with a single action trigger from ultimate armor, since Nova Strike does allow you to switch targets. The problem with that is keeping these lemmings alive long enough for me to even pull that off. What ends up happening most of the time is that they decide they've had enough and blow themselves up too quickly. So this gave me a bright idea. It would take a few tries, but my big brain plan was as follows. Equip a decoy so that I can survive at least one self-destruct. This is actually very crucial. Once the fight starts, I try to get as many of the Five Tails as possible to low health. The hope was for one of them to self-destruct on me, reviving me with decoy, then finish off the remaining 2 with Nova Strike. And lo and behold, after several tries, that exact scenario does happen and we defeat Five Tails. Six Tails is a fight against the single unit who has the highest HP value in the entire game outside of first phase Redip's, at 206,500 life energy. He's also quite strong, but nowhere near as strong as Four Tails was. And as you just saw, the gimmick of this fight requires you to defeat Six Tails before his 10th turn is over. If you don't, he'll use Life Gain Max to recover all his HP and gain a huge stat increase. And if that wasn't enough, after his 20th turn, if you somehow manage to even survive that, he just self-destructs and the fight just ends if you survive through something like Decoy. You can totally try and wait out the 20 turns, but if he self-destructs, you lose the tank parts and the figure token he drops, making these 2 items the only missable items in the game that prevent you from 100%ing this game, if that's what you're going for. Along with Tail Strike, Hadouken, and Puncture Arrows, he does pack Ultra Giga Fire and Terra Fire in case you want to bring along Reverse Fire for a bit of extra sustain so you can heal less and deal damage more. This fight is incredibly simple and straightforward. You just have to put your entire cock into pumping as much pain into Six Tails as possible using damage hoses like Nova Strike. It's pretty tight, but we managed to bring down Six Tails first try right before his 10th turn. Seven Tails is literally just Reflation 2.0, except we're fighting her 2 Belladonnas, and I have an orbital space laser locked into their idle consort in the form of Nova Strike. There's not really much to say, just Nova Strike them and beat them to death with heavy artillery fire. Eight Tails is kind of an outlier compared to the rest of the clan. They don't really have a unique gimmick despite there being 2 units to fight, each with 58,500 life energy. And they don't really complement each other like the others would. They honestly serve to be more annoying than anything else. Like, yes, they can use SOS to summon more of themselves and have Ultra Giga and Terra Elemental attacks along with the 3 staple abilities we've talked about before, and they do also have Coercion they've never used in my fight against them. Yeah, there's just not much else to say. Like 7 Tails, they're kind of piss easy compared to the rest of the gang. Just get them both low on health and finish them off with Nova Strike and you're good. And here's the moment you've all been waiting for. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Nine Tails.
My strength is unparalleled.
Packing a whopping 92,500 life energy. Don't ask me why he doesn't just have 99,999 life energy. Nine Tails is by far the strongest member of the Tail Clan crew with his 400 power stat, 20 points higher than Four Tails, and you've seen how hard he hits. And his moveset is no joke either. Along with the usual Tail Strike, Hadouken, and Puncture Arrows, he also has Terra Elementals and the ability to recover 25% of his current hit points every turn. This is essentially the one-tail fight, but a little bit less annoying. Or more, depending on your perspective. In fact, it's so like the one-tail fight that he even comes in with regeneration to revive your fallen party members just to beat them to a pulp again. Now, I know you guys were expecting a tough fight for this one, and I was too, until something weird happened that I can't really explain. I mean, I can, but I don't know why it happens. You see, Nine Tails uses regeneration to try and revive fallen party members. This is fine, but since we're using cheat codes to keep my party's hit points to 0, this just results in nothing happening. This was fine during the fight against One Tails because he only used it like twice at most. But here, Nine Tails kinda spammed it most of the time. This essentially gave me a free win against him, which felt kind of yucky and unfair. Hell, we didn't even get to see his cool unique move, 9 Fragments, because of it. It's a single target move and hits 9 times, doing a flat 999 damage each, for a total of 8,991 points of damage, which would have killed me instantly if I didn't have a way to reduce it via X-Fire, Ultimate Armor, Defending, etc. But he just didn't use it, or most of his moveset for that matter. I know the proper explanation would be that because I have party members at 0 health, the game registers that as a flag for Nine Tails to use regeneration on them. And I wanted to believe that too. So I did some troubleshooting with Robin about this. While it did take a couple of tries to kill Nine Tails, I did manage to do it. But I wanted more. So Robin ended up finding out that there is in fact a way to reduce the party size so that X would be the only one present through the use of cheat codes. See, I told you this conversation would come back, didn't I? Anyways, True Subtle X does a few things that might have made the run a bit different. Firstly, because Cinnamon is no longer in the party, I'm permanently locked out of the Force Metal Generator feature. And because there are no other party members with me, I would probably be a much higher level than I actually was, because I wouldn't be sharing any of it with anyone. Honestly, I was kind of glad to have the perma 0 HP dead weights weighing me down the entire run because that inadvertently made the run harder because of me being lower leveled due to XP leechers, and easier because I had access to the Force Metal Generator that I ended up not using very much anyway. Regardless, the reason I used this cheat was because Robin and I theorized that the reason Nine Tails spammed regeneration so much was for the reason I stated before. The game said that there are enemies to be revived, so he tried reviving them. But what if that weren't the case? Unfortunately, this didn't change shit as he still spammed regeneration, though not nearly as much. It didn't really make for a harder fight, however, so I guess maybe the game is detecting that there are less than 3 active members in the party, and so the game assumes they're at 0 hit points. But I really don't know enough about programming or coding to really say. Regardless, we take the victory and obtain our rewards, the ancient gun for an axle we don't have, and a figure token. And if you really wanted to, you could also steal a build weapon energy and build hyper, but since this was the final battle, I just didn't bother. With Nine Tails having died twice now, and me doing another victory lap for the hell of it, I just want to once again thank everyone for sticking with me until the end of the video. I know it was another long one, but I really wanted to make a video about one of my favorite games ever, while also doing something no one has ever done before, to my knowledge at least. This run has been a wild ride and has challenged both my patience and knowledge of the game extensively through fights like Botos, where even though I overthunk it, I did manage to beat it without using hyper mode at all, which I still consider a victory. And Epsilon because goddamn, that was an anime as fuck finish to an already tough fight. And yeah, I did make plenty of mistakes, and if I ever did this run a second time, I would definitely have done a few things differently. But now that I'm even more knowledgeable about the game, I can definitely make use of that knowledge for future runs of the game. For instance, what if instead of X being separated from Zero and Shadow, it was Zero being the one that